This way. This way, girl. Good job. Okie doke. What's happening? How are you today? Good to see everybody. Happy Tuesday. I apologize in advance for any of the wind. It's a little windy out here. I'm trying to use the earpiece, but it may not be able to stop all of it. So yeah, Julian Assange. We're going to talk about poor Julian Assange today. But I tell you what, that guy's been through it. The ringer wouldn't be even close enough to describe what that guy's been through. It just goes to show you how incredibly rotten the United States government is when it comes to dealing with anybody who exposes their crimes. So I don't know. It just goes part and parcel with all the other things we're seeing right now. And man, it just makes you embarrassed to live in a country where somebody can't even report the truth without going to jail for 15, 20 years. Anybody who's a whistleblower, no, they don't blame the person who commits the crime. They blame the person who turns over the person who commits the crime. And you know who was the worst person about that in the entire history of the country? You're not going to believe this one. Barack Obama. The Obama administration prosecuted more whistleblowers than any other president in the history of the country. Most people don't know that. Hey, Chip, shout me out, bro. They took my live access on my main. Apex Fire. Is your backup account Apex Fire 2? Apex Ire 2, Nola? Yeah, let me screenshot that so I don't forget it. Is that the account you're on right now? Apex? No, that's Apex Ire. If you come back in Nola as your backup account in this live, people can follow you, and then they'll follow you. I'll just tell people to follow you from the comments. Is that okay? If you could do that, that way we can get you a bunch of followers on your backup account. But by the way, if you're not following Nola, she's in the comments under the word NOLA, Nola. She had her live access taken away. So I would assume she has it in her bio. Do you have it in your bio, Nola, your backup account? Oh, thank you, Pikachu. Appreciate that. I know you've been a regular follower, so thank you. I mean, I couldn't do it without the followers. I wouldn't have anybody listening. But yeah, we want to make sure. Yeah, Nola. So if you go to Nola, if you follow Nola, I don't know if you can see her in the comments. Nola, keep making a few comments so people can see your name. I would politely ask the audience to please help one of our fellow advocates for the Palestinians. Her name is Nola, and her primary account got her live access taken away, which is happening a lot. It happened to me twice over this weekend, and I appealed both times, and luckily they restored it. But in the past, I've had it taken away for a week. I've had it taken away permanently. It's a real pain in the neck. So I feel for you, Nola. I've been there, done that, wrote the book, got the T-shirt, and then burned it, unfortunately. I'm going to go for as much time as I can. I mean, I'm in a place where sometimes the signal kind of sucks, as well as the fact that I have to make dinner and stuff in about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. So I'll go as long as I can. If you all can put up with me making dinner and making food for the dogs and cats, I can put it on my kitchen counter and just kind of do my thing. And probably it'll be panelist by that time. Nola, yeah, Eric Warsaw does a fantastic job. If anybody here in the chat is not following, I'm sure you probably are, but if you're not aware of who Eric with a K, Warsaw, like the city in Poland, if you're not following Eric Warsaw, definitely should. His lives are fantastic. And his videos are good too. I mean, Eric's just an all-around good human being. And of course, he's pro-Palestinian, as anybody who's a good human being tends to be. So, yeah, that's the deal there. So, yeah, I was disappointed to hear what happened in the UK today. If you haven't heard, I just dropped a video about it. It's been in the news all day. But a British High Court just put a 3-week pause on the extradition of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, who's committed the crime of passing over information that somebody else stole to the press, releasing it to the public, which embarrassed U.S. and Western leaders. A lot of emails from people like Hillary Clinton and others, as well as the different elements of video and photographs that were very unflattering to U.S. war crimes. And this is what happens now. Daniel Ellsworth, who did something called the Pentagon Papers back in the 70s, pretty much did the same thing. It exposed all of the misgivings and all the atrocities being done by the U.S. in Vietnam. This one, unfortunately, affected a lot more bigwigs, and it really pissed off a lot of very powerful people. And they're using that power to make an example out of him. And that's an unfortunate shot across the bow to anybody who wants to really dig deep and do proper journalism, because you look at that and the guy got stuck in the Ecuadorian embassy for 6 years, and now he's been in Belmarsh prison for, or maybe it was 7 years, and now he's in Belmarsh prison for his fifth year in the UK. And they've been holding on to him while the U.S. demands he be extradited. So today's ruling was another 3-week delay in his extradition from the UK to the US, where he potentially faces 175 years in prison, which is absolutely nuts. All for the crime as an Australian national. He's not a US citizen. The US espionage laws should pertain to US citizens. The US has sovereignty over the United States, right? Not people from Australia. Hey, how's it going? Anyway, it's just more U.S. empire and the whole thing. Now, the one really interesting piece of news that kind of pushes back against that, the idea. And listen, the U.S. has been horrific. Let's face it, when it comes to this Israel issue, and just forever, but especially since the October 8th response. But they finally did something outside the ordinary. They abstained from a UN vote regarding a temporary ceasefire, which we'll see if it takes or not, which was unreal because the U.S. almost always uses its veto. In fact, Netanyahu, you probably heard this, he canceled the trip of an Israeli delegation to the U.S. as a result of that abstention vote. But for God's sakes, think about it politically. I think the Biden administration has gotten the message that they are absolutely going to be crushed, most likely anyway, if they don't make a shift in policy, which is why I believe you heard Chuck Schumer recently, who's one of the most pro-Israeli senators probably in the history of the country. He's very allegiant. He's a Zionist. He's a Jewish, the longest-serving Jewish member of the U.S. Senate. He pretty much sternly counseled Netanyahu about what he's maybe choosing to do and said, "You got to stop this, pal," and pretty much said that he's the problem. Now, I don't believe that. I believe he's a big problem, but he's not the problem, which we're going to talk about a little bit. But think about it. It's very convenient to sort of pin all of the wrong that Israel has done, both during the response as well as prior to it, on this one rogue guy. And if he just goes away, then everything will get better. No, it won't. It might get very, very slightly marginally better. Yeah, it could lag a little bit, Apex. That's just how it goes when I'm down at the dog park. And it's either lag a little bit or don't do it at all. So hopefully it's not too bad. Did I hear what Trump said? What are my thoughts? Well, I've heard Trump say a lot of things. Can you be more specific about which things he said? Because he says a lot of outrageous things, obviously. But I heard he said, so I did hear the nature of it. I just forget the details of it. I did hear what he said. It just went in one ear out the other. But I pretty much, listen, Trump, this is the problem people have. That guy will say a lot of stuff, but when it comes time, he said he was going to lock up Hillary Clinton when he got into office, right? What did he do the moment he got in? He said nice things about her. He said she's a good woman. She's a good, good citizen. She's a good patriot, all this. So people who say stuff, it's the same thing I say when it comes to looking at what the H group leadership says. All I hear all day long from these Israelis is, oh, they hate us. They just want to kill us. They think it's an Arab Jew thing, but it's not. And yes, do the H group say some things sometimes, the leadership? Yeah, they say stupid shit, just like Trump does. But when push comes to shove and real politics come to the floor, what do? They get real. They have to be practical. And that's what happens. So the idea that they're going to carry through on those types of radical statements is not proven, and it's not possible because they don't have the capability to carry out even 1/100,000th of a percent of that stuff. And that's why I think it's most silly for people to say it that way. But anyway, so what did Trump say? If you want to tell me what he said, the specifics. Yeah, this is the whole thing. Now, and by the way, I heard this in some Israeli lives, some pro-Israel lives, I should say. Maybe they are Israeli paid. And by the way, I heard some people that were trying to be, armchair pundits about Ukraine. These people have no flipping idea what they were talking about. I couldn't believe how incredibly off the mark these people have been about talking about that issue. But anyway, I don't want to digress. They're now, everyone who's pro-Israel now is turning on the United States, not just the Biden administration, telling us that the U.S. is a turncoat now. Can you believe this shit? I mean, the fact that the U.S. has not held the Israelis' feet to the fire much sooner, they should be thanking their lucky stars. I mean, look at the country that provides all the money and the military backing and all the political cover up to this point at the UN. And they're going to be that ungrateful and now claim that the U.S. has turned on them because they did one thing that was the right thing to do and try to slow this disaster at best. These ungrateful mother you-know-whaters. And by the way, Ben Shapiro he's lost. He has no ability. He's just completely gone. He's insane. And he's drunk with loyalty to a country. He can't see straight. He just doesn't have the ability to see things objectively. And I've met a lot of people like Ben. I would say over the years, I've probably talked to maybe 300 or so people like who think the way Ben Shapiro does about Israel. And there is no logic or sensible points that can be brought up that register. Just it goes right past them because they just come right back with Holocaust, anti-Semitism, same bullshit. So you got to ignore people like Ben Shapiro. He's a fucking moron. No, he's not stupid. He's an intelligent moron, but he's a moron nonetheless. Who thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, which is the worst kind of person to be around. Excuse me. Yep, you're right. Truth and Justice for Palestine says the art of politics is compromise. Exactly. So people always make inflammatory statements. But whatever Trump said, listen, Trump said that he wanted to be dictator for a day if he got reelected, right? I mean, just ignore that guy. He doesn't mean that shit. He's just talking that he would like to make all sorts of decisions without people getting in his way. Who wouldn't? But that's not how our system works, and he knows that. So, Trump is not as bad as people make him out to be. I think on MSNBC and even on CNN, their entire ratings depend upon vilifying Trump. They're so glad that they have Trump in the mix because if they didn't, their ratings would suck. But that's all they do. They 100% focus on Trump. My family is caught up in this whole bullshit where they just hate the guy. And I'm not fond of him. I mean, I'm not going to say I like the guy or I like his policies, but I'm just saying he's not the magnitude of evil, nor is somebody like Vladimir Putin. This is the thing about the media. They overemphasize and amplify. And remember, whatever the media repeats constantly, it's probably not true. And all this stuff you hear about Trump being the devil. Now, does he have a checkered past? Of course. I mean, he's got some business failures. He's used the bankruptcy system. He's screwed people over that are contractors. He's skewed Trump University students. He does a lot of that stuff. Yeah, that makes him a scumbag, but he's not a danger to the Western world if he gets reelected. And here's why. Look at his term and look what he did, not what he sounds like, not what he says, but look what he actually did. And he didn't cause the harm that people claim he will. They were saying that if he were president, he would pull he'd be a danger to the nuclears, this, that, and the other, right? That he'd be a rogue president that would get us into a world war. He didn't. But guess who did? Who's gotten us much closer to a world war? One Joseph Biden. You may say that's bullshit, but look what was happening from 2016 to 2020. And look what's happened since 2020 to present. And if you just do the math, forget about who's done it, we have two raging wars going on right now that didn't exist under Trump. Doesn't make him a good guy, just makes him he didn't flame the fans of conflict. And I do agree, much to people's condemnation with what I say. I believe that Trump is a much more effective one-on-one communicator with regard to foreign leaders than any of these bozos like Anthony Blinken or Lloyd Austin or especially Joe Biden, for God's sakes, and Jake Sullivan. These are all rank amateurs. Look at the counterpart in Russia, Sergei Lavrov. Do you know how incredibly seasoned and smart and diplomatic, which is the whole thing you're supposed to be if you're a diplomat, Sergei Lavrov is? I mean, these people make the Americans look like third graders. It's really sad. That's the only thing I like that you said. At least I found something. Well, Mitchell, I'm glad that I can please them. I usually tell people if I talk enough, I'm going to piss you off no matter what I say. So I'm glad there's at least one thing you like, even though everything else upsets you. Thank you for saying that. And it's okay. You can love me, hate me, or anything in between. It's all good. So, and by the way, Mitchell, if you want to come up here and share the other 99 or 1,000 things you disagree with me on, please do. I think it's fun to hear other people's points of view. So anyway, we'll see what happens. But getting back to this Julian Assange thing, I have felt so incredibly horrible for this one human being for the longest time. First of all, he was cooped up in the Ecuadorian embassy in London for what seemed like forever. But at least he had access to the internet. He could communicate. He could still do some of his work. He could communicate with the outside world. Well, that's all been taken away since he was dragged out of there. The leadership in Ecuador changed. Rafael Correa was no longer the president. And of course, the new president, gave the UK permission to drag his ass out. His stay was cut short. And so therefore, now he's in the hands of the British. They're holding him under some sort of contempt order or some bullshit like that. He didn't show up for court. He hid away in the embassy. But the guy's committed no crimes. He's been accused of crimes that really don't exist, and they've reshaped the definition of those things to apply to somebody like him, or they're just overextending them. And that's absurd. And like I said before, it's creating a chilling environment for the journalist community around the world. It's like, hey, if you step too far outside of a certain lane, this is your fate. And imagine if you're a really hard-hitting journalist, like just take Max Blumenthal or, pick up Aaron Mate or pick anybody, and you get your hands on something super sensitive. What's the last thing you're going to do with it now? You're not going to release it unless you can go find a place to hide from the rest of the world the rest of your life, and that's no fun. So it just creates a chilling effect that makes it impossible for real journalism to exist, which I think is the antithesis of what we're supposed to have. It's just another nail in the coffin of U.S. democracy and free speech, if much of it ever existed in the first place. So love him or hate him, Julian Assange put stuff out that made the establishment look bad, as did Edward Snowden. Now, unfortunately for Julian, he did not get a chance to get to a place where he could otherwise find long-term safety like Snowden did. And Snowden's very lucky. He wasn't even trying to end up in Russia. He just happened to end up because that's when the different things happened where he was stuck. But, and by the way, I don't know if you heard this. This is going to surprise some people. During Oliver Stone's interviews, he did a long series that was on Showtime called the Putin Interviews. Makes sense. He talked to Putin way more than Tucker Carlson did. It was much more down to earth and much more specific as to the sort of day in, day out stuff of his life and what is his experience dealing with the international stage, including the U.S. and the Western allies. And one of the things he said that was noteworthy, they asked him, who do you want to be president next, Trump or Clinton? And he said, I don't care. He said, why don't you care? He says, because you're going to have the same foreign policy either way. It doesn't matter. So that'll tell you something. But they asked him specifically, should Edward Snowden have done what he did? If you don't know who Edward Snowden is, for the benefit of the audience, he was somebody who worked as a contractor for the Central Intelligence Agency and or the NSA. He worked for both. And they had some data collection and monitoring going on that was illegal under the Fourth Amendment of the United States. And it's so pervasive, it's all encompassing. So everything that we do, including this very live broadcast, gets filtered through servers at the National Security Administration, and their data centers pick up keywords, they use AI, and they categorize people based on their threat level and their political speech and dissidents, et cetera. Who knows where people are thrown in based on their followership, whatever. But they're trapping all the data. Well, Snowden told the United States citizens that was going on. Of course, that made him in blatant violation of the law, and he had to skip town. And he ended up in Russia, and they eventually gave him asylum. But Putin said, while Putin was driving a car in Russia, which one of our presidents drives his own car? Nobody. Putin said that he did not think it was appropriate for Snowden to do it. He shouldn't have done it. He disagreed with him. He said even if he could go back in time, he shouldn't have done it. Those were secrets he was privy to, and he shouldn't have revealed them. So that'll tell you the guy's not a complete whack job. He's not just taking partisan sides to change his ethics. But he was able to they were willing to give him asylum because of what otherwise would happen in the United States, because the way the United States treats people who step out of line has become horrific. And they overcharge them and they overget them. Anyway, so somebody says that, Shane, that's funny. A lot of people would be flagged for their visiting to sites owned by Zionists. Leave it at that. RedTube, etc. I won't mention the others. Anyway, so yeah, well, Australia is powerless because Australia is a compliant client state, a vassal state of the United States in the Western alignment. What the U.S. says, the Australians do. Just the way it goes. So they have had some leaders that have bitched and complained about it, including his family members as well as some of the elected officials, but not the leadership. And that's because to go against the United States has grave implications for other much more what they consider to be more important geopolitical issues. So, they may not, there are probably a lot of people that don't agree with it because he is an Australian national, and that makes sense. How can you, the United States, persecute an Australian national? You wouldn't accept the Australian courts prosecuting a U.S. national. So anyway, so it's just, again, it's more hypocrisy, right? And I just dropped a video and it said something like the absurdity never ends or something like that. And it just went into this whole sort of, again, it's hypocrisy, right? But that's how empire works. He who has the gold rules, right? Or I guess he or she, depending upon who's leading. Anyway, so by the way, who was the person who said that who wanted to come up? I forget their name. But if you would, Nick says, Jesus loves you all. Well, that's good to know. It's better than being hated by somebody who has such a position of prominence within the religious community. But yeah, so it's upsetting. Yeah, somebody here says, Wanderla says, I live in Australia. We have a puppet government. So people always wonder, why do the adjacent quote unquote Arab nations not do anything to step in and intervene? Well, there's, of course, political concerns, but more importantly, they have involvement with the power structure. They wouldn't be in power if they didn't. And therefore, they have to be at least mindful of that reality, or they're going to be taken out of power. How am I, Mr. Addy? I'm doing okay. I have rough starts to the day, so I was not feeling well earlier. Usually around 4 o'clock, I start to feel a little better. This Gulf War stuff is probably gonna kill me, but so be it. I'll go as long as I can until it doesn't. But yeah, not too great, but that's okay. Everyone, as I like to say, first of all, the people in Gaza are suffering way worse, and a lot of soldiers got their limbs blown off or had head injuries. They got burns or they died in the second Iraq War. So I was lucky to avoid all that stuff. And so were all of our fellow soldiers. We didn't have anybody, we didn't lose a single soldier in our unit, which was about 5,300 soldiers in our division. But that doesn't mean people didn't come back sick, unfortunately. And I have friends that have unalived themselves because they just couldn't take it anymore. And hopefully I won't go that route, but never say never, you never know. Anyway, and a lot of people wonder when somebody does that, they say, well, what could I have done? Why didn't you come talk to me? Sometimes people are just so incredibly, I guess it's like tired of being tired. There's nothing you can do. You can't like make their situation better. And so that's just, I don't blame people who are suffering that bad for making that choice. I think we should have that. That law should be the law where people, if they consult with a psychiatrist and they get, counseling, and they still, that's how they feel because of their illnesses. Why should they be forced to endure suffering indefinitely until their physical, organs give out? What's up? How you doing, Irby? So that's just how I feel. But anyway, other people disagree. I have a friend who I grew up with who thinks that's insane, that no human life should ever be ended prematurely, even if they're in a coma or whatever. But anyway, I don't know. Kayla, I was in the military from 1989 to 1992. I would have been until 1993, but I served in Germany. And during that time, during the Clinton administration, they were deciding to thin the budget. You might have heard that the Clinton administration was the only one who balanced the budget in recent history. It was actually under the Gingrich contract with America that it happened. He was the Speaker of the House. But they decided to cut the military budget in Europe, and they offered people like me what's called an early out if you wanted to leave before your full 4-year term was up. So I took that because I never, and listen, I'm not some, John Wayne hero kind of guy. I just went in because I got my college scholarship like many people do, and I had to serve. So I did. I mean, it kind of freaks you out. I wasn't expecting to be in a combat unit, but that's just what happened. So anyway, and the thing about the Gulf War stuff, it's called Gulf War illness or Gulf War syndrome. And it's sort of this weird collection of symptoms, and there's really no cure for it. There's things you can do to deal with the symptoms. Like you can take pain medications, I get massage therapy because my muscles are all fucked up. But there's nothing you can do to solve it. Like we have this neurological distortion that's just, there's no fixing it. So, but listen, people who responded to 9/11, remember the first responders who went into the, ground zero, and they ended up breathing in all this stuff. Christine Todd Whitman, who was the head of the EPA at that time under the Bush administration, told everybody, hey, the air quality is fine. You don't need a protective mask. And that turned out to be total BS. And they could have, I'm sure they did test the air because some people did wear masks. And I'm not talking about the ones we wore during the pandemic. I'm talking about full-scale respirator masks, like when you're painting a car in a closed garage or something. And that was sad because everybody could have, I've done the juicing before. I've done that before. I want to start doing that again, though. That's a good suggestion, user. When I first switched over to stopping eating animal foods, I did a 7-day, actually a 5.5-day juice-only cleanse to kind of kickstart the taste buds. Because I'm telling you, when you go from eating normal foods like sugar and fats, it's so hard to give them up without some way to get through that. And so it's like coming off of a drug. I don't know if we're supposed to say that word here, but it's very similar. Yeah. Hey, good morning. So, but I wanted to mention something to the audience. Now, there've been a few people that I've tried to stay connected with who strongly disagree with me, who happen to think, from their point of view, that if I were to learn some of the things that they have to share, that it would influence my point of view. And fair enough. So, all I ask in return from anybody, if we're going to have a back and forth with resources, is that we each take a look at something. So, if I look at 30 minutes of video that you send me, you can at least look at 5. And there's somebody named Daniela Bloom who's been a guest recently. And so we agreed to do that. So I sent her the link to Anna Baltzer's Life in Occupied Palestine. And she sent me like 11 different videos and asked me to comment on them, which I did. And so the cumulative length of those videos was probably 25 minutes or something. They weren't very long. But she didn't look at a single second of the video that I sent her, not 1 second. So listen, I don't know what to say. I try to stay open-minded. I tell people that. I look at what they send me. I try to make heads or tails. And when I send them something, they just don't even look, I just ignore it. And so I told her, if you don't look at it, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to block you. And she didn't, so I blocked her. And I don't like to block people but she kept sending me messages over and over. She kept peppering me. And I asked her nicely, hey, have you looked at that video yet? No answer. Sent me 3 more things. Have you looked at that video yet? No answer. Sent me 2 more things. And that just kept going on for like 3 days. And so I said, okay. So unfortunately, that's the case. And I think a lot of people say they're open, but when it comes down to doing the actual, effort to keep an open mind, they just don't do it. And I know she's probably busy with a family and stuff like that. That's fair. But, anybody can spend 3 minutes looking at something. That's all I asked her to do was to watch the beginning. Somebody says, how often do you have it, Alex? I'm not sure who you're talking to. Well, listen, yeah, I appreciate that, Fallacy. Fallacy says, you're doing a great job supporting and advocating our cause. Thank you very much. The reason I do it is because I was unexpectedly made aware of this when I was younger. I've told the story a lot, but, because I'm aware of the facts and it makes me angry how the Israelis portray one picture to the public. And doesn't have to be Israel. This could be any country that says something so blatantly dishonest to the public and then does something really dastardly, like the United States, for example. That's a great example. But Israel does it too. And in fact, I think they do it even more effectively because they're the best liars that have ever lived. They're the best at using propaganda and misinformation and probably lying by omission more than anything, where they just don't tell people through certain things and it makes it look different. And the great example is that documentary, Life in Occupied Palestine. I think if most Israelis watch that, and maybe not the hardline Zionists, but just the average person, they would watch that and go, wait a second, where's this coming from? I had no idea that was going on. And hopefully they're decent human beings. But again, getting them to look at it is a whole other thing, as I just described. So there is somebody in the queue. Let me see who's there. I'm really trying to get people who are pro-Israel to come up because it makes the conversation a heck of a lot more substantive and interesting, I believe, for the audience. In fact, it's interesting, having done these lives for, 4.5 months, 5 months, I've noticed one thing, that the viewership is usually between 150 and 300 on average. I'm just yapping away. And then if we start talking as a panel among ourselves as pro-Palestinians, it drops. But if somebody comes on who happens to be pro-Israel, it skyrockets. Like yesterday, we had 550, 600 people at one point when there was like 3 people on a panel that were pro-Israel. And as painful it is, some people were saying, God, it's painful to listen to this stuff. I agree. It's hard to hear it, but the fun thing is to respond to it in ways that are calm, but substantive, such that people can't deny what you're saying. They just get kind of caught in a corner. And it's not about beating them, but it's about just being sensible and civil. And there was somebody yesterday. What was his name? Oh gosh, I followed him, but he was so calm and so consistent with what he was saying. In fact, he went on another live last night, and this lady named, not the same Daniela Bloom, her name is Daniela Amar. And listen, I don't hate anybody. I think hate is a very misplaced term. There's one guy on TikTok I really don't like. I can't stand for him. But that's the only person on TikTok that I feel that way about. But Daniela is not far behind in terms. She's just hard to take. She's very direct. She's very arrogant. She's very one-sided. She's a pro-Israel Zionist who just believes that everything that comes out of her mouth is perfection, and that nobody else can understand the truth except for her. Which, of course, is anyway. It is what it is. But she's just very unpleasant to listen to. She interrupts everybody constantly. But this one pro-Palestinian person who was on my live yesterday, who spoke very eloquently towards some of these issues, was just not giving in to her BS and just kept saying, okay, let me finish this. And eventually she shut the hell up and he could finish some of his points. Of course, she didn't listen. But somebody says she's a G-side supporter. I don't know if people on that side believe that way. I think if they really knew that the government was not being as careful as they're told, they probably might feel differently, even though they're angry about what happened on 10/7. Obviously, with what happened to their forefathers, that's why it seems so incredibly, ironic to us watching what Israel's doing. Hey, doggy, how you doing? Hello. Let me let the dog off the leash. Come here, Ruby. Let Ruby come here. Come here. Let me let you off the leash. You can go play. Okay, go ahead. There you go. Go ahead. Oh, look at this dog. What are you doing? What are you doing, dog? What are you doing? Go play with the dogs. Come on, go play with the dogs. Go play with the dogs. Sorry about that. She's just a little hyped up. So yeah, it is what it is. We're probably not going to make a whole lot of headway with the Daniellas of the world, but we want to get the folks. Like yesterday was somebody who did a lot of, a few days ago was somebody who did a lot of airline travel, and she said she was kind of down the middle about everything. People in the comments were laying into her pretty hard. I'm like, hey, and the point of all this, I've mentioned this before. If you've heard it 5 times, don't get mad at me. But for those of you who haven't, remember that each of us have been through our journey of knowledge and discovery at whatever pace and process we've gone through. And there are things that I can think of that I didn't know 5 weeks ago that I know now. And I wouldn't want someone giving me help 6 weeks ago because I didn't know it. And the same thing for a guest here, just because somebody doesn't immediately take a side, they're the best people you want because at least they're open. And so those are the minds we can influence in the hearts and stuff. And so I never disparage. It's like somebody who goes to the gym who's drastically overweight and somebody makes fun of them for being heavy. It's like, come on, they're making an effort. Give them credit for showing up in a place that's very uncomfortable to be heavy and maybe feeling that they're going to be criticized. Well, similarly, if you come onto a panel, you're kind of vulnerable if you're not an expert or not someone who knows a lot about it. So I think it's fair to be nice to people first. That's all. And it's not always easy, right? Because you want people to get it because you get it. But yeah, people are what they are for a reason, right? Somebody says, I'm pro-Israel, debate me. Mama Diggs, are you in the queue? Yeah, Mama Diggs, the way it works is you come on up to the queue. You have to request. Let me see if you have enough followers. You have to have this, and this is not me. This is TikTok. You have to have at least 100 followers in order to come up live on a panel. So I can't like invite you past that. That's TikTok's rule. But otherwise, I would love to have you up. There is a way to acquire followers through different third-party companies. So I think it's like 25 or 30 bucks can get you like 100 followers or 500 followers. You can check it out. There's 3 or 4 reputable companies. Go to Reddit, the blog site, and look there because some of the more reputable ones, people who have tried different ones, will tell you which ones are scams versus which ones will actually help you out. But yeah, come on back when you have the followers, and I'd love to have you come up. Yeah, exactly. Too bad. I feel the same way. And I don't even look at it as a debate per se. I look at it as an honest and civil exchange of ideas. And I've probably talked to maybe 2,000 different people in conjunction with TikTok, other social media, and in my real life about these issues. And I don't try to talk through somebody or blast them. Most of the time, people aren't going to agree, right? But talking past each other is the problem. And I would not do that to you. And in fact, there was a guy that came on, I think it was about 5 days ago. And he said some things about what led up to the 1967 Six-Day War that I thought were, fair points that made me think a little more from a different vantage point. And that's the goal of all this, is to learn and try to maintain an open mind. So with that in mind, come on back when you can. I'd love to have you on here. It'd be great. Or maybe, dare I say, hop on someone else's account. I probably shouldn't say that, but yeah. And I welcome all voices on here. The only thing I do here, try to be pretty consistent. I don't do this myself. I don't attack people personally. And when the people are on as a guest, I ask my people in the audience not to do that because it just is counterproductive and unnecessary. So in that regard, you'll probably find that probably me and Eric Warsaw and maybe SoCal Smitty are probably the 3 live hosts who are probably the most reasonable, who don't interrupt people, who treat people with a smile and respect and listen, and then have some kind of a back and forth that hopefully gives the audience a good perspective of where we all come from, and hopefully learn some things, because I think a lot of people come here to learn stuff, which is great, as do I. Chad says, the way you stay calm and how you talk to others makes me think you were an interrogator in the military. No, I wasn't. But I was thinking about that last night. I was watching one of those like Law and Order type shows on Netflix briefly. And I thought I probably would like interrogation as like being a detective. Not that I want to work for law enforcement, but just that job would be one that I would enjoy, trying to find out what's going on and talk to people. By the way, if the police ever ask to talk to you, don't ever talk to the police, because nothing good comes of it. I'm always shaking my head when these people go in and talk to the police. It's like, you don't have to do that. I think people think they do and try to make themselves look innocent. And all you do is talk yourself into a corner, because these people are good who do that for a living. But thank you. That's a nice compliment. Do I think leftists are our problem? This is somebody who I think has their name in Hebrew with an Israeli flag. Are you talking about leftists in Israel, leftists in general, people who are left wing in the United States? Uh, I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Um, Generally speaking, I consider myself a leftist, but I'm not a liberal or on the left side of American politics. My ideas are more along the idea of communal, cooperation, helping each other, companies that are more cooperatively oriented, a much less disparity in wealth distribution, taking care of the environment, maybe have a little less industrial growth for the sake of not killing each other in terms of everything else on the planet as well. So that's sort of where I am. But I don't know what you mean by that question. If you rephrase it, I'll happily answer it. Because May's been a regular for a long time. And May, by the way, has a lot of experience with protest movements going back to the '70s. How you doing?
Hi, Chip. Great to
What's new?
see you.
I haven't heard from you in a long time. How you been?
Oh, I'm having few health problems, but
Oh, I'm
feeling better
sorry.
today. Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to run something by you that my grandson has been bringing up to me a lot, and
Okay.
it's probably something I maybe you don't want to like even it might be a waste of time because it's somewhat of I guess you could classify it as conspiracy theory, you know.
Well,
But
the key. Well, just real quick, the key in discussing it
okay,
is just say the words allegedly. Others say that, and then you can say whatever you
allegedly,
want.
right? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
What
Yep.
he has been telling me is that from what he has been seeing, he thinks that i- his opinion is that Israel or is can we, I'm very nervous when I come on live because I don't know what words I can say and what words I can't say. But Israel is because it's in its last days of its empire because it's anyway. But he says that they're desperate, and what's going to happen is that they're going to try to ignite or reignite the Islamophobia that caused so many people to be pro-Israeli, uh, and by actually perpetrating T attacks, on like undercover, making it look like say Arabs or Muslims are doing it.
It's a tried and true tactic. It happened in Iraq back before the founding of Israel, trying to get more people who are. It's alleged, I should say, that the Israeli gangs, put it that way, the pro-Zionist gangs, like David Ben Gurion, the Irgun, and others, the Stern Gang, went into Iraq, uh, put things that would make synagogues be no longer, and scare people into returning to Israel, thinking it was the local population that were doing it. And this is a tried and true tactic that has been alleged. And from outside appearances, if you listen to the media reports, you would be able to dismiss that. But if you look at where the benefits lie and what the shifts politically and societally are, yeah, that makes a lot of sense then. And so I also believe that Israel is trying to inflame a larger conflict. They want to draw the U.S. into a conflict with Iran, who's one of their long term adversaries, and Syria, which they already are doing, and as many others, because they don't have anything to lose. It's going to be American soldiers and American money and American equipment that will do the overwhelming amount of the battle. And this is the problem with Zionism is that it's always doing stuff like this. It's always thinking from a duplicitous, self-serving standpoint, and whoever gets hurt along the way, who cares?
Right. Wow. Well, it's pretty
So
scary.
I wouldn't doubt it for a second. People claim that there were, we talked about 5 men who were agents of the Mossad, that were dancing after the towers came down. And therefore, they
Right.
were interrogated by the FBI. They were held in U.S. prison for 5 months, and then they were released back to the Israelis and lived comfortably there ever after. Why would 5 Mossad agents be dancing and celebrating when the Twin Towers came down by supposedly a bunch of Saudis and a few other nationals flying planes in the buildings? That doesn't make any sense unless
Yeah.
you think of it from the other point of view that you mentioned.
Wow. Yeah.
And in terms of what happened in
He
Russia,
was even going back. He said the JFK because he's saying that who benefited the most. They were trying to develop a nuclear program apparently,
yep,
and
Yep.
Kennedy uh, uh, put the kibosh on it, so to speak. He didn't
Well, what he
want
was
them to
trying to,
develop.
what he was, just let you know, what he did was he was trying to gain access to do inspections of their nuclear power facilities so that they could not divert, material to a nuclear arms program.
Uh-huh.
But they wouldn't, his efforts were thwarted when he was no longer alive, obviously.
And did he also stand in the way of APEC?
Well, it
Because
wasn't AIPAC.
I,
It was called the American Zionist Council at that time, and they were trying to vie for domestic lobbying registration, so they wouldn't have to register as a foreign agent, they wouldn't have to pay taxes, and they wouldn't have to disclose their donors. And Kennedy was vehemently pushing back. It was actually Bobby Kennedy and Jack that were pushing back against that, and we saw what happened to both of them.
right, right. Wow.
So one could make a case rather persuasively that some of these things could be, or allegedly could be, tied together, along with other things where there's dots that could be connected, puzzle pieces that fit together. The problem is that the very bringing it up these days, as Candace Owens has recently discovered, it causes a lot of ripples in a big pond that we're not allowed to play in, and therefore people get, they get marginalized and they get punished and they try to be canceled,
Right, yeah.
unfortunately. I don't want that to happen to us, but I also feel like we should be able to talk about whatever we want. And listen, if something can prove it not so, great, let's get the evidence for that. And if it can't be proven directly, well, let's look at why the dots might connect rather than trying to dismiss it outright.
Yeah, totally agree. Well, thank you so much, Chip. Great
Yeah,
talking to you again. Have a
you
great.
too. I hope your health
Uh,
issues get themselves straightened out.
oh, thank you, thank you. Okay, bye
Sure.
bye.
Cool. See you next time. Thanks for being here.
All right.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Listen, it's amazing. This is the amazing part of social media. This is her grandson. I don't know what age he is, but I would imagine he's of TikTok age. And look what he's talking about. These kind of things would never be talked about by, people in their late teens, early 20s, early 30s back in the day. This is anomalous. And it's one of the beauties, and of course social media has drawbacks, but this is one of the beauties of it is that the distribution of information landscape has changed dramatically. Hence the efforts to get rid of it. Makes sense, right? Now, I don't know for sure if what he's alleging is correct. If we look at a lot of the major things that have kicked off in recent decades, a lot of people have said that. I think if you look at 10/7, for example, I know a lot of people who are Israeli who I've even mentioned this peripherally have gone ape crap on me for bringing it up, and others have too. The question is, did what happened on 10/7 have anything to do with serving other interests, or was it just completely happenstance? And we've heard reports that people were made aware, much like in the US, we got reports, our government got reports, that something that this bin Laden character was determined to do X, Y, and Z in the immediate future. A lot of that was going on from different governments. Same thing happened on before 10/7. The Israelis were warned multiple times. So you have to ask yourself, why are people, why would these things happen the way they happen, even in the face of warnings? Especially for a border that's as well guarded as the Gaza border is with Israel. That's a fair question to ask. When we have Israeli soldiers who are no longer working on the border, but have stood in front of a camera like this and said on a TikTok video, this is their words, not mine, I can guarantee you that a bird couldn't land on that border fence without us knowing about it, much less people cutting through it in 13 places and breaking out and doing what they did. Not going to happen. It's not possible. And this is from two different sources. One sort of, I guess, 30-year-old man, I guess, maybe a little bit older, and then another younger woman. I have both the videos recorded on my phone, and I have no reason to doubt them. They served on the Gaza border, and they protected the border. And they said, even on a holiday, there's just no way. So maybe there was something in the mix. I mean, remember, I did a video when this first all kicked off. This was going back to like October, maybe the 12th or something. I did a video that says, who benefits? Who would benefit from these things happening? How would Netanyahu and his circumstances benefit with all the unrest that was going on with the thing about the judiciary at the time, where they were trying to usurp or limit power of the Israeli Supreme Court like it's never been done before, to gain more power for the executive branch and the prime ministership and their coalition. That was a lot of unrest, which since just went away because everyone's got to rally behind the cause, right, when something like this happens. And Netanyahu was on the hot seat for corruption charges. The cases are proceeding, but obviously while he's in office and this is going on, you're not going to grab him out of there and put him in court. So it could have just, listen, I'm not saying anything happened for those reasons. I'm just saying that that could play in, and some kind of an alternative universe that could play a part. I think to be told you can't talk about it is a little bit absurd. And I'm looking around to see where my dog went real quick. I don't see her. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to yell her name. Just 1 second. I don't want to yell at you all. Sometimes she'll go running off the edge of this little field we're at. I can't find her. I don't see her right now, which is making me very uncomfortable. But maybe she's just off the edge. Oh, there she is. Nope, there she isn't. I apologize. I gotta get some eyes on her real quickly before I get back to talking. Anyway, so who knows? And then look what happened, in the U.S. and 9/11. These are all things that, you know, who knows? It seems like there's a lot of troublemaking going on, and there are people who could be instigating some of this trouble. There she is. All good. There's someone named Fizu who wants to come up. I don't think I invited this person, but I'll give him a.
Joe, नहीं रखना है.
Hello?
Hello?
Uh, I got it. Hey, Fizu, can you do me a favor? Are you coming into my live on purpose or by accident? Would you mind disconnecting, please? If you can hear me, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, Fizu, can you hear me?
Yes,
Maybe
yes.
no. Okay. Did you want to come into the live and speak, or are you just connecting by accident? I've never done a battle before. I don't even know how they work. Are people like trying to fight for coins or something like that? Is that how they work? Because I read somewhere that people that do battles on TikTok can make like 15 or 20 grand a month doing battles. I'm like, what? But I've never tried it. Now, let's not say that. We don't know what's going on. That's Daganos who said that. Daganos, why don't you come up here and talk? Daganos is a very staunch pro-Israeli listener, probably keeping an eye on me to make sure I don't say anything inappropriate. Fair enough. But one thing that's been happening, which I really think is unfair, I've never done this to anybody else on TikTok, is to mass report someone's video or their live. And that happened to me this past weekend, which really, it's such a dirty deed to do. I just don't believe in it. I don't know if anybody, so Daganos, I hope you didn't do that, because there was a guy that came on who was really angry at me for not being, I don't know, more balanced or something. So we'll see. But anyway, no, Daganos, seriously, if you want to come up, I'd love to have you come up. Have you come up before? I think you've come up before, haven't you? And Omer's here too. So how many followers does Omer have? He has enough followers. I think you have to have 100 to come up on a live, or is it 200? I'm not sure which one it is. Yeah, I've never watched a battle. They just seem silly to me. Like, what's the point? But maybe I'm missing something. Somebody says, oh, that's Aria saying that to Omar. But no, either Omar or Daganos. One of you wants to come up. I would absolutely love to have you as a guest. In fact, I'll see if I can invite you up. Let's see here. Sometimes people don't show up in my attendees, which is really weird. Anyway, but hey, no, somebody who's pro-Israel, come on up. I mean, I don't bite, as you well know. And there's always somebody smarter than me out there who can kind of set me straight. It's interesting, in the comments, we see this a lot. Someone will say, you're an idiot, you're a moron, you don't understand the conflict, you've never been there, you wouldn't understand. It's like, okay, well, let's go through one point where I kind of am off the reservation. But no one ever says anything, they never come up. So it's hard to take those kind of comments seriously. Anyway, so, getting to switch gears back to Julian Assange for a second. This poor guy can't catch a break. His wife, Stella, spoke today. I don't know if anybody watches Democracy Now!, but that's where I get some of my international news every morning. And she was actually supposed to be on the program. I don't know. I didn't watch that part of the segment, but Dagna says, that is not true. You always lie and deny. I'm sure you mean deny. Well, Daganos, I think saying the word, I don't know if you're talking to me, but you probably are. But to say someone's lying means they're intentionally distorting the truth, where they are aware of what the truth is, but they're not telling it. And it's if you disagree with my point of view or my take, that doesn't mean that I'm lying. It means that I'm presenting a process of thinking from which I've concluded certain things that may be different than the ones that you believe to be true. Is that fair to say? Because I don't say that, I don't really accuse most people who are sharing their point of view of being liars. They're presenting their point of view. So come on up, Daganos, and set me straight. Listen, if I'm lying about something, tell me the thing that I'm lying about so I can correct it, because I don't want to lie. I don't want to get it wrong. So I'm sure the audience would really like to see me corrected too. A lot of people say, "Oh, Chip thinks he knows something about this. Come, tell me what's up." That's fine. The top battlers on TikTok are making $10,000 to $20,000 a day. Oh my God! I need to change my role. I got to change my routine. Somebody says you repeat conspiracy theories like Netanyahu planned October 7th. I didn't say Netanyahu planned October 7th. I said who benefited potentially from it having happened. I didn't say he planned it. I said it's fair to look at who may have benefited from it. He may not have been involved at all with what went on, but there may be, put it this way. If you have a coalition of hard right wingers that had to be put together to stay in government, which is what happened, and one of those right wingers may not have wanted the government to change or thwart the efforts of what were going on with regard to X, Y, and Z, and they could have been influenced by somebody. I don't know. So he may have had nothing to do with it. It just seems, again, what I try to do is look at, like, for example, let's take the United States, for example. What happened afterwards once the attack on September the 11th occurred? What happened? The U.S. was able to completely change its foreign policy, the way it controls information at home, the rights of the citizens. Everything was changed through the Patriot Act. That would have never happened before that event. It couldn't happen. You could just say it's all by coincidence. It just happened, and this was just a response to what happened. You can make that argument. But I think it's a hard one to make that everything's just coincidental. Most things in life, especially in modern life, have someone's involved in what's going on. Like the Nord Stream thing that blew up. The U.S. claimed that the Russians did it to themselves. And if the Americans are claiming initially that the group ISIS or Daesh did what happened in Russia, do you believe that story? Because the first thing the Americans said about the pipeline was it was the Russians that did it to themselves. Do you believe that story? The first thing they told us when what happened on September 11th, within about 30 seconds on the news, when it was 19 hijackers coming from these Islamic extremist countries. Do you believe that? These are all fair questions to ask. Usually the first thing that's oft repeated is not what the truth is. So if you think that intimating that there may have been some other motive or means for what happened on 10/7, regardless from whom it came, I think that would be the abnormal or unusual, anomalous argument to take. Now, you may say, well, how can any sane human being allow something to happen that causes such harm to its own citizens, right? That's a fair thing to say. And that's a fair question to ask. What sociopathic madman or madwoman would even think of that, much less be involved in it happening, right? That's a fair question to ask. And there you go. That tells you the depravity of some human beings, that it's even possible for those people to even think that way. And I believe that a lot of people think in Machiavellian terms. And for those who don't know who Niccolo Machiavelli was, he coined a term called the ends justify the means. Thereby saying that whatever comes next, like we had the Patriot Act, we got to go on this huge militarism, this war on terror, that's completely changed the way the budget is for the defense industry, the war industry, and our projection of power militarily around the Middle East, which seems to be an objective congruent with the American consumptive, empire. And then look what's happened since 10/7. What has Israel been able to do that it may have wanted to do, but absent something as horrific as what happened on 10/7, it could never have been able to justify politically? Okay? I mean, this is just, these are the kind of puzzle pieces that people who try to think critically about geopolitics have to try to piece together. I always like to say that no one's privy to these backroom things, intelligence agencies, leadership of countries, or whoever's pushing the buttons. But what we can see is we can see the table and we can see some of the pieces laid out. And then we have a whole other part of it that we can't see how it's coming together. So you have to kind of guess where this piece goes. And eventually when enough pieces land, it's much easier to figure out the rest. But a lot of times we have little to go on, and we don't even get to see the box the puzzle comes in either. So we have to kind of figure that part out. So it ain't easy, and it's easy to be wrong. It's easy to make incorrect assessments. So if I find myself doing that, and Diagnose or others can come up and correct me, please set me straight, man. I'm just trying to figure out the puzzle best way I can. But the reason why I mention some of these things, and the reason why I'm critical of Israel, and people think I'm one-sided, but here's why I'm so critical. I've watched for decades as what Israel does to people that are non-Jewish. Not as bad for those who live in Israel, but obviously it's not equal. But especially people who are Palestinian and Arab, who appear to be people that are looked down upon by most people in Israeli society, unfortunately. They're supposed to be treated with dignity and respect, but they don't. That's just the way it is, unfortunately. And they've been brutalizing people for a long time in ways that aren't even necessary to maintain Israeli security. Why do they do that then? Why would we do that? Why would our soldiers do such a thing? Because they can. Why does Israel go through the north end of Gaza and destroy universities and hospitals and community centers and mosques and churches, et cetera, and multiple blocks of residential buildings? Everyone's cleared out. Why are they doing that? Is that providing security or preventing the enemy? Nope. Then why do they do it? Because they can. And that's what drives a lot of Israeli policy is they do things because they have the cover politically and militarily and financially to do what they do. And so they keep doing it. It's like the smaller kid at the schoolyard who's kicking kids in the shin with this bigger person standing behind them willing to back them up if any of the kids try to fight back. But that big guy is not always going to be standing back there. And what do you think all the kids at school want to do when the big guy's no longer backing up the little kid kicking people in the shins? I'll leave that up to your imagination. So it's unfortunate. And I've been arguing recently, as many others have, that what Israel has chosen to do, its leadership has chosen to do, not the entire population. There's a lot of people that oppose the Netanyahu government. Let's be straight, as many have said here. That's fair. But what the country is doing right now, and that group of people were elected, just like the Bush administration was elected by the United States. So the people are responsible ultimately for if they elect a group of people for what they do, just like they're saying the people in the Strip are responsible for since they elected that group. We know that half the people that elected them weren't even people that they claimed supported them weren't even alive at the time. But everyone in Israel right now who voted in whatever the plurality for this government, they're alive. They're here now and right now. And so therefore, they're accountable for some of what's going on. So therefore, as the Netanyahu administration continues to push against all recommendations for its own whatever reasons it wants to try to justify this, they looked as pariahs. And then anybody who's very voicefully supporting this are also looked at as pariahs. Like, what the hell's wrong with you, man? You're supporting the mass murder of women and children on a scale that's unimaginably cruel and barbaric and not in keeping with anything that involves morality, which is what is the self-professed nature of the military. So I don't know how one can look at that and say that you're moral. That's nothing but immoral behavior. Just as what was done to Jewish people during World War II was beyond immoral. And so I try to be consistent in that regard. Sorry, it's getting a little cold. And say that I try to keep the same standard of morality. Obviously, one situation in terms of scale was way out of control. But it's the same mindset that looks down on the other and permits one to do what they choose to do to the other at their will because they have the power to do so. And just as I don't condemn anybody who were in Warsaw, Poland, and living under, the mustache man's henchmen, keeping them in these small and horrific living conditions for fighting back, I can't condemn any resistance group worldwide, not just in this circumstance, for resisting the very things under which they find themselves that are oppressive. In terms of tactics, I'm not for civilians being harmed under any circumstances. And I think it's very reasonable to point out that that is unacceptable. It's war crimes. I agree with all that. I'm sad the hostages were taken that need to be released, and I agree. And hopefully, if this ceasefire goes through, they will be. But it doesn't seem like the Netanyahu government wants to stop what it's doing. And it feels like it has every right to do so. Maybe you agree with that if you support Israel. I think the world doesn't. I think if you look at the majority of world opinion, especially outside the Western world, it's not even close. And it's not because people are trying to gang up on Israel, not because people hate Jews, all that bullshit stuff that we hear all the time. It's because people have a basic sense of right and wrong. At least I think most people do. But for some reason, people in Israel have somehow lost their moral compass because their country's involved. I sit here as a U.S. citizen, and as I watch my country do things that are just out of control, I point them out for what they are, even though it's my country's team that's involved. And there are plenty of people in Israel who are critical of Israel. They're called anti-Zionist Jewish people. And there are plenty of people in Israel that feel that way, although most support Zionism and most support the state, even if they disagree with the particular government. And unfortunately, most are supporting what we're seeing, which is pretty disgusting. Given one's history, you think back to what happened to people's grandparents under that oppressive situation, which was probably one of the worst ones in modern times, and they're supporting something that is not too dissimilar as far as the early stages were concerned, not the latter, the early. And some people say, well, gosh, to even compare those things is absolutely inappropriate. No, it isn't, because the same mindset of superiority and supremacy pervades people, especially in Israel, but especially the more hardline Zionists and rabbis and people who believe in things like the Talmud. They think they're the shit, that they're the chosen people. You know what? They have that statement right, except for one word. That's the word the. So if they're the shit, just take that one word out of the middle and you'll probably have the right answer. So it's not so much the people involved, it's the behavior of the entities vis-a-vis the other. And yes, I can see from the Israeli perspective why someone would be mad of an attack on 10/7 or other attacks that have happened that have been horrible about civilians. But you can't look at this in good faith. You're being disingenuous if you don't recognize the context within which something like this happens. Otherwise, you have to be fair and condemn people who uprose in the Warsaw ghettos. If you're going to be fair, and you have to condemn the American patriots or American colonists for fighting the British. They should have sat back and just tried to shake hands and work it out somehow. So think of it from that point of view, and you'll be a little more fair-minded. I mean, there are those of us who really aren't trying to come at one group one way or the other. We're not paid by anybody. We're just trying to make heads and tails as people just trying to, like normal people do. And nobody's against anybody. This whole conspiracy thing about everyone's out to get the Jews, horseshit. That is used as a point of deflection to keep people from focusing on the war crimes and the negative behavior of the state of Israel and the hardline people who support that kind of behavior. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. The UN's not against Jewish people. They don't pile on and try to focus on Israel. The reason why there's so much focus on Israel, and yes, there are other things around the world that are worthy of focus that may not get as much as they need, but Israel is front and center because of the egregious nature of the things that they do so consistently and have kept doing for such a long period of time with no interruption, including building settlements, unaliving people in record rates, not caring about the other, and just being so over the top that it's hard not to keep an eye on it, right? Not that you're trying to pick on somebody. It's just like you keep doing all this crazy shit, you're going to get attention. And the U.S. gets plenty of attention too. The problem is that the U.S. and Israel, nobody can do anything about it because they're linked at the hip. Yeah, exactly. It's about accountability, not resentment. It's not about hate. At least it's not about hate towards the people. I can speak for myself. I do hate the actions of certain things that take place because I think they're immoral and unnecessary, and a lot of it's done by the government that is in charge of my country and has been for decades. Doesn't matter, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter. But in that similar vein, look at guys like Dave Smith. If you haven't followed Dave Smith at all, if you don't know who Dave Smith is, I highly recommend you look him up. He's on YouTube and Rumble. He has a podcast. He's a comedian. He's a Jewish American, and he's an anti-Zionist Jewish American. Has a lot of friends in Israel, cares about people who care for Israel, doesn't write people off because they do. But he sees this for what it is. He sees through the storytelling and the propaganda and sees what happens in Israel for what it is. And he talks about the story. He does a great job of, on the one hand, painting the story that people tell themselves, and he was told growing up, that Israel is this little nation defending itself, and if they don't handle these other people, they're going to be unalived in their total because they hate us and they want to just get rid of every Jew in the world. That's the story, right? So we have to protect ourselves from this little nation among all these big bully Arab nations. We got to protect ourselves because they're the aggressor and we're the person that's put upon. We're the victim. And he's like, but that's just not true. We're the ones doing the victimizing and then claiming to be the victim. That's not defending yourself. Dropping 2,000-pound bombs on densely packed civilian areas where there are no militants and it's being done just because it can be done, is not defending oneself. That's what's called mass murder. It's a war crime. Just like going into a kibbutz and firing weapons at a family that's maybe women and children or whatever it may be, that's a war crime. That's not defending yourself. Now, breaking out of your enclave that someone's blockading you into, engaging with soldiers and outposts and military intel and police forces, that's fighting. That's legitimate combat. So it works both ways. I try to be consistent on both sides. I condemn civilians being harmed by anybody, which includes militants who are breaking free from the thing. Although, if you look at the sort of the rules of engagement when it comes to international conflict, it's a lot more liberal for those that are dealing with being occupied or blockaded. They have a right by using what's called any means available, if you look at the Geneva Convention. But it's not ideal to use things that are on civilians. It's not good optics, and it is a war crime, I believe. So to that extent, I think the same investigation and approach should be taken for the H group, even though they're not a state actor. But Israel should be held to a higher standard because it is a state actor. They're supposed to have the moral army they profess to have, and they're signatories to the International Court of Justice treaty that says they won't do this kind of stuff, and yet they do, which is why there's an investigation. And there would not be one if they weren't doing these things. People have better things to do than harass the state of Israel, like take care of their own people, try to get out of poverty, try to deal with all their other problems. They don't want to go spend money and time chasing some silly Don Quixote effort to marginalize a country just because they do stupid shit on the regular. But this is over the top to an extent where they felt like they could not act. And I admire them for that. And they should do it more. I hope other countries will, especially for stuff that my country does, because our country does bad shit. And it doesn't matter if it was the US doing it or Spain or France or Germany, it doesn't matter. Because again, it's not about the actors, it's about the behavior. And if you're going to, I don't think it's fair for any of us to condemn the poor souls that were stuck in these different ghettos in World War II for fighting back. That would be incredibly cruel to say, how dare you? How dare you fight back? That's violent. You shouldn't use violence. There's other ways to solve problems. And look what happened to your people after you fought. Nothing good came of it. I've heard a lot of that going on from what happened with October 7th, condemning the age group for not caring about what the aftermath would likely be. So I just don't buy it. I understand the argument. I just don't buy it. And the interesting dynamic is that the world ain't buying it anymore. They are not buying a word of it. Most people around the world, most decent, honorable human beings that have two brain cells to rub together, have eyes and ears and brains, look at these images and look at what's going on. They have no dog in the hunt. They're not trying to, try to look at one side or the other, just making sense of their feelings and the images they see. And Israel, I think, is miscalculated. They've decided that they can just do whatever the hell they want. They can drop shit on whoever they want. They can shoot whoever they want. They can run over people with tanks. They can bulldozer. Keep on going down the line. Keep on saying it. And there'll be no consequences. Because so far there hasn't been. So I don't know what involvement their intelligence services have had in different things around the world. It wouldn't surprise me, but I don't have proof to back it up. So anyway, so while we have the audience here, I just want to let people know, I didn't even do this the last few lives. It's irresponsible of me not to, but I want to make people aware that first I record all these. So if you're somebody who comes in midway, you want to hear the rest, or you want to catch if you have to leave early, these all go up to my YouTube and Rumble channels, usually within a day, sometimes a lot sooner if I have time. There's about 3 or 4 chunks of different lives that happened over the last 2 days that are going up tonight, and this one will go up as well. So you can access those saved, archived live sessions by going to YouTube or Rumble, the link to which is in my profile. It says Linktree Chip Barnes. If you're in the US, you can click on it. It's like a little link below my profile. If you're outside the US, the text is written in my profile that you have to put into a web browser and then hit enter. It'll take you to a list. You'll see the different social media. It's on there. And then you'll see some Telegram groups, which are just little places where we can exchange ideas and stuff like that. It's self-explanatory. And then, which I'm supposed to mention, is that I have some donation links. Now, I'm not in this for money, but like anybody else, I probably spend 20, 30 hours a week doing this stuff. It's not a big deal. I love doing it. But at the same time, we got to pay bills, right? I have a rent. I have a car payment, like everybody. So if you want to give a little, great. If you can, wonderful. If you can't, don't worry about it. but there's like 5 ways that are listed there that you can do it. So I've been accused because I mentioned that I'm doing this just for donations. And if you think that's the case, never give me a penny if you think I have some sort of untoward motives. I'm definitely not being paid by the Palestinian cause or by people in Qatar or anyone else for that matter. So why the hell would I set that stuff up if I were? I wouldn't have to do any of this shit. Anyway, so I appreciate that. And hopefully you'll follow me. Is there anybody here who's seeing me for the first time? If you can you type the number 1 in the chat just so I can see if there's anybody new and I can welcome you? I should have done that first, but I forgot. And my eye, there we go. Hey, John, nice to see you for the first time. I know I look kind of weird with this hoodie on. It's a little chilly where I am. Welcome, Wazim Shakur. Is that Wazim Shakur? Am I saying it right? I hope I don't say your name wrong. 100. 100. You see me for the 100th time. Anyway, welcome everybody. I appreciate you being with me on this Tuesday. I talk a lot. For those of you who are new, my name is Chip Barnes. I'm an Army veteran. I served in the first Persian Gulf War back in 1990. And for those you don't know, that was a war where the U.S. was trying to push the Iraqi forces out of Kuwait, a small Gulf country that it invaded. And in my college years, I learned about this particular conflict right towards the end when I was about to graduate and go into the Army. And one of my classmates did a presentation on a very timely issue called the First Intifada, which took place. Intifada means uprising in Arabic. And that was a big uprising of the Palestinian people against the Israeli occupation. And of course, wasn't successful, as none have been, and their plight has remained. Sorry, my dog's running back here again. Where are you going, dog? I got to chase the dog down just a sec. So I was lucky when I was 21 years old to learn about this. So I've been following it for like 34, 35 years. I'm not an expert. I'm not a scholar. But I did happen to know something about it when it all took place in 10/7, more so than maybe others. So that's why I talk about it a lot. And trying to find my dog. Give me a second here. I got to yell her name. Just a sec. Just 1 second. She's fine. She's back in the park. Yeah, she drives me crazy doing that. So anyway, that's my background, and I'm sort of a serial entrepreneur, but I'm not doing so hot because of the Gulf War. A lot of the stuff we got exposed to is having its impact, which is a lot of people are going through this right now. So it's not just me, but it's made it a little hard to do things that are I don't know. I'm able to talk like this, thank goodness, but my ability to focus and concentrate has been destroyed, which is unfortunate. But it is what it is. So somebody says David can not only Arabs executed 900 of their own. Yeah, people often talk about the various massacres that took place in the mid 20th century, leading up to the formation of the state of Israel. Yeah, as the population of Jewish non-natives increased into the region, and I say non-natives because the people that have made up the majority of the population of the state of Israel are not native. They're not native to the land. They're not. You can verify that very easily. Benjamin Netanyahu being prime minister, look at his whole cabinet is from Europe, of European descent. So Netanyahu's family's from Poland. I believe Smotrich is from Ukraine. Ben Gvir, I think, is from Lithuania. Maybe who claim to be of the land aren't. It doesn't make them bad people. It just means they're not indigenous. And a lot of people who are pushed off their land in historic Palestine are. Not all, but most. And so you can look at the population tables going back to 1900. You can go look it up on Google right now. Type in historic population in historic Palestine, 1900 to present. Just look at the math. It's simple math. So it did cause some stirs. And yes, there were some Arab massacres of Jews by Arabs. It happened. They exist. If you look at the impact of the Arab versus Jew massacres versus vice versa, the numbers are incomparable, which leads us right into the current era, because the number of people who are Palestinian who are killed by the Israelis is way more, always, than the Israelis that are harmed by Palestinians. It's always been that way. There's always been a monstrously disproportionate response by Israelis to any kind of harm that comes to its civilians. And you may say rightly so. They deserve it. But still, I mean, if the tables were turned, and every time your resistance group, let's just say, for example, the people in Warsaw fought back and they went and got rid of everyone in town, like 500 people at once or something like that, whatever it may be. It's disproportionate. It's not reasonable. And what we've seen in this conflict is just right on down the line with that. Just, kill them all, sort them out later, right? That's what's been happening. So when I hear those kind of arguments saying, well, and then you'll hear things like, well, look at all the money that's been diverted to Qatar. Think of all the great things. Dude, don't hit that. That's diversion. Just let's talk about what your military has chosen to do and the excuses it's making for itself. And then we can talk about the money that's been diverted to Qatar. And that's all I ever hear in these conversations is, well, what about this? Well, if this would have been done this way, well, what about this person that did this? And I did? No. I'll own those things in terms of acknowledging them. And by the way, when I say I'll own it, I'm not Palestinian. I don't live in Gaza. I don't have any relatives. I'm not from the West Bank. But I'll acknowledge that those things have happened. I'm not happy that those things have happened because it would mean more resources to the people. Same thing in my country. But it's not abnormal for countries to put aside funds both to the corrupt leadership, but especially its forces, its armed forces, right? Now, the people from the H group don't spend nearly as much because they can't buy the stuff in the same way the Israelis can. They don't have a big country giving them stuff the way the Israelis do. So, in essence, they divert far less. And Israel gets theirs on a silver platter from another country. But if it had to spend its own money, it would. And society would be less for it, as it is in Gaza. So it all gets back to the same thing, and people are just talking out of their ass, which is unfortunate. Well, yeah, Israel does buy some things, but most of it is provided by the United States. And a lot of the other, money is fungible. So a lot of the things that Israel would have to spend money on, they have extra money to do with, like healthcare for their people and free, higher education and other services. Now that doesn't go for everybody, and there is a second-class citizenry in Israel. Let's be straight. I keep hearing this argument that, well, how come Danielle Amar does this? How come there are 2 million plus Arabs that live in Israel that are doing just fine, that are happy to be there? Well, they're probably happier to be there than in the West Bank or Gaza. I mean, that's just common sense. I'm sure that life is easier, even though it's not equal. Got it? Easier does not mean equal. It means easier. So if you're somebody who lives in Israel, and yes, some people have been very adept and moved through society and done well for themselves, as happens in the United States. But if you take the overwhelming majority of people who are minorities in this country, and you compare how much of that happens versus the whole, it's a small fraction, as it is in Israel. Somebody here, David, says they are equal. Yeah, David, they are, but not even on paper. Sometimes on paper they are. But we went through this yesterday. There's like 31 different ordinances or laws that are directly discriminatory to people of Arab descent. For example, the Israeli government owns 90% of the land in the country of Israel. And in terms of getting an opportunity to buy land from the government, Arabs can't do that. Arab Palestinians cannot buy land in Israel, period. Try it sometime. Ask somebody who's tried. Can't do it. Now, is that considered equal? I don't think that's equal. If you're Jewish and you come from Brooklyn, New York into Israel, you can buy land or you can buy property. But if you're Arab, you can't. If you're Palestinian. Now, is that fair? Is that equal? I don't think so. There have been tons of reports done by, B'Tselem inside of Israel, Human Rights Group, HR Watch, Amnesty International and others that have looked at the landscape of how Israel behaves, and it is an apartheid country. It's an apartheid country. And I have a whole litany of things that I recorded during yesterday's live. We went through it step by step. If you want to go watch it, it'll be posted tonight. But I have a list on my computer. I took a summary of it all and I put it into a document so I'd be able to have it for future reference. And basically, Israel does a lot of things that marginalize non-Jewish people. Let's face it, it's a Jewish ethno-state with some people in the country who happen to be non-Jewish, and some of the things on the books are permitted for all people, many aren't. And yes, people can have mobility in the country. I just said that. But that doesn't mean that everyone's able to sort of do the same thing. That is a complete lie. And just like in the United States, at least it's changing in modern days, but if you were white and a property owner back in 1776, you had rights and others didn't. And eventually we got to the point where we wrote the laws in for everybody. Women could vote, other people could vote, blah, blah, blah. But everybody doesn't have the same chance because they don't have the same starting point. And they don't give them the same consideration. I'm trying to find my damn dog. Just one sec. I had to yell again. Real quick. Just one sec. I apologize. Just a second here. Okay. She runs off like this sometimes. It really bothers me. Come on. Hey, come on. Sorry to yell. So, yeah, there's that. So, for those of you who say it's equal, here's my suggestion go talk to somebody who happens to be of Arab Palestinian descent who lives in Israel. Don't take my word for it. Go talk to them and say, hey, I want your honest opinion. I heard this guy on TikTok saying that things aren't equal. What do you think? Are things equal? Go down to an inner city, and I'm going to go to Detroit, Michigan, go to Flint, Michigan, go to any city in America and say, hey, you have equal rights under the law, just like Israelis do, right? Just like Arabs do. What do you, tell me, how equal is your life in America? And see what they say to you. Same exact thing. Same exact thing. So, on paper, does not make it so, just so you know. If you're Jewish and you live in Israel, life is grand, but not if you're not Jewish. But I will acknowledge, as Danielle has said, people who are Palestinian Arabs who stayed and lived in Israel don't want to leave, don't want to go to the occupied territories or Gaza. That doesn't mean that they're happy about how everything works in Israel. It means that they're happier there than they would be living under an occupation or a blockade. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Hey, Ruby! Sorry. Sorry about this. She's being very disobedient. Go, go. There she goes. Go. Anyway, so that's that. I don't know what else to say about that except for if you deny that, your eyes aren't open. You are listening, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, unfortunately, that you just refuse to look at reality. And but like I said, I understand the point of view. If I was living in Israel, I'd probably be happier than living in the occupied West Bank, because if you knew what Israel does to people in the occupied West Bank, you know why people wouldn't want to leave Israel. It's pretty damn bad. Anyway, and by the way, if you disagree with me on that and you want to come up and set me straight, tell me all the things you've been able to figure out over the years and why I'm wrong, come on up. I would absolutely love to be set straight, because if I got it wrong, I don't want to be wrong. Okay, I got the dog on the leash now. Thank God. Just one sec. Okay. Does anybody want to come up and share their point of view? I'd love to hear your input, since I've been talking this whole time for the most part. Excuse me. Especially somebody who's pro-Israeli. Come on up. I like to say I don't bite. Excuse me. A bug flew down my throat. Now, let's talk about what Israel's done in Gaza. I've heard people argue that Israel doesn't occupy Gaza. Well, that's technically true. If you look at what happened in 2005, Israel withdrew its people forcibly from the settlements it had illegally built in Gaza. Let me make that clear again. It withdrew its people from the settlements that it had illegally built in Gaza, had no right to do it, was doing it on land that was stolen. It didn't give anything back to the Gaza. Israel didn't give them Gaza. That's an often repeated claim. Israel didn't give anybody anything. They returned stolen property. They exited stolen land. And then you hear the comment, we gave them Israel, all we got were rockets. All we got was rockets, right? Well, here's a question for you. Why do you think that a group of militants would choose to fire unguided, crude, homemade, large bottle rockets into the territory in which that someone from Israel lives, when the Israeli government just decided to extract its illegal settlers from your territory? Is that considered a slap in the face? Somebody who's unappreciative of what was just done? So let me give you an example. So that same high school bully we were talking about earlier, let's say that you are the person subjected to the bully. And the bully has a huge boot that's on the side of your head and has you on the ground with your hands tied behind your back. And this crazy ass bully has grabbed, five little, pocket knives, and they just kind of jabbed them into you, starting from your calf on up to the side of your shoulder, right? In 5 different spots. And then the bully, after a while, because you're squirming a certain way, decides, okay, you know what? This is too much of a pain in the ass. I'm going to grab one and take it out. And so he pulls it out. It hurts, but takes it out. You're glad. You're very happy, by the way, that one of the knives are out of your side of your body. Like, who wants to have five? Four is better than five. But there's still four, meaning the occupied territories. The body of Palestinians is not just the calf in Gaza. It is the entirety of the side of the victim, theoretically in this case, on the ground with the boot on its neck, which is the Israeli occupation. So I would say politely, hey, dumbass, when you take one knife out of somebody, they're still rather unhappy and feeling rather unpleasant. If you take all five out, get the boot off their neck and get the hell away and stop bothering them, that's different. Then you have a right not to expect any kind of, any kind of aggressiveness or force because you've given somebody a chance to have autonomy, you've gotten off their back, etc. But until you do that in totality, you have no right to expect jack squat. And why would you? If you were under that circumstance, let's say, for example, that you lived, let's say that the mustache guy decided to shut down one of the camps. So now there's no more Birkenau or whatever the case may be, or just pick one. I know. Some people get very angry when you even bring. I'm saying, how would you feel if a small part of your oppression was alleviated? You'd feel better than all of it being there, but you'd still be pretty upset about the rest, right? That's why there were rockets. It's not hating Jews. It's not the 1988 charter. It's not the boisterous nature of some of the more outspoken members who probably do have some anti-Semitism in them. It is the oppression stupid, like it's the economy stupid back in the 90s, right? It's the oppression stupid. So how can you expect another people who feel solidarity amongst themselves, even though there's been a political divide between the territory and the leadership? One agrees to be more conciliatory in the West Bank. One wants to be more militant in Gaza, and they have a different alleviation of your plight.
Hello.
Anyway, so
Nigger, nigger,
hello.
nigger, 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 nigger,
I think that's somebody who's about 5 years old, and I don't know. That's pretty inappropriate. But anyway, let's skip that person. Okie doke. So basically, that's why I think people who make those statements are either propagandized or they just don't have concern for somebody. They just can't see something straight. The Ben Shapiro's of the world would say something like that. And the Ben Shapiro's of the world are one-sided, selfish, self-centered Zionists. That's it. They have zero compassion for somebody who's not on their team, and they can only see it from one side. And I think that's not how most of us are. Okay, somebody says they want to come up. I think their name was Kenny991. David, what I have to do is I have to have you request. I can't just drag you up. And unfortunately, David, the way TikTok works, this is not me. This is just the TikTok system. In order to come up on someone's live, I think you have to have either 100 or 200 followers. And that's just a TikTok rule. So, and people like me, we can't host a live until we have 1,000 followers. So that's the TikTok minimum requirements. No offense to you, no, just the rule. But I would be happy to have you up any other time once you have the threshold met. I promise. But David, I would imagine you disagree with me about that. And so, I think it's hard to think from the other person's point of view. I get that. And I think what the position, as I understand it, that most Israelis espouse and most people who support Israel is that we were attacked on 10/7. What do you expect Israel to do? Not defend itself? I hear that a lot. And I've heard that Israel has been sustaining attacks for decades. Buses in Tel Aviv, cafes, things with people, doing the, with cars and so all sorts of different acts of violence. And what are they supposed to do? Just sit back and take it? Well, of course not. But the reason is why? Why does somebody do that? Are they just haters? This is the part that gets lost. I always like to ask somebody, why did the H group form in the first place? Why did they form? Did somebody have nothing better to do on a Thursday? I know. Let's set up a group to go kill Jewish people. Let's do that. No, let's play cards. No, let's play checkers. No, let's go do the other one. No, they do it because they're angry over how they've been mistreated by the people who have organized this project, which are called the Zionists, who are a settler colonial land grab. I went through quotes yesterday of David Ben Gurion, who admitted as much. We're taking their land Of course they're not going to be happy about it. They're the ones who've been living here. Why would they? I mean, it's so ridiculously common sense. And then people will say, well, God gave the land to the Jews 3,000 years ago. Okay. Well, then, you know anybody in the United States? Because I'll say 30 years ago, my spaghetti monster guy said it was my land, so I'm going to go take your house. Right? And you're like, well, I don't believe in the spaghetti monster. Well, they don't believe in your God, dummy. There you go. Same shit. So anyway, it's hard to see something from somebody else's point of view, but when you take and punish and brutalize and make suffer and make miserable and do all sorts of the things that the Israelis do, and I don't know if David has seen Life in Occupied Palestine by Anna Balter. Not a Palestinian woman. This is a Jewish American who was brought up in a very Zionist household, who just so happened to go live in the occupied territories to disprove her friends that were telling her that these bad things were happening. So she went there. She went to live there to say, I'm going to prove these people wrong. And what she found out shocked her. And it left a huge impression on her for the rest of her life. She still talks about it publicly. And she created a documentary on YouTube. It's free to watch. It's called Life in Occupied Palestine. And again, I know it's hard to even consider watching things like that because you don't want to destroy the belief system that you have. You don't want to watch things that are going to make you reconsider the way you think. But I invite anybody to do that because the more we challenge ourselves, the greater our base of knowledge becomes. If you want to live in an echo chamber, that's why I want to have people come up here so they can share their views and we can think about what they have to say. But you have to have, I think, 100 to 200 followers to do that. So, but by all means, please come back. I'll be doing these lives for as long as I can draw breath until something else happens, whatever that may be. Anyway, somebody says, my opinion, in 2023, H said they wanted peace and Israel was slowly being flexible on the border. That's not true. Israel was allowing certain workers to come in, but that was because the companies wanted cheap labor. Same thing happens in the United States on the border. Same excuse. So it has nothing to do with wanting to help the people and everything to do with wanting to help the Israeli businesses and the people get more money. Just it's capitalism. It's the way it works. But no, alas, Israel's been controlling everything in Gaza for a long time. 17, 18 years worth of it. And I know it's probably hard to imagine because none of us have lived under those circumstances, but imagine for a second if you couldn't get chocolate unless you smuggled it in. A lot of things you can't get unless you smuggle it in. Imagine living in a situation where you can't leave. I'm sure that if you're someone who lives in Israel or support Israel, you've probably traveled there and you've probably come and gone. Well, imagine if you couldn't go. You're stuck. Someone else controls you. They control your movement. They control the things you get access to, whether it's water, fuel, food, electricity, medical supplies, which we're seeing when one decides to cut them off, the impact it has on your people. People starve to death. People die from medical conditions that are easily preventable with basic modern medicine. So just imagine for a second being subjected to those controls by another. And imagine if you lived in a different territory with rather than it being blockaded in by a bunch of walls and a bunch of fences. Imagine if you live in a territory where a soldier every single day that you want to go to work, you have to pass through multiple checkpoints. You can be by the Jordan River, for God's sakes, and you still have to cross through checkpoints. Why is that? Is that on the border? Nope. So why does Israel require people to go through checkpoints as far inland as the Jordan River? Because they can. Because their goal is not to do anything other than make people miserable and control them every bit of their lives. So imagine getting up for work today. Many of us did. And imagine driving to work, and instead of it taking you 20, 30 minutes, it takes you 7 hours. Why does it take 7 hours? Because some 18-year-old punk at a checkpoint decides you're not going through. Nope, it's not going to let you through right now. We'll let women and children through, but no men until 4 o'clock today. You're like, what? Why are you making that decision? Because they can, because they control you. Now imagine trying to run a business or develop an economy based on those constraints. Just think for a second. We always hear these people brag, look how great we are. We made the desert bloom. Look at our economy. Look at theirs. Do you think that might have something to do with it? You look down on these people, you think they're absolutely incapable of running an economy and doing things with modern systems. They're very well educated people. They have advanced degrees. They just don't have the ability. They are choked off by a ridiculously oppressive group of people they're control freaks and they're mean spirited. They're mean, cruel, barbaric control freaks. And they've always been that way, and they will always continue to be that way until someone stops them from being that way. That's the unfortunate truth. I wish I could say something nice. I often say, if you haven't heard me, I would love to say very, very nice things about the Israelis, the government. But the thing that I can't do is say something nice about something that isn't nice. And I like to say, give the public something to work with. Do something admirable, like don't unalive 35,000 people, for example. And we'll say it was great to see the Israelis show constraint. They could have gone in and killed 35,000 people. They didn't. They were very selective with the force they used. They only went after the enemy. Good for them. We can't say that because they didn't do that. You get it? It's not because somebody's after the country or the people. It's because the behavior of the said country and people is garbage. So that's again, it all comes back to the same thing. And this is the problem with Zionism, which people don't understand. Why are people against Zionism? Why do people not like Zionists? Well, it's not because anybody's angry at somebody who wants a homeland. That's not it. I mean, good for you. Glad you have a safe place to be, that the people with whom you identify are free from oppression. Awesome. But at whose expense? And what the hell did they do to cause you problems such that you took places where they live? Why would you do that to them? Again, because you could, because you had the backing of other powers. Somebody said here, Rory says, wrote Judah, or Jude says, Chip, do you want to annihilate the Israel state? No, I don't. Well, people misinterpret that. Well, for example, let me ask you what you mean by that term. When you say annihilate the state, do you mean annihilate the people? Because I absolutely do not want to do that. And I don't want anybody else to do that. If you look back at how life was in, like, say, 1925, 1930, in the territory, what didn't you have? You did not have a Jewish ethno-state, heavily armed and backed by the West, which forcibly expelled people from their land and further subjected them to occupation and blockade. Didn't have that, and settlements. Didn't exist. Wasn't a thing. So when people say from the river to the sea, they don't mean to get rid of Jewish people. Now, there may be some people who are of the ideology that want to continue the project that I just laid out, and those people may not have a welcome mat because they are maniacs, and they're willing to take from others to their benefit, and they may not be they can't be rehabilitated. So not to say they should be left unalived. I'm saying that they should be allowed to apply for a visa, and if they can't stay because of their predisposition for horrible behavior, then they have to find another place to set up shop. That's what people want. That's not going to be politically practical. But no, I think the entity that calls itself Israel right now and the way it's politically run will not exist in 30 years. Maybe 20, maybe sooner. Depends on conflict. That doesn't mean that there shouldn't be a safe place for people to be and that people who are Jewish won't still live there. Of course they will. But it means that the poisonous nature of what the regime does towards its own ends, that has to end. That behavior that accompanies the existence of it has to end. Not the people, and not necessarily the structure of the communities and stuff like that, because a lot of it's been built out. It's not going to change, which is fine. But right now, what's going to probably have to happen, and I know nobody wants to admit this, there's going to have to be some sort of representative government that represents everybody, not just Jewish people. The idea of a racist Jewish ethno-state that subjects others to second-class citizenry or doesn't give anyone else rights because they decide they don't want to, that can't persist inevitably. And I don't think it will. But no, I don't want to annihilate the entire state of Israel. I want it to shift its political structure to incorporate human rights and legal rights and democratic rights to everyone who equally deserve them. And then there'll be a chance for peace. Will it be perfect? No. Are things perfect in the U.S. that has a functioning democracy? Nope. They aren't perfect in Israel that has a functioning democracy. But they'll be a sure sight better than they are today, especially for people that are under the occupation and subjugation of a bunch of rabid Zionists. So I hope that answers your point of view. And again, people always use the excuse saying, oh my God, they want to go from the river to the sea. They want to get rid of all the Jews. This is a Ben Shapiro common talking point. No, they don't. Anybody at a protest or a rally for Palestine that says Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. Well, that's called a genocidal chant, right? No, it isn't. People want to be free from the structures that create oppression, that created land displacement, land theft, murder. You know, it's not something that most people like being on the wrong side of. And neither did your ancestors who were on the wrong side of it vis-a-vis the Germans. And for the very fact that they were put through that, and that their descendants can't see that and realize what they're doing is wrong, is beyond me. Because one should learn. That's what Norman Finkelstein said. He wrote a book called The Holocaust Industry, where the horror show that the Jewish people were put through by the Germans is used as an excuse or leverage to do things to benefit them further by subjugating others the same way their grandparents were subjugated. That to me is just bonkers. Okay, so we have Mind Wars that wants to come up and talk. So Mind Wars, how you doing? Apologize for the background noise.
How you doing today, Mr. Barnes?
I'm okay. What about yourself?
I'm doing great. As always, a pleasure to hear you speak.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes I'm like, hey, you're a little on one side of the thing, but when I do my research, you're always on point.
Well, thank
Um,
you. And if I get something wrong, by all means, tell me. Okay.
yes, sir. I have a comment that I wanted to make. Well, I don't know if it's a comment more than a statement.
Okay.
Um, Me personally, the way that the situation is going and the way that the behavior is of the regime in Israel right now, I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit worried because I think we're looking at something that could get very ugly. And I think that we're getting to a point where we're kind of we're backing up these guys they're in the corner right now. I mean, behind the scenes, they're probably not 100% isolated, but I think it's going to get to a point where we might just see some things that aren't going to be good. I'm afraid. I'm actually worried that something's going to happen that are going to be blamed on others, but will be done by someone else.
Yep. It's
And
very likely.
I just wanted to hear what you thought about that.
Well, I think in all probability, without the ability to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt, because that's not, I don't have that ability, but I think we've probably already seen some things, I would guess, that are right along those lines, and we'll probably be seeing more. My guess was a while back was that the Israelis are trying to get the Lebanese to take the bait, Hezbollah, so that the war will expand into Lebanon, which will draw in Iran and the U.S. and lead to a regional conflict, maybe even a global conflict. Israel only benefits by having its partners come into its defense. And by having all out war, they will completely protect the Jewish state accordingly as an ally. And that's not necessarily going to be the case absent that. And so it's beyond me as to why the leadership is trying to conduct itself the way it is in terms of what it's chosen to do in Gaza. But maybe it's towards that end to try to inflame passions and draw people into long-term war.
Well, I would say that's definitely a given because that's like part of their pattern. They're like, I mean, it's almost like the Zionist ideology is like a narcissistic entity that like lives in the minds of the people that have actually been indoctrinated to believe in it. And to
Absolutely.
me, my whole thing is this: when are they actually going to turn against their allies? You know what I mean? That's the thing that I'm trying to get to, like, because it's extremely possible. And
Well,
thank you for having me on, by the way.
yeah, just to let you know, those conversations have already started with respect to what just happened with the UN vote of abstention. There are people right now in Israel saying that, even Netanyahu heavily criticizing the Biden administration for allowing that to happen. They feel like they've been abandoned. And it's like, give me a break. You've been allowed to do this stuff for the last 6 months or whatever it's been, unchecked. In fact, it's been fueled and protected by the very country now you're scorning for not giving you the permission to go, from 95% to 98% of what you want to do. Sometimes common sense has to prevail, and I think the politics of this have reached such an extent for the Democrats that they realize, oh my God, this is almost an an unwinnable comeback we have to fight, but we have to start with something. So that's what I'm
Better,
saying.
better late than never. Better late than never, right? I mean, even if it is a futile attempt.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm for less harm to people than more, and I think that anytime you can prevent unnecessary death of people, that's a step in the right direction.
A hundred
But
percent.
but even if, as they say, we hear this before, I'll repeat this. This gets so old to hear. So, if the H group let down their weapons and turned themselves in, and the H group released the hostages, we'd have peace. If the Israeli let down their weapons, the Jews would be annihilated. We hear that all the time. Guess what? If the H group releases the hostages and lays down the weapons, the Palestinian people are going to be in way worse shape because they were in bad shape before this started. None of the variables that were supposed to be, that needed to change, have changed for the better for decades. They've only gotten worse. What do you think will happen if they lay down their arms and don't do anything? It's going to continue to get worse.
Mr. Barnes, you are 110% right, but I would like to say that you are on the fence of getting into something. Sometimes telling the truth can get us into trouble. And you know what? I love the fact that you're willing to do so. And whatever you do, man, I would love to like support it. This is amazing. Listen, I've listened to a lot of people on TikTok, and most of the time, what you get is a bunch of people arguing back and forth about the same narratives that you hear all the time. You actually bring a totally different perspective to what's happening right now, and I really appreciate that. I wanted to just say that, and thank you so much for having me on. Take care of yourself. Peace and blessings to you and yours.
Yeah, thank you for the nice words and thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's. I think the term is someone has to say it, or someone had to say it, or whatever you want to call it. But if something bad happens to me, it happens. So be it. I mean, I've had 56 pretty good years, going on 57, and no complaints either way. But probably I'm still a small fish, so hopefully there's nothing, no particular radar that people of my size are on. Probably not. Probably not even significant enough to even give a second thought to. Anyway, so if there's anybody else that wants to come up and talk, I'd love to have you. I'm walking the last about 7 or 8 minutes home right now with the dog. Probably when I get in, I can keep it going, but I have to do some stuff while I do it. So as long as people don't mind some noise and some food prep, I'm happy to do it. But eventually, I do have to eat a little bit. I don't want to be chewing while we're talking. Anybody else want to come up and share your point of view, or even better, if you're somebody who opposes and you want to share your point of view, that would be fun. Have I heard of Gabor Mate? Yes, I have heard of Gabor Mate. For the audience members who don't know who Gabor Mate is, he's somebody who's written extensively and he's studied addiction. He's the father of one, Aaron Mate, who's a member of a journalist, an independent journalism group called the Gray Zone, founded by Max Blumenthal. Anya Pomperil is also part of the team. She was interviewed today on a pretty significant channel by Clayton Morris. Anyway, so that group is very impressive, by the way. If you've not been to the Gray Zone, you've probably heard of Max Blumenthal, but I met Max, I've not met Aaron, and I'm very fond of their work. Anyway, so Gabor Mate is somebody who was extremely young, an infant, barely escaped the Holocaust. Barely escaped the Holocaust. And they came to Canada, where he's established his life. He lives in Canada. Aaron lives in the States. And he's a very thoughtful man. And he is an anti-Zionist Jewish person. And he speaks very articulately about, why he feels the way he does. And the fact that especially with what happened in World War II, like I've said, it's impossible to fathom how one group of people could mete out the same sort of mistreatment, as was meted out to their grandparents. How can you possibly justify that? And yet here we are. So you can look him up. He's on YouTube a bunch, and you can look up. He spoke with Russell Brand when he was on Russell Brand's podcast before Russell had his more formal show now. And just type in Russell Brand Gabor Mate, Gabor Mate, Gabor Mate. And I think you'll find it interesting. Now, recently, there's also a video that he did with both of his sons. He has another son, his name escapes me. But they had a conversation about this very issue and how it affects their family as how they identify as Jewish people and how they feel about the conflict and what they've come to know and the criticism they've gotten for sharing their views, etc. Interesting conversation. So there are a lot of people in the world that feel the way that people like Aaron Mate. Max Blumenthal is also Jewish, and he speaks out against the conflict. There are a lot of people who are Jewish. There's historian Ilyan Pape, who's Israeli, Of course, there's Miko Peled, who's the son of an Israeli general in the IDF. He's a very outspoken critic of Israel. Of course, we have Norman Finkelstein, Noam Chomsky, many others who happen to be Jewish, who happen to understand geopolitics and understand decency and morality. And of course, they side with the oppressed, as they should. So I can understand why somebody wants to support Israel, why they want to support a homeland for Jewish people. I don't think there's anything wrong with that aspiration at all, of course. It's a good thing to be safe from harm. But there has to be a but in there. When you do it on the backs of others, just as was done in the U.S., I can't disagree with that. Our forefathers unalived the native population, stole land from Mexico, took over Hawaii, the Philippines for a while. We've done all sorts of horrible things as Americans. It didn't just happen in the last, modern part of history. It's been happening since our founding. But that was back in 1810, 1770, all those things like that. I can't do anything about that. But what's happening right now while we're alive, is what's happening in the occupied territories. And the slaughter that we're seeing, where tens of thousands of innocent men, women, and children are being mass murdered by a maniacal, sadistic, brutal, bunch of thugs who call themselves Zionists and try to justify it with silly arguments like human shields and that they're going after the enemy. The world sees it for what it is. They know it's a bunch of lies, and that's why they're coming after the behavior. But no, I don't think anyone should want to wish harm on Jewish people anywhere, inside the U.S., outside the U.S., inside of Israel, anywhere. And to the extent that anybody feels, uncomfortable that anti-Semitism is on the rise, I think that's a bad thing. And people should not be singled out for something that somebody else did, just because they identify with a member of a broader group. And at the same time, I would want one to consider weighing that discomfort with the actual pain and suffering of either losing family members, losing your own life, or watching as your brothers and sisters are twisted and torn apart on the end of Israeli firepower. Because that type of harm is irrefutable. So yes, we should be cognizant of others' pain and suffering, as many have asked me to do with respect to what happened on 10/7. Fair enough. But the disproportionate response and the number of civilians that have unfortunately left the earth is outrageous, unacceptable, and injustifiable under the best of any kind of reasoning. It just is. So that's how I feel. That's how I felt for a long time. And I'm just, I knew the response was going to be harsh. I knew it was going to be disproportionate. But I had no idea it was going to take to this extent. And it looks like it's going to continue if the Netanyahu government has their way, against all pressure and all suggestions from sane people looking from the outside in. He seems to be a person on a mission. This is some sort of crusade. You got these red heifer things going on. It's just, the whole thing seems just like a bunch of insanity, and very similar to what we saw in World War II in terms of the mindset, not necessarily in the total scale, of course, but the idea that one group sees themselves as more important than the other, and therefore they can wag their tail and push their weight around however the hell they want, free from any concerns, because they're the chosen ones, and it should be so. And that's very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. And I think it will be stopped, just as it was in World War II. I don't know how exactly that's going to play out, but I think most decent people around the world looking in want this kind of behavior to stop. What changes politically and economically with the structure of the borders and the political systems and the allies, a lot of it's going to depend on what form conflict takes, if it does happen. Absent conflict, I think the political tide will take longer, but including conflict, it can happen a lot sooner than we expect. If you remember, there's been a recent video that shows the president of the Russian Federation attending a gathering of international leaders, and he literally is seated next to Netanyahu and I forget the other foreign leader, and he walks right past Netanyahu, who's seated, doesn't even look at him or acknowledge that he exists, and sits down and shakes hands with everybody else, and just sits down like a badass, like that guy wasn't even there, like he's a ghost. And that tells you how real, honorable human beings feel about Benjamin Netanyahu and what Israel's doing. Because the behavior is rogue, because they don't care about anybody but themselves. Why should anybody even acknowledge somebody who behaves that way? And I think that's fair. Going back inside here for a second, so it might be a little bit of a transition with the signal. Excuse me for doing that. I'll just say really quickly while I'm going through this part of the inside. I do these lives sometimes off the cuff like tonight. Generally speaking, my set schedule, for those of you who want to know, is on Wednesday nights from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern, and then on Saturdays from 12 noon until 4 p.m. Now, a lot of times they go longer just because we get into good conversations, but that's the schedule. These are all recorded, and they go up onto the internet on my YouTube and Rumble channels, usually within a day or so. So if you want to check it out, if you missed part of it, etc. I have a link tree in my bio, which you can click through if you're in the US, which will take you to those links. Or if you're outside the US, I have written into my bio the characters you have to type in to reach that link tree address. Just pop it in your browser here and you'll be there. I have some donation links if you like the work I do, if you like the angles I'm taking, if you like how I run my things. I got to survive like the rest of us. So I'm not doing it for profit. I'm doing it for survival. And I won't say any more than that. Anyway, so it disappoints me that the other people who host lives on the pro-Israeli side are so incredibly mean-spirited and rude and disrespectful, and they interrupt when they come on to other people's lives. If Mo Pesci is here, he can attest to this. He hosts a lot of good lives. And, Eric Warsaw does a good job, SoCal Smitty. But my experience has been, and again, I've had a lot of lives. And by the way, there are some exceptions. There was somebody from the Palestinian side yesterday who was very amped up and was not being respectful, which I don't think is good. But that's the drastic exception. Most of the Palestinians I found here are mostly calm pro-Palestinians, and versus their pro-Israel counterparts who are mean, rude, arrogant, dismissive, condescending, interrupting, talking over people. Just an inability to be civil and decent, because they believe that anything they have to say is more important. Again, getting back to that mindset of being more important, being God's chosen people. How could anybody harm us? Because we're the most important people. Oh my God, we were harmed out of the blue. Nothing happened before them. We are innocent, and these crazy people just attacked us. No, they didn't. Your country, the one you so beloved, which is great, does a lot of things in your name that you don't know about. But the rest of us who do can't look away from it and go, yeah, you're right. We're sorry it happened. People don't just attack each other for no damn reason. The Russians did not go into Ukraine on a whim, as we're told. It just doesn't happen. I believe the story about the Russians going in for no reason other than Vladimir Putin's a madman and he wants to reestablish the Soviet Union. If you believe that crap, well, then you'd believe the same story about what happened on the 7th, that they just went in because they hate Jewish people. That's it. They just hate Jewish people. They want to unalive Jewish people. These people are just violent. They don't want peace. They want to kill us. We got to get rid of them, right? That's what we hear. That's what we hear. That is an absolutely third grade, simplistic, black and white portrayal of something. There's a lot more nuance to it. I mean, even the head of the UN, excuse me, I got to blow my nose real quick. I know that people who are pro-Israel think the UN is against Israel. And they cite examples of the disproportionate focus on Israeli, different resolutions, etc. I spoke to that earlier. If your country didn't do so many horrible things, no one would focus on you. They wouldn't pay attention to you. They wouldn't give a shit. You go be you, we'll be us. Don't worry about it. Just mutual trade. But that's not how it works. So when you're horribly mistreated, imagine yourself right now. You're standing at the Home Depot, if you're somebody who's pro-Israel, and somebody comes up and just smacks you in the back of the head. And then says, hey, be polite, deal with it. And you're like, dude, what? No, fuck you. Right? That's a normal human reaction, right? You get smacked in the back of the head. You want to do something about it, at least address it. But somebody else says, hey, be peaceful. Come on, stay in your place, be peaceful. Imagine going through that experience for 75 years of figuratively being smacked in the back of the head, and way worse. And somebody having the gall to tell you to back off and be peaceful and to just deal with it in some other way. I mean, can you imagine how you would feel if somebody had the gall to say that to you, much less brutalize you if you didn't behave the way they wanted you to? and hitting you again and again and again and again and again and again, and giving you no chance to get out from the fact of being smacked in the back of the head. You couldn't leave. You were strapped in. Imagine how that would feel eventually if it just kept happening and happening and happening and happening, right? Red Rum, which is an interesting name from The Shining, says, and this is all caps. By the way, Red Rum, if you could be so kind as to use the non all caps like the rest of the folks. And do you blame Israel with everyone lying and been the victim just defending themselves and have? I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Um, what the point that I make and others tend to make when it comes to how Israel speaks of itself on the public stage, it tends to portray itself as being victimized by a bunch of violent neighbors, all of which practice Islam, who hate Jewish people and want them to gone forever, and want them, want all the land back for themselves because they're on this Islamic crusade of fanaticism. There was somebody on my live yesterday on the live named Cherie who said as much. And I like Cherie. I enjoy hearing her speak. I like to have her on as a guest. But those types of narratives, this is the interesting thing about what we're seeing right now. When you claim you're a victim, but then you then ridiculously, disproportionately victimize somebody else, the world looks at what you're saying and says, no, that doesn't fly. That conversation cannot, a company can't be in the same zip code. You can't kill 15,000 children seemingly on purpose, at best, callously, indiscriminately not caring about it, but it looks like on purpose in most cases, and then tell somebody you're victimized, you're the victim, and you're just defending yourself. That just, people are not fucking stupid. If they're not aware of the situation and it goes on for decades and they're not told about it, well, then they don't know. But people now know. And so you can't play the victim card anymore. This Zionist victim card that's been popped out at any second, calling people anti-Semitic, trying to deflect and force them to shut the hell up, ain't working anymore. Because people are so emotionally affected by the behavior that your government has chosen to mete out on Palestinians, and that most of the population unfortunately supports, that they have no sympathy for anyone. It doesn't have to be Israelis or Jewish people, anybody who would choose to do those things and then tell people they're the victim. They're like, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. So therefore, you shouldn't expect people to buy your story when you're doing one thing and saying something completely different, right? And again, I would argue that if you're someone who supports Israel and you want Israel to have a flourishing future, the last thing you want to do is overplay your hand in a situation where you don't even have to. You can accomplish all the things you want to do for your security without doing the things that are being done. But you're doing it again out of hubris and arrogance because why? Because you can. You've always been able to get away with it before. And therefore you think, well, this time's no different. I'll just do whatever the hell I want. And people will just leave us alone because they don't think they can do anything about it. And we got the US backing us up. But opinion does matter when it becomes globalized. And I know Israelis don't want to acknowledge this, or those who support Israel. But if you support Israel, you are in the vast majority globally. Because the numbers of people that have come to learn the truth and have figured out that what the Palestinians have been trying to speak of for so long, now they're like, damn, now I get it. That you cannot continue to behave this way in perpetuity against the will of the entire globe. Now imagine if you had 5 billion people out of the 8 billion, different story. But since you're such a small population, such a teeny sliver of the world, and again, that goes part and parcel with some of the historical injustices, which are in and of themselves horrible. But the pushback now is not because of its accompanying prior injustices. This is not some abject push to hate Jews who have legitimately been mistreated and exiled and unalived in previous eras and epochs, and even in the last century, all of which are to be condemned and to be horrible, and hopefully people can be free upon. But when your government and your nation state chooses to behave a certain way, then you're going to get pushback, or you're going to get at least criticism or condemnation, when most average people who have no real one way or the other see it as completely out of control. Somebody says here, I think you need to offer a full and fair consideration to the idea that it's all fake. Average name says that. Well, what is the it's? And then what's the fakehood about is what I want to try to find out. So, so real quick, and by the way, anybody who wants to come up and add their their 2 cents to the conversation and try to make a persuasive counter argument, come on up. I mean, I'm not somebody who excludes people from the conversation. As long as we're focused on the issues and the arguments and not on the people or silly, like the person who jumped on earlier and started making silly statements. Okay, let's bring up. This is it says Brooklyn. I tell you, what, I'm trying to get somebody to come up who is pro-Israel. That would really make the conversation interesting. So I'll just start bringing some people up, and we'll see where it takes us. How about that? My fingers are kind of messed up from being in the cold.
Hi, Kip. I'm actually not pro-Israel. I'm actually pro-Palestine, but I'm in Australia. I'm not. I'm not Muslim. I'm not anything. But I appreciate your comments because up to 6 months ago, I didn't have any. I didn't have pretty much didn't know what was going on with the conflict and hundreds of years of wars or whatever. But I can tell you, I agree with you 100%. Being from a Western country and having no real history in it before October 7th, I've actually gone pretty much got very angry with what Israel's been doing to the people in Gaza, and I've actually spending pretty much half an hour a day posting things up, letting every person know, more and more people know in the West what's going on, and I can assure you that what I see in Australia protest every week, sometimes 40,000, sometimes 10,000, but on a weekly basis, people going out in the streets protesting what's going on in Gaza. I can assure you that the Western world is now turning on Israel. So, I don't know how you get on a pro-Israeli side, they shut you down with, 60 years ago, 50 years ago, 100, 3,000 years ago. Mate, I didn't know nothing about this 6 months ago, but what I've looked at, 20, 30 documentaries and a bit of history, what's been going on, land being stolen, displacement of people. I think they've been getting away with it for way too long. And what happened in October 7th, it's going to change, it's going to change the world's view on Israel terribly, where people are not going to allow it to continue, and they're going to turn on every bit of Israel. I mean, Americans are already starting to turn their backs on them in the politics. You can see the voting now. I think they just voted on the UN, and America have basically stepped aside and not voted yes, not no vote, so they've allowed the UN to reach a vote without the US involvement. That's political pressure. That's Western political pressure. The people in Gaza can't pressure. They're in a war. They're in a genocide. But the Western countries, like myself, who have no bite in, I'm not Muslim, I'm an Australian, I was born in this country, come from European heritage, I've actually taken the Palestinian side only because of how Israel has now attacked that small region, unarmed, basically 2 million people, and they've put them all in the same basket that they're all part of the hate group. The hate group's a small group, and what they done, I condone. What they done on October 7th, 100% I condone. But what Israelis' counter is, and how they've unalived so many innocent children, that's disgusting. That's my say anyway.
Okay, thanks for sharing your views, and I think a lot of people agree with you. Yeah, it's troubling. So let's let Brooklyn Mob come up next. Brooklyn Mob
Hey,
Magic, how you
hey,
doing?
yeah, you can call me Magic. I
Okay,
just
Magic.
wanted to thank you again for sharing your objective opinion and view on things and thinking critically. But all I really wanted to say was for anyone that's still in denial about a genocide taking place, it means that they are just choosing to have the blinders on. And genocide never just happens. There's always a set of circumstances which occur and are created to build the climate in which genocide can take place. And so after teaching genocide to my students, I have to teach them the 10 stages of that. And so we look at the first stage of them being classified, people are not respected. There's a division between us and them. The symbolization, I know that in Nazi Europe, they were forced to wear that yellow star, but in Palestine, people have to be identified by their license plate, different license plate, separate roads, discrimination, dehumanization, the organization of just this genocide being planned out, regimes of hatred. You look at the Knesset, Ben Gvir, and all of these leaders that are openly stating genocide and calling for annihilation of Palestinians. It's very, at this point, if you're still not acknowledging what's being said and what's being done, it's you're really just trying to close your eyes to what's happening. And then polarization, which, you know, it's the propaganda that's being spread by Hasbara and all of these types of accounts that incite messages of hate against Palestinian people, and then the preparation, the plan to carry out this genocide. And now we're in the stages of 7, 8, 9, and 10, which is persecution, all of the airstrikes, all of the unaliving. Nearly 40,000 Palestinians are being unalived. The extermination, now them being pushed out. And this number 10, which is, I think, is the most important, and what many of people that support what Israel is doing, is being in denial, not taking accountability and not seeing the crimes that are being done. If the roles were reversed, you wouldn't hear the end of it. You would hear that whoever was committing this, if it was the Jewish people in the Palestinian shoes, they're the worst people alive, XYZ. And last thing is that the resolution that was recently passed, it's non-binding. And John Kirby clearly stated that they're not required. They're not required or forced to follow whatever this resolution is. It's not it's not legally necessary. So once again, here we are. We have to protest. We have to call our leaders. We have to continuously make our voices heard, which is, you know, as a human being, it gets exhausting. We have also our families to take care of and our lives to also, you know, our day to day. And I still have Palestine in my heart, and I've been communicating with journalists and families in Rafah, and it's a desperate, dire situation. These people have no sources of income anymore because their bakeries and stores are destroyed. We already know about mosques, schools, colleges, and all being destroyed. So everything that your regular day-to-day is gone. So now they're forced to sell items. They're forced to sell items at a high price. So if you're still deciding not to acknowledge what Israel is doing, you are choosing, you're choosing, because everyone has choices, you're choosing to keep the blinders on. And thankfully to platforms like yours, Mopeshi, and others that have large, you know, mass viewings, it's good that you can openly speak about this. But even myself have been disrespected today. I was disrespected for asking why a song was being played by a Palestinian artist, that it was the original Palestinian song, but it was remade into like a Zionist version of it. So I asked, why are you copying Palestinian music? And then I started getting called all sorts of names. So when you question it, it's an automatic, like you pinched them and you did something so wrong and so bad. And I'm experiencing this at the workplace. So I don't want to hear it. I'm experiencing this firsthand, and I'm very respectful. I don't judge people. I'm not biased. As an educator, I have to leave that out the classroom. But as a person that had to read, had to do my research, if you are still deciding to be in denial, that's you, and that's your choice, and you'll just be the ones that are left out along with the rest of the people that look psychotic and delusional. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Oh, I can't hear you.
Is it Kristen then next? Thanks for sharing your views, Magic. Kristen, you next?
Yeah, oh, sorry, closing the blinds. I really appreciate everything the last person just said. I like, it's just so difficult to see all of this abuse take place on such a large scale. I grew up in an abusive situation, and like the tactics that I see people who support Israel implementing are just so familiar to me, and just are like textbook classic gaslighting and manipulation tactics. But I came up here because I was just curious, Chip, if you had any updates about the hostages in Israeli prisons, the Palestinian hostages. Like one individual that I learned about in the past several months, Ahmed Manazra, if I'm saying that correctly. Please tell me if I'm not. Um, but like I've read about his story, and I know that there's a lot of other folks that are being tortured in Israeli prisons. And I was just wondering if you had done any research or learning about that, and like what, like all I hear about are the Israeli hostages, but like I'd like to know what's going on with the Palestinian hostages too.
Yeah, sure. Good question. So I don't have the exact number right now and for what purpose they've been purportedly detained, but I do know from the experiences of other prisoners that eventually were released that Israeli prison is absolutely horrific. It's the last place you want to be if you're a Palestinian. So I got to be careful with the language I use, but not everybody has the same experience, I would guess, because every facility might be a little different. But in general, just to let the audience know, anywhere between 7 and 12,000 people at any one time that are from either the West Bank or Gaza are held in Israeli detention centers. Some are held for short periods of time for administrative reasons and or for minor offenses, while some are held for much longer periods of time. The unfortunate thing is many are held for long periods of time with no charges. We've heard of people in Guantanamo Bay that are just taken down there and they just kind of rot away indefinitely. That happens, unfortunately. Now, what happens to people in Israeli custody? And that's, by the way, why a lot of people refer to those in Israeli custody not as prisoners, not as detainees, but as hostages. Because effectively, it's the same thing. If you hold somebody against their will for something that they did not do that was wrong, just like what happened on 10/7, people were grabbed up, many of whom were soldiers, some of whom were civilians, and they're being held against their will in whatever circumstances they're being held in. We're not quite clear. But we are clear on what happens in most of the cases in Israeli jails. And what happens is, and God forbid you're a female, but even if you're male, there's a lot of assault on Palestinian prisoners. Unlike what was purported to have happened on 10/7 as it being used as a widespread tool of terror, it is widespread in Israeli jails. And a good percentage of inmates experience, unfortunately, that one or more times, usually many times, at the hands of Israeli guards and captors, which is disgusting. And yet they're the very people who point the finger at what happened on 10/7 and claim how outrageous and egregious it was, for which we have no direct evidence, but I can't deny what happened. And so those outrageous claims are never discussed in light of what is done in Israeli prisons to Palestinian prisoners. Now, that's just the beginning of it. In terms of food, Palestinians are lucky if they get one meal per day in Israeli prisons. That's why they lose so much weight. In addition, the food that they are given in many cases is rancid. It's moldy. It's spoiled. It's rotten. And this goes to part of the mindset of the Israeli mentality of how Palestinians are subhuman. They don't deserve any equal treatment. They're not worthy of any sort of decency or respect ever. And therefore, they're horribly mistreated. They're put in small cells, sometimes isolated for long periods of time, very uncomfortable positions. Many of these things are considered torture or war crimes or both. Many of the children who end up in Israeli prison get there as a result of being convicted by a military court. Israel is the only state in the world that tries Palestinian children, or any other children for that matter, by a military court system. And they have a 97.5% conviction rate. So it's pretty much a formality. If you're taken before an Israeli court, an Israeli judge who's from a military background, you're going to go to jail. Even if you just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, you were in the vicinity when something happened, one of your friends threw a rock, or you knew a cousin who did something else, they just snatch you up. Sometimes they'll come into homes in the middle of the night just to terrorize families because they can. And soldiers from Israel have reported doing this exact same thing through what's called, there's a whole project. It's called the Innocence Project. I'll pull it up. The name escapes me. But basically, Israeli soldiers that used to serve in the IDF have come to their senses and felt guilty and told the world what they've done. And a lot of what they've done is go into neighborhoods, especially in the West Bank or East Jerusalem, and they come in and terrorize homes at 3 or 4 in the morning because they can. And they'll make the husband take all of his clothes in front of the family to humiliate the man. They'll make the woman take off some of her normal clothing that she wears to remain modest. They'll terrorize the kids. They'll hold guns in the faces of the children. The children will start crying. Then they'll just grab some people sometimes and take them because they can. And they put them under administrative detention, which means you're not charged and you can be renewed every 90 days for any reason under someone else's decision. You have no control. And you're in these horribly mistreated conditions. Now imagine living like that and juxtapose that to what we saw for some of the people that got released at the beginning of the conflict who were fortunate enough to have been released as Israeli hostages. They weren't seemingly mistreated. They didn't look emaciated. They didn't complain of being tortured. In fact, in many cases, they were smiling and looking friendly in a friendly way, a warm way towards the people that said bye to them. And we know of the very first older female hostage who was released, who was Israeli, said in public on camera, because she couldn't be coached otherwise, she said, they took care of me. They tended to my needs. I was well fed. I was not mistreated. They took care of my hygiene requirements. Now, I can't speak to that being the case for all of the other hostages because as the conflict has gone on, the availability of supplies has been intermittent or sometimes non-existent. And so I don't know exactly what conditions some of the hostages may be. I don't think any of us do. We don't even know if they're all alive. We don't even know where they all are. I don't think anybody knows exactly where all they are, which is unfortunate and sad. And let's hope they all get returned in as best a condition as possible, as soon as possible. But that said, there's no symmetry between the militarism that Israel has versus the militants in Gaza, especially in the West Bank. And there's no symmetry between how the detainees are treated. So it's just, everything flows from this mindset of arrogance and hubris, looking down on the other and feeling like you're the chosen people so you can do whatever the hell you want, whenever you want, because it's all yours.
How, like, this is like what the IOF or whatever you're supposed to call them, for TikTok, like what these Israeli soldiers are doing is like serious, brutal violence. Like how do you, like, are they brainwashed and like groomed to be this violent from childhood? Because like people don't, like, that doesn't come out of nowhere. Like to commit those kinds of violent acts towards people is like grotesque. Like I can't fully wrap my brain around how the brainwashing with that
Can
happens.
I answer a little bit of that, Chip?
Well, we have other people who haven't had a chance to
Yeah.
come on yet, but once we have them a chance, I'm happy to have you come in and share your views on that. So,
Yeah, I'd like
and
to respond to
Yeah.
that as possible.
one sec. I think the person that was next, Kristen. Did you want to say anything else before the next person shares what they would like to say? Okay, forensic nurse attorney, I think it is. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Okay, thanks.
Good. So I am chiming in from Southwest Florida, Fort Myers.
Welcome.
And I'm actually one of those rare Southern Christian conservatives who stands with Palestine. So
Okay.
my own group of people are not super duper happy with me right now, which is a weird predicament for me considering I lived in places that had less than 1% evangelical Christian population, over in the South Pacific. I don't think that I've ever questioned my own belief system as much as I have since October. And to hear even, Christians demonize these people and the things that they say are not only just gut wrenching, but cruel. The fact that a lot of these people can justify without knowing the history, without, even going back through the Bible to see about, the times that, Jesus fled from Palestine at age 2, stuff like that. They don't even look at a map. We do have a problem, especially over here in the Western world, understanding geography. Not a lot of people have looked at how close these things are, land that was taken, land that was given by entities that it wasn't theirs to give, the occupation, and throughout the years, things that have transpired. And I'm one of those people who blindly followed the Blue Star for many years because of my own beliefs. Before this, I was not really privy to what exactly was going on there, and probably would have argued you till I was blue in the face, literally, about why my group of people stands with a certain thing. And what was churning in my head beforehand is, of course, I work in, with folks who have been trafficked and other things, and you see, what's going on with Nickelodeon. You see what's other people who have been arrested, who are in jail now, other people who have taken the fall, and these people all come from the same spot. And I am really saddened that more people are not waking up to who certain people are, why they have an influence there, who APAC is, which actually, I'm actually glad for what's recently happened on TikTok, because the millennials and Gen Zers have really come on board with what's actually going on, which is something that my group, the Gen Xers, we didn't have this education. We were, propagandized and indoctrinated to believe all of the stuff that we're believing right now, or, had believed up until this point. But these millennials and Gen Zers, I'm so proud of them. I've never been more proud of that group of people to stand up, to boycott, to stop giving their money to certain people, to figure out who is funding their candidates, and to understand that, we have a situation where we have foreign entities who are legally interfering with our politics in this country, and that it must be stopped. And I think that this is the wake-up call that they needed, especially to see that their own social media apps that they choose to use, which are their rights, could be stripped from them and their First Amendment rights, just because the right group of people is not controlling that outlet. And I think our younger generation really got to embrace this and understand what it meant to put their dollar where they wanted it at. And for that, we have to think about the fact that that is a step forward for at least our future folks, that they are actually seeing the evil deeds that are being done, and they understand that this is a situation of money, power, elite, and this is a group of people that have been excommunicated from their property, from their loved ones, from their belief system. They have not lived in peace for decades and decades since this agreement was made. And if anything, it has brought back up what the real history is, and not necessarily what they were told.
Yeah, I think you make some great points. I did want to respond. Yeah, thank you for sharing that view. And by the way, as far as evangelicals go, most people don't know this, but there are more Zionists living in America who call themselves Zionists. They're Christian evangelical Zionists. I think it's like 23 or 25 million people, which is way more than the population of Israel, which I believe is about 9 million. So it's amazing how many people call themselves Zionists from America. And they believe so, strangely enough, because they support Israel, where they believe there's going to be an upcoming conflict, which is then going to convert most of the Jewish population to Christianity, and it'll be the second coming of Christ. Do with that what you will. I think that's a little unusual, but that's what they tend to believe. Someone named Red Rum in the comments has said some things which I wanted to kind of talk about. That's somebody who's pro-Israel, if you don't know. First of all, if you can not do all caps, that'd be keeping up with everybody doing not all caps. Thank you for that. Said that it never was Palestine, or it wasn't Palestine, or something like that. So I want to just play a quick clip. I'm going to turn my screen around so you can see my computer here. And this is the first and only prime minister who's female from Israel. Her name is Golda Meir. There was a movie made about her called Golda recently. She's in an interview with a British journalist soon before she died, and she seems to disagree with what Red Rum said. So I'm just going to play this, and people can think about it what they want.
When Britain got the mandate over Palestine, what was Palestine then? Palestine was then the area between the Mediterranean and the Iraqi border.
You say there's no such thing as
East
Palestine.
and West Bank, no. East and West Bank was Palestine. I'm a Palestinian. From 21 until 48, I carried a Palestinian passport.
So you can say what you want about the existence of Palestine as a region. I can show you the maps. If you go to Google, anybody here on the live, you can go to Google and type in map of Palestine 1900 to 1947. Because obviously Israel was created in 1948 and was carved out of and took most of historic Palestine for a Jewish ethno state. But you will see that it shows a map that's called Palestine, which it had been named since the Roman Empire. People called it different things prior to that. There's different theocratic allusions to it in different books, but that's going back thousands of years. But in modern history, it's been referred to as Palestine, and even the prime minister of Israel referred to it as herself being Palestinian. She's Palestinian Jewish, and there are other people who are Palestinian Arabs, but she's a Palestinian and her passport said as much. Okay, so please don't negate the facts and tell us that we don't know what we're saying, because that's what we call receipts. Okay,
Oh,
let
can I
me go
respond to
to
that, please?
let me go to Mark V Dash. It's Mark's turn. Welcome, Mark.
Yes, hi, hi, how are you? Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to touch on what you just mentioned about Golda Meir.
Sure.
Golda Meir talks about a region, not about a country, not about entity called Palestine
Right.
or a
It's a
sovereign
region.
nation called
It's a no.
Palestine.
It's a region. That's what it's a
It's a
region.
region,
Not
exactly,
a nation state.
exactly. So the region was coined by the Romans 2,000 years ago, and it was basically a region, not a country.
Right.
You know, that specific peoples, a specific demographic live there. So
Right.
it's a yeah, it's a basically it was actually an academic term. Even Jews used to use it. In academia, use it. You know, instead of the
Right.
Hebrew term would be Eretz Israel, and the English or any other Latin, you know, term would be Palestine. It's
Is
basically a term used because no other term is actually available. The Roman coined it.
is North America a country?
No, it's not. It's
Okay.
a
Well,
region.
North America is a region we call a continent. So regions can have identities without being nation states.
Exactly. Absolutely. I have no problem with that.
Okay. Good.
So, okay, yeah, okay. So let's talk about what you know, Forensic mentioned before. We have to anything that comes out of Gaza, and I would say on the same anything that comes out of Israeli media, we have to take with a grain of salt because there's a lot of propaganda going on both sides. To be honest, a lot of footage are not you know cannot be verified. A lot of footage have been taken from other wars, you know, as from Syria. You know, especially when it comes to like footage starving children. These children are based, you know, we've seen these images of a child malnourished, and by the way, that child was actually a sick child with other disease, you know, medical conditions. If you actually look at most images coming from Gaza now, you see people look pretty good. They don't look like you know if you want to compare it to anything like the Holocaust survivors, you know the skins and bones. And it's a lot. There's a lot of misinformation coming out of there. We have to be very careful of any info, any propaganda coming from both sides. I would say, to be honest. So
So
it's kind of
just want to ask you, the different human rights groups that are not Israeli and they're not from anybody of Arab descent or Palestinian, what motivation do they have to spread propaganda when they refer to there being imminent starvation in Gaza?
imminent meaning upcoming, right? It doesn't mean that's happening. It's at the moment. Imminent mean it's going to happen, right? What does
Well,
imminent mean?
the word they've also used to describe it is it's reached
Reach.
level that it hasn't reached in regions in modern conflicts or something to that extent.
Okay, so it doesn't mean that people don't have 3,000 calories, 4,000 calories per day. What does that mean? They
Well,
only have.
it's also not necessarily homogeneous or homogeneous. Or for example, in the north of Gaza, where there's less ability to move things in and out logistically because of the damage and
Right.
because the systems are placed, many more people in the north are starving,
Oh, I
whereas
see.
not as many that are closer to the logistics are. Depends on where you are.
So it's more about logistics, not so much about intentions from the
No,
Israeli
well,
side to starve the people.
it's a combination of logistics and the constraints of allowing certain things in sufficient quantity to supply. It's a combination of both.
But we have seen that you know thousands of trucks are thousands of tons of food
No,
coming in every day.
that's not true.
I've seen the data about it. I mean, it's
That's
kind
not,
of
to
not
say
that
that
unlimited.
thousands of trucks are coming in is just not
No,
factually.
I don't mean thousands. Thousands of trucks have come in the last few weeks, let's say. Not I don't mean on a daily basis.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't.
I,
That's
I,
not
I don't know.
factually accurate.
I can't bring it up, but I've seen some data
That's
that you know
not factually
there's abundant.
accurate.
The problem is just a lot, you know, some kind of logistics, you know, how to distribute the food. That's more the problem, if I understand it correctly.
They both play a role.
Okay, I would like to mention another fascinating, aspect of the whole conflict.
Okay.
I've seen a research done in 2013, and it's a DNA study basically. It shows the DNA markers of all Jews all around the world. It's basically trying to see if there's a common denominator, basically, from a DNA perspective. If we see all Jews have one common DNA marker, what it came out basically, it's fascinating, is that if you take the Yemenite Jews, let's say Iraqi Jews, Syrian Jews, North African Jews, European Jews, all over,
Hmm.
they have a common DNA marker, and listen to that, Palestinians share the same marker. So what
So
that means, wait, wait, wait,
no, no,
wait.
go
So
ahead. That's fair. I'll let you continue. Go
so
ahead.
that okay. So basically, what it shows is Palestinians. Many Palestinians are actually Jews. They're actually descendants, and they have basically they're cousins of far cousins, I would say, from Jews all over the world and local Jews as well, obviously. But they share a DNA with a specific, a unique DNA, not that other demographics don't have, other countries don't have, other peoples don't have. So
Yeah.
basically, many Palestinians are actually,
Can I ask you this? Because this is just a technical question more than it is a
yeah,
rebuttal.
yeah,
So in terms of DNA, I don't know much about how DNA is evaluated.
yeah,
Is it possible somebody can have some DNA from some regional background being mixed with other regional DNA such that
absolutely.
there's a differentiation between the totality of one's DNA?
Yeah, yeah, but absolutely. But if you see, like all, let's say, a large demographic of people, let's say most Palestinians share a specific DNA marker with all Jews all over the world.
Could
That
be.
comes to, it actually shows there's actually a very large percentage of the Palestinian population basically are descendants of, ancient, Jews going back hundreds of years in Palestine, or let's say 1,000 years or 1,500 years, 15 or 2,000 years ago. So you're basically dealing with a group of people that were used to be Jews. I'd say some of them, a lot of them. I can't say all of them because you have many Palestinians that immigrated from other places. Let's say from Jordan, Egypt. We know that many Palestinians came later. They're not indigenous to, they're not natives to the land. But I would say I agree to the fact that many of them, were there for a long time, and they're actually Jews that lived there, and many of them in the 8th and the 7th century they became Christians from the Byzantines, and later they were Islamized due to the Muslim Muslim influence all over the region.
Do you know what, but this is a question that's legitimate. I'm going to look it up while we're talking.
Yeah,
What percentage of the Israeli population was from people who emigrated from Europe, potentially maybe of Ashkenazi background, make up the
it's
total
45. It's
population?
45% of Jews. 45%, I would say, approximately.
45%?
55. Yeah, European Jews. Yeah, I think
Okay.
55 are Sephardic, like the other, more like Eastern Jews.
Okay. So one thing I typed in while you were first referencing 2013, because I just don't know. This is a subject that I'm not as knowledgeable about. It says, I wrote down, and you can do the same search, everybody. 2013 DNA study, Jews around the world. That's what I typed in because I didn't have any, that's just a search term. And there's a
Yeah,
study that comes up on Wikipedia. It says genetic study of Jews. In 2013 study at the University of Huddersfield, I don't know where that is, led by Professor Martin B. Richards, concluded that 65 to 81% of Ashkenazi mtDNA, whatever that is European in origin, including all four founding mothers, and that most of the remaining lineages are also European.
no. When it comes to yeah, your maternal, you're right about. When it comes to the paternal DNA, then you go back to the Levant. Basically, paternal DNA traces back to the Levant. The maternal has a large percentage European because based if you go back in history, we know that many males were taken captives by the Romans, and later they married. They converted local women in Italy and other places and married local women. So that's why you have European DNA in European Jews. But the paternal, if you go back to the paternal, there's many DNA studies in it. The paternal DNA is very, it shows a very very profound Levant percentage. So
Let's
it
assume
matches
for a
the history
second.
actually.
Let's take this as an alternative concept. Let's just pretend, and
Yeah.
I don't know if it's accurate or not, that everybody in Israel and everybody in Palestine had the exact same lineage from a DNA standpoint. Let's just assume that
Yes.
first. So that
Yes.
everybody's no different from a DNA standpoint, although there may be differences that people argue. But and then if we look at that as being a static, consistent thing versus the subsequent things that have occurred in the region as far as power dynamics, How
Right.
do you feel? In other words, what are your thoughts about? And some people who support Israel don't support the occupation, or don't, so I'm not sure how you feel. But what do you think about the behaviors of the parties in the last, let's say, 8 decades?
Yes, in my opinion, you have a vicious cycle on from both sides there. It's a problem. It's a problem about, yeah, you could start claiming who started it. Going back to 1948, yeah, you can start say, you say the the IDF is its fault, the Israelis are at fault. You can say
Right.
Palestinians have done things. The problem is we have a vicious cycle there that's continuous from going back probably more than 75. We're going back
Yeah.
100 years. You have the Hebron massacre, you have other stuff going on, and from the Israelis, from the Jewish side as well. Um, but the problem is we have the main issue is to find a way to stop it. Basically, find a way out of this continuous cycle. That's the main issue there. And I think, in my opinion, the only realistic way out of this is if we can somehow come to agreement to do a two-state solution that would because in my opinion both have rights. The Jews have a right there, and the Palestinians have a right there, and in my opinion both should share the land. But I don't think it's realistic and viable, and a one-state solution it may be the ideal, but I don't think it would ever work based on the history of the last 75 years. So it's if you aim too high, too far, I don't think you'll get there.
Yeah, that's a fair analysis. I think what a lot of people look at as far as a two-state solution, because of the territorial fragmentation due to ongoing settlements over many decades, it's difficult to see a contiguous land relationship for a Palestinian state because let's face it, settlements and outposts and checkpoints are so pervasive throughout the territory that there's very little other than the areas A that are controlled
Right.
directly by Palestinians. It's very difficult. And just from a practical standpoint, imagine if the Israeli, let's say the government tomorrow morning passed a resolution in the Knesset that said, we're going to dismantle the settlements and we're going to create a separate territory for Palestinians so we can finally, once and for all, solve this problem, which obviously I don't think that would happen, but let's just say it did. Then you have the logistics problem of literally getting the 700,000 plus settlers to go. And it was very
Right. That
difficult to
that
get the
that
settlers out of
that
Gaza
that
in
would probably
2005.
yeah that would probably the biggest obstacle. Yeah. You're right about that, and
Right.
we have to figure out somehow a solution to that. And that would probably be the biggest. Yeah. You're right
So
about
one of the
yeah.
arguments I would make is just trying to be an objective observer. I think by virtue of the choices that have been made at the of course the condemnation of even the United States, Israel's closest ally over the last since 1967, Israel has chosen to continue an unabated pace of expansion of settlements. And therefore, it has created the circumstance in which the two-state solution is impossible, I believe, intentionally. And if you listen to what Benjamin Netanyahu says, it's according to what he said. That's exactly what they've been trying to do. And by providing
You're right
resources
about that.
to further the political divide, which means funding the H group over the PA, that's created a fragmented, enemy, so to speak. So it's been a divide and conquer and continue to increase the land that's under Israeli control and possession versus those of the other. And therein it makes each solution impossible. The one-state solution, which would be in terms of being the most practical from a logistical standpoint and a territorial standpoint, is impractical because the Jewish ethno-state would no longer maintain a democratic majority. It's
Exactly.
an ethno-state. So I don't think people who want a Jewish ethno-state are willing to cede control to an Arab majority. So therefore, it leaves us in a quandary, a predicament. So the question is, where do things go from here, given that predicament? And what we've seen so far, notwithstanding several attempts to push back, is a further incursion and brutality by an occupying power that decides, because of all those variables, it's just going to continue slowly but surely, like the frog in the water, to keep on doing what it's been doing and act with relative impunity, with relative low awareness globally until recently, which has created so much anger and anxiety, which leads to these attacks like on the 7th, I believe. Do you have any feelings about that?
Yes. I mean, yeah. I agree with you, and I mean, it's kind of I mean, the only way out of it would be that, in my opinion, you have extremists on both sides, you have the radicals on both sides, and as long as these people, those are in power and those have a voice, we will keep being, the trouble will continue. The only way to go about it is if somehow re-educate, try to be on the moderate side, basically take the government. both governments. Basically, if we have a leader, for example, yeah, I know that Israel is focusing now to eliminate age. Uh, let's somehow theorize the possibility of a more moderate government by Palestinians and a more moderate government by the Israelis. I think in such a case, things may move in the right direction of a two-state solution.
Well, the thing I think people point to, in fairness, to sort of take a different argument, is that there is a more moderate government. It's called the Palestinian Authority, and it's been operating for a long time. And
The problem is a lot of corruption.
it's
The
taken
problem the Palestinians they don't trust the government.
but its corruption itself doesn't keep it from being able to have an approach that has been deemed to be more preferable by those who make that argument. The point I think that the folks in the more militant aspects of the political movement would say is, where has that gotten our movement? It's gotten us deeply more entrenched. The leaders have become collusive. They even look at Abbas as someone who's sort of like an extension of the Zionist project. I did want to make sure the audience is aware of this, and hopefully, I'm sure that you know this already, Mark, but there's some that don't. So the H group issued a different charter, a revised charter in 2017. You can just look up 2017 revised H group charter, but spell the word out. And I want to read, there's a very short section that refers to what they're opposing, where in previous language they had intentions to push Jews out of the region, or unalived Jews, or both. They've eliminated that sort of racist, sort of, what do you want to call it, genocidal language, which I think is an amazing improvement over the 88 charter. But I want to read you the sections that relate to how they see Zionism. So this is sections 14 through 17 for those of you who want to reference it. And it says, the Zionist project, this is in their opinion, the Zionist project is a racist, aggressive, colonial, and expansionist project based on seizing the properties of others. It is hostile to the Palestinian people and to their aspiration for freedom, liberation, return, and self-determination. The Israeli entity is the plaything of the Zionist project and its base of aggression. The Zionist project does not target the Palestinian people alone. It is the enemy of the Arab and Islamic world, posing a grave threat to its security and interests. It is also hostile to the aspirations for unity, renaissance, and liberation that has been the major source of its troubles. The Zionist project also poses a danger to the international security and peace to mankind and its interest and stability. H Group affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews, because of religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish, but wages a struggle against Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and identity. In other words, they combine into one entity, Judaism, Jewish ethnicity, and Zionism. Hamas or H Group rejects the persecution of any human being or the undermining of his or her rights on nationalist, religious, or sectarian grounds. H Group is of the view that the problem the Jewish problem, anti-Semitism, and the persecution of Jews are phenomena fundamentally linked to European history and not to the history of Arabs and the Muslims or to their heritage. The Zionist movement, which was able, with the help of Western powers, to occupy Palestine, is the most dangerous form of settlement occupation, which has already disappeared from much of the world and must disappear from Palestine.
Well, that's absolutely correct, Chip. And we do not have anything against Jewish people. I'm a Palestinian.
Just a second before.
No, Bash, don't stop me, Bash. You had your time to talk. Let people talk.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let Freedom ring in, and then Mark will give you a chance to respond to that, to what was in the charter. How about that?
Anyway,
Go ahead.
we in Palestine, we don't care who's there. We just don't like being abused. That's the thing. We do not like being abused. We don't like our rights being taken away. We don't like people being harassed. We don't like checkpoints. We want to go see our families on the other side of the wall and stuff like that. So it is not us that's the problem. The problem is the Zionist movement. That is the problem. It's there to create hatred and division between all three religions so that we fight and unalive each other while they're sitting on top and laughing, just like they are worldwide with all these wars. And believe it or not, as a former soldier, and Chip as a former soldier, we're victims of this too. So don't think it's any different than it is There, you're just a victim. You've been propped up to believe a certain part of it, and you want to neglect the other part of it. But here's the fact of the matter. And the fact of the matter is, Yiddish people are European. Hebrews are Semites. Okay? That's the fact of the matter. And we as Palestinians are the descendants of the original Hebrews. We didn't convert to a religion. We follow Jesus after Jesus, and Palestine was all Christian. After that, we didn't follow Judaism anymore. We followed Jesus. And then, of course, after Muhammad, some chose to follow Islam. So that's the problem. And the DNA study is absolutely correct when it says that Ashkenazis are out of Europe. Even the Sephardim are out of Europe. The Sephardim are out of Western Europe. That was the region that they were in. The Ashkenazis were out of Eastern Europe. So, stop being, you don't know your own history, then I think you got a problem with that. But I think you need to understand where you really come from and not following the narrative and the lie that you were there 2,000 years ago.
All right. Can I ask a favor, everybody? So in other words, I don't know for sure what Mark's background is or where Mark's from or what religion or ethnicity Mark is. So we can use generic terms like it's difficult to endure people's arguments when they are not sure of their own heritage or something to that effect. I like to talk in terms of arguments or third parties rather than direct things at people who I'm not sure about. I think that's a fair way to go about it. Let's give Mark a chance to respond, and then we'll go to Federico.
Yes, I like it. Actually, he got it right. I'm an Ashkenazi Jew, so he got that right.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, so basically, first of all, the claim that European Jews have no connection to the land is kind of has been debunked. It's old anti-Semitic kind of Khazar theory that has been debunked by any reliable expert, actually, historian or genetic expert. So if you want to do your research, you'll see that if you want to put in a wiki Ashkenazi Jews, you'll see all the research done the last couple decades. You'll see that we have a very strong connection, actually, a genetic and a cultural and a religious connection to the place.
The last place I'd look for true information would be Wikipedia.
I'm not telling you to trust Wikipedia. Wait. I'm not telling you to trust Wikipedia. If you know how Wikipedia works is every single statement has a reference, an academic reference at the bottom. So you can open those references and simply read the research papers on the subject. So I'm not asking you to rely on Wiki. Actually, go into these references and try to get those papers. And
right, but it's also edited by a lot of Israelis that are.
I'm not telling you to believe what says the actual text.
Right.
Just
so what I do
papers.
is I look at different things, and I look at history. I went to history.com, right? And at history.com, it says that it was Palestine 3200 BCE. What does that tell you?
3200 BC. That's impossible because at that again 3200. Wait.
Okay,
I'll tell you why. At that point, it was
history.com and look
at that
it up
point it was
yourself.
actually Judea. At that point it was called Judea and the
No,
Galilee.
it wasn't called Judea. It wasn't called Judea. It was called Palestine.
The Romans coined the term
It was
Palestine.
not called Judea. Judea was a tribe.
No, Judea is an area, a region. The southern part from Israel is called Judea, and the north was called Galilee.
What I want to ask the panel is, so often I use a notepad. So when it's not our turn, I write stuff down if somebody's making multiple points. And then when you do have your turn, you can reference it. But I don't want to jump in on each other because that kind of makes it tough for the audience to follow. Mark, why don't you take about 30 seconds to finish? We'll let Federico come in. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so basically, you had the region. Basically, the Romans coined the term after the destruction of the temple in order to make fun of the Jews and belittle. So they changed the Palestine. Palestine is actually it comes from a biblical term, Pelishtim, and it was a small region from Greeks that invaded. The current region called Gaza. It was a very small strip, basically similar to the Gaza Strip. At that region, it was called Pelishtim. And it's mentioned in the Bible, and it's actually a group of people that today, even later, 2,000 years ago. The Roman era was extinct, so it didn't exist. So it's a kind of an ancient term that the Romans revived and used it after year 70. So it's kind of, you can't say 2300 BC, that's incorrect.
Okay.
Before we go to Federico, I'll let you come back, Philistine. Just hold on. I know you probably have some things you don't agree with. Mark, this is a question that a lot of people have been throwing back and forth. So I wanted to see what your view was on it. Just briefly, if you can give us like maybe a 2-sentence answer, or just a yes or no. So there have been a lot of allegations that the sole or maybe the only reason for why the attacks on 10/7 took place, or even why there's this conflict exists from the Palestinian side, is an abject hatred for Jewish people and wanting to have all the land for anybody who's not Jewish.
I don't think so.
Do you think that other things like anger towards the initial dispossession of land and or the ongoing
It's
plays a role
mainly
in
anger.
people's motivations?
Yes, I would agree. It's mainly anger. I can't say it's anti-Semitic. I wouldn't call it an anti-Semitic attack. It's mainly a retaliation. It's a fact that the Palestinians. Everyone agrees that the Palestinians are suffering. The Israelis agree that the fact is they don't have a good life, and they're suffering. The problem is the suffering is a result of restrictions due to T activities from the age and etc. So the same thing goes for the West Bank, the blockades in the West Bank and the wall builds. It's all
So I'm going to make sure you're familiar with the fact that in East Jerusalem, a common practice of the Israeli police and military is to drive trucks that are laden with what's basically akin to sewage water, and it's liberally and regularly sprayed on Palestinian homes. What does that have to do with the security of the Israeli state?
that would be it's not it's called, what is it called? They call it in Israel. It's not sewage water. It's mixed with some
Skunk water. It's even
but that's
worse.
skunk water. Yes, yeah. It's a
Yeah.
kind of a chemical. It's a chemical. Very strong smell. Has a strong smell, and they use it actually for any protests. And not just Palestinians, actually, Jews as well. In Jerusalem, they use it. You have the Orthodox sometimes protests. They block the roads, so they use it there as well. So it's not just. They use it any time to. They want to basically pave a way or something. People blocking or something. That's usually.
So do you think it's only used in cases to counteract certain things that are either problematic, or is it
Typically, yeah, that's typically done, yeah.
Okay, so my understanding is, and again, I've done videos about this, that it's a standard practice. In other words, like when normally a garbage truck would come by every Wednesday to pick up your trash, that's the
Right.
sort of frequency with which these types of things happen.
I don't believe that. That's very unlikely, extremely unlikely. They would do
That
that, and extremely unlikely. I mean,
So
I know they do it.
just to let you know, this
Yeah.
is the one thing that I found most noticeable about when I interact with folks about what happens in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. They literally have the same reaction that you just had. They literally are like sort of flabbergasted, like that just couldn't be so. Unfortunately, and again, I have no reason to say it other than the fact that my research produced that. That happens all the time. It's regularly done. In addition to home invasions, home demolitions, home theft, brutalization of kids, breaking of people's arms, taking people prisoner for administrative detention. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. Now, I argue, and I wish Israel would do something differently, because I think their security is important. But I think when people go above and beyond that, what is necessary to provide for their own security, it agitates people to the degree where it degrades their security.
I mean, I don't. Again, you mentioned that they use the skunk water. They just go around spray on buildings. That's.
They drive through residential neighborhoods that are Palestinian owned or lived in, and they spray it all over the front of their homes.
Just to annoy them.
Not just to annoy them, to make their lives unbearable, because that stuff is horrific.
It's very, very unlikely because it won't. They typically use it let's say they have a protest that's blocking the road. They would use it to deter people to people. It's I don't know. It's very unlikely. In my opinion, it's very unlikely. Do you have footage on that? Do you have footage?
Would you, in other words, I have an email in my bio, or I can just tell it to you. If you send me an email message, I'll send you back the links to the 30 or 40 videos that I have showing it being done regularly.
May I respond?
Just real quick, if that's okay with you, Mark, because I don't like to say something unless I show you the research that I did on it.
Okay.
So if you email me, I don't know your email, but if you email me, it's just chipbarnesonline@gmail.
Okay.
And I'll send you some receipts, as they call them, okay? And there's so many more instances of that. And again, I wish I had a chance to sort of implant in the minds of others the things that I've come across in my research, because I think people are good. You sound like a reasonable guy, and you understand its response. But there's so much I think most people who support Israel don't know that if they did, they would go, "Damn, why do we do that?" I think that'd be a fair point of view. Let me let Federico jump in the mix. Thanks for what you shared, Mark. Please stay with us.
Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. Hey, Chip.
Hey,
I have one question for Mark. Hey, Mark, is that the first time you watched the Golda Meir videos, or you've seen it before?
I've seen it before. Come on, it's a
You
common
have
broad.
I just want to know yes or no.
Yeah, I've
You
seen it
have
before
you
many
have
times actually.
so why you seem like a well-spoken person, okay? Why have you decided to leave out that she said from 1921 to 1948 I carried a Palestinian passport? Why did
Yes,
you just
because who by the way, who actually provided this passport? Which entity provided this passport?
whoever decided it, if they named it Palestinian
It was the
passport, that
British.
means it was under the occupation of the British. Before the
Yeah, it
British,
was a British mandate. It
it
actually
was
it
the
was
Ottomans. Before the Ottomans, it was the Romans and all that stuff.
right.
So, but if they decided to call the passport Palestinian passport,
Yes,
okay, and why it's not an entity or it's not a country when they call it Palestinian passport?
because what else would you call it? What else would you call the place?
What would you call it?
In Hebrew, actually, if you see the coin in Hebrew, it says next to Palestina or Palestine, it mentions the Hebrew term Eretz Israel. That means the land of Israel.
It is
So
it
it's kind of
is it is very very common since the that part of the world we spoke Arabic, Hebrew, and it's very common to have a dual language. Like right now, I live in South
right,
Florida. I live in
right,
South Florida. Most of the stuff that we deal with on a daily basis, it's made in Spanish and English. Does that
right.
make Florida a Hispanic country?
No. But
Okay.
what I'm trying to say is, I see the British. Yeah, when you have if they have a coin, that on the
Yeah.
end on the coin it says the mandate, Palestine, the British mandate of Palestine, and then next to it says the Hebrew term of Palestine
But
is
yeah,
the land of Israel. That would be kind
who gives the right to the British, neither to the United
exactly,
Nations? No, hold on. Who gives them the right to take someone lands and give it to someone else, rename it, or do whatever they want to do with it? Who gives them that right? What makes it
it doesn't.
what makes
You're
it
right.
okay? What makes it okay for them to take someone's home and give it to someone else and say, "Hey, this is your land now"?
It's
Listen,
not about you know what.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a Lebanese born. I lived through the whole Israeli invasion of Lebanon. I was proudly one of the people that fought against the Israeli army. I was proudly one of the people that kicked the Israeli army out of Lebanon. Okay, and
Which war? Which war was
I'm
that?
gonna
Which which war?
in 1982 I
The 82.
was
Okay.
in 1982 I was 9 years old. That I was me and my acquaintance we had to hey Kanil, uh,
Can it?
yeah,
Can it?
we were me and a friend of mine, we would boil oil, put the oil on fire, let it boil, and we wait for the Israeli troops to pass by and drizzle the oil on top of their heads. Okay, so but at the moment I'm gonna tell you an advice as a well-spoken Zionist. The more you guys speak like this and the more you guys deny the right of the Palestinian people, the more you shift us towards the extremism. So if you ask me, if prior to October 7 you ask me, would you live with the Israeli state next to your country, I would say maybe yes. But if you ask me now, I am 100% the Zionist entity gotta go, and it cannot keep going and doing what they're doing. Since the
But
day
that
one we met the state of Israel, since day one we heard of the state of Israel, all we hear of the massacres, bombing, unaliving, taking lands, getting away with crimes, getting away with lies. They hit civilian population and they say, "Oh, somebody was hidden in there." It's an old story that you guys cannot use anymore. I'm gonna give you an advice. Go look for a different doesn't, if you are well spoken, does not make you, you do not fool the people anymore. Now, actually, the well spoken people like you that we listen very careful to, and we make sure that that well-spoken person does not deceive us anymore, because you've done it on TV, you've done it on movie, you've done it in everywhere. And right now, we cannot get deceived anymore. So when I hear you talk, I open my ears really good, and I read between the lines, and I listen to in each word you say. And the more you guys keep sliding words underneath your sentences, the more you shift us to believe that none of you want to live in peace in Palestine.
I think this one.
Real quick, just to be fair, I didn't, when in listening to Mark speak, I didn't catch any of that, although maybe I have a different viewpoint. I thought he was reasonable in what he was saying. In fact, he realized it was a cycle of violence.
Yep.
It's a lot of noise, but I'm just gonna keep that noise down. But anyway, maybe I'm not hearing the same things that others are. Is it okay, Mark, if we let another person come on real quick while you stay
No
here?
problem.
Okay?
No problem.
May I put in a couple of words real quick, Chip?
Yeah, just 30 seconds. We got a couple people.
Yeah,
waiting.
okay. One of the things he slipped in is he argued with you about the Palestinian territory. She didn't say it was Palestinian. She said this whole territory was Palestine.
Right.
This whole
Exactly.
territory was Palestine.
Yeah, Palestine is a region.
No.
Actually,
This territory was Palestine. In other words, it was Palestine. Before the British Empire, it was Palestine. Before the Ottoman Empire, it was Palestine. All the way back before Christ, it was Palestine.
So Freedom, I have a great question for you. Why don't you find the Jordanians? Jordan was also part of Palestine.
Jordan was a part of Palestine.
So why are you not
We have
fighting?
people
Why?
living there? They're not being tormented. They're not being abused. They're not being beat up. They're not being tortured on a daily basis. They don't have checkpoints. They're free to go where they want. There's no segregation. There's no apartheid. There's no humiliation. Do you see the problem now? Or
so let me ask you: would Palestinians agree to live under the Israelis?
What's that? I'll tell you why. Listen, I interviewed Miko Peled. I've interviewed Ilan Pop. I've interviewed Norman Finkelstein. I've interviewed Shlomo Sands. I've interviewed Anna Balter and a few others. Gilad Atzmon, Naim Gilad. Naim Gilad was a Iraqi Jew that helped the Mossad pull T-Ax on the Jews in Iraq so they would leave Iraq to go to Israel. They didn't want to leave. Neither did the ones in Morocco or Yemen. There was T-attacks done on them by the Mossad because they needed a population of Jews because they were not the soul of the land. Plain and simple. So get that through your mind. Understand what's really going on and wake up to reality. That's all I can say to you. And Kristen, I love your beautiful eyes. There you go. That's all I got to say, Chip. You're muted, Chip.
We don't hear you.
Do you want to respond briefly, Mark? Because I didn't want to let you, I don't want you to feel like you're left out. But I wanted to I can't read their name because it looks like it's in Japanese, but or China. I can't tell that it's some sort of Asian language. I apologize if I got it misinterpreted.
Okay.
But
so,
what's your name? What can we call you by a first name or last name?
Just call me. I don't know. Call me Mike Duck because we're together, both of us.
Okay, you're with, okay,
Yeah.
I'll call you
Yeah,
Mike.
we're here. Sorry,
So
we're here today to discuss the same issues.
Okay.
So
is it the same subject we're talking about now or something different?
Yeah, something related to the now. So I'm a host at my interview room, and we discuss political and news matters.
Okay.
Those sort of issues, and we're discussing Palestinian issues, and okay, yeah, like my room is they're Chinese speakers, so yeah, you can see their ethnic backgrounds. They really have a different attitude towards this compared with you guys. So okay, but we're not talking about history there, but we focused on like this particular war. So according to their thoughts, they think Israelis are how do I put this? Israeli soldiers are able to kill people because Hamas use their civilians as a bodyguard, and
So
that's a long going story.
okay, now
That's not
that's
true. It's the
one
other way
sec.
around.
One sec. I want to make sure. So are you speaking for yourself, or are you speaking for
I,
others that you've
I'm
spoken?
speaking for others. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe I don't know if you can share this with the others, or maybe challenge that with this particular other information. So you may or may not be aware that the Israelis have had multiple incursions into Gaza in the past: Operation Cast Lead, Operation Protective Edge, multiple others.
Right.
So when you say this war, there is a war that's been going on for a long time, and this is a battle within the war. Just to be
Right.
clear. Okay, so maybe ask them that if they understand that this was not something that was started on October 7th. It's been ongoing for many
Okay,
years.
I talked to them about that. There's at least six war going on with Israeli and neighboring countries, but they come up like some people come up saying they're a veteran and telling me that how hard is it in the battlefield to identify who's civilian, who's not, and you're you're under the pressures and stuff. They
Well, one way to know who's a civilian and who's not is if somebody's pointing a weapon and firing at you.
well they're telling me stuff like they carry bombs on their bodies under their clothes.
So what just to share with you another piece of information, this was the more important one I wanted to share with you. So I mentioned those other incursions that happen into Gaza by the Israelis periodically, generally in return for the rocket fire. Their reason for coming in is that there's too much rocket fire. So they want to come in and take down the terrorists who are sending the rockets. That's the stated objective. So in each instance, when Palestinian civilians have died during those conflicts, the same claim has been made that the Palestinian militants, or H group terrorists, whatever you call them, are using Palestinian civilians as human shields, and therefore the blame for them dying is at the hands of those holding them as human shields. Now, different independent human rights groups have come in after the fact to investigate and identify these practices and how frequent they are. And guess how many they found were frequently used?
Correct.
No, I said guess. So I want you to guess how many times they were able to corroborate the fact that that was happening.
Maybe thousands of times.
Exactly zero.
Wow.
No, what I'm trying to say is that the argument, that the narrative that we hear publicly from the Israeli point of view, is that the reason civilians end up dying is either the unfortunate nature of war, meaning collateral damage, or that the enemy is purposely either using them in a direct sense, as far as physically putting somebody in front of themselves, or perhaps maybe forcing people not to leave an area or stay within a building or some section. And then, of course, when Israel does attack, the reason they die is because of that forced nature of the situation. That's just simply not true. That does not happen.
Yes, so we actually, both of us are actually huge supporter of Palestinians. However, there's a lot of people in our room, our chat room, in Chinese chat room, do have a simple out. They kind of they are very they are not really represented the majority of the Chinese people. However,
No,
this
no, 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 no.
yeah.
No, okay, let me put it this way. They think they're telling me that they support the Palestinian people, but they do not support terrorism. They do not support Hamas.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way, including people that live in Gaza. There are a lot of people that didn't vote for the leadership group called H Group. But remember, there's a leadership
Right.
entity that's a political entity that manages the affairs internally. And then there's a militant arm within that a lot of people use the name synonymously with, and that's not accurate. So of the militant group, you can say that the tactics that the militant group uses to affect its political objectives are not ones with which you agree. The question is, within the framework of ongoing occupation and oppression, is it reasonable for any group of people who find themselves in those circumstances and not capable within what their adversaries are offering them to resolve it peacefully and politically, what then are they to do moving forward?
And by the way, the thing that with the human shields, that's not done by the Palestinians. That's always done by the Israelis. Many documented accounts of Israelis using Palestinians as human shields, not the other way around.
May I have a word, Chip, when you get a chance?
Well, let me finish what the thoughts are from this point of view. So if I understand what they're saying, let me try to summarize it, and please correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that there's a general belief that there's some sympathy for the Israelis in this conflict because A, they were attacked and this quote new war started, and that B, it's difficult for them to distinguish between civilians and combatants because of how the questionable nature of how they may conduct themselves, let's put it that way, or the alleged, and that finally they don't support the use of drastically horrific tactics as a practice in conflict. Therefore, they tend to not be as supportive as they otherwise would be. Is that accurate?
And there's a third part to it.
Okay.
Just
Just wait.
one more thing.
But there's different, like I know
October
there's
7th, October 7th happens to Gaza every single year. The same atrocities you see on October 7th happens to Gaza every single year. The Israelis call it mowing the lawn, like cutting the grass.
Right.
So it happens every single year. It's nothing new.
So I mean, yeah. Let me continue to finish my point. A lot, according to them, a lot of them are saying that Hamas are doing horrible things. If the Palestinian people doesn't like Hamas, they should figure it out. They should overthrow them or do whatever, so that Israeli people will treat you.
You know that Israel funded.
Hold on one sec. Let me reply to that a couple things. Okay, so first of all, the simplicity with which you just stated that, we can examine that. So you said that pretty cavalierly, as if it's something that assuming somebody's easily capable of doing for the first part. So we'll address that. But more importantly, as far as the group goes, they're the ones who have firearms. They're the ones who hold all the political levers of power. They have access to all the facilities. They already have a strong level of control over the society in general prior to this. So if you're saying that why don't the Americans overthrow their government, which our government does a lot of bad things, our government has a massive military and police force and other ways of stopping us from doing so that act as a deterrent from us even trying in the first place. And similarly, it's exactly the same way in Gaza. And if you look at who supports them, over half the population was not born at the time they were voted for, about 70 to 30 in terms of the majority that won the election. So therefore, 30% did not vote for them. 50% that weren't alive then are alive now. So about 65 to 70% of the population doesn't even support them politically in terms of voting for them. So to put the blame on them collectively and demand that they quote unquote overthrow them when many don't even support them is what we call collective punishment. It's an international war crime.
Okay, so yeah, we just try to want to hear you guys' opinion. We're gonna tell them exactly what you guys just told us, though. For
Yeah,
me,
and if you'd like to, this is recorded. So if you'd like, I'll in my bio, there's a link that says Linktree Chip Barnes. This will be recorded and on my YouTube and Rumble channels. It'll be labeled with today's date and time.
For sure.
You can show it to your friends. You don't have
Yeah,
to.
I just want to share my personal opinion. Both of us, like at least myself, is like pro-Palestinians. I believe that's a lot of atrocity was committed towards the Palestinian people, and I personally I believe Israel. I mean Israel as a state should, with all due respect, gone. Yeah, because I do believe no colonial states should be existing in the 21st century. And also I want to tell you some like some of the Chinese people's opinion. So a lot of Chinese people just don't got enough information of Gaza or or the conflict between Israel and Palestine. So somehow they just pro communism or pro capitalism. Those people who support the capitalism, they kind of worship the United States, which currently supporting Israel. So that's why they find all kinds of excuse to side with Israel. On the other hand, a lot of people who support the communism find whatever the excuse to support the Palestinians. That's basically how Chinese people view the Israeli-Palestine conflict right now. But yeah, just like Indian people support Israel somehow. I don't know why, but for me.
So there's just out of curiosity, you said it's Mike Duck, and I don't know the other person's name, but have either you or anybody that in the group that you're aware of read a book that's entitled "The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine"?
I don't think any of us have read that though.
Sorry.
So if anybody hasn't, by the way, if you really want a syncopated version of that, just to make it simple, there's an investigative journalist named Abby Martin. She has a YouTube channel called The Empire Files.
Okay.
She's very well studied on this issue. She has videos, but one is very simple. It's called Palestine 101.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to share a resource that's very easy to watch, you can translate it into Mandarin or whatever. That's a good resource to start with. But that book is probably one of the most well-known accounts of what actually happened during the 1948 formation of Israel and subsequent to that.
Yes, well, like all I can tell is like
it's written by a Jewish Israeli scholar. Just this is not some Palestinian hit job. Just so you know.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Anything else you want to ask, or are you good to go?
I just want to voice my support to Palestinians, and I believe Israel as a state is in their last period of they're gonna fail ultimately. I think that Israel as a state is either gonna be gone, or they have to stop the genocide that they are currently committing. Yep.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, well, thanks for being here. I appreciate your point of view, and thank you for sharing your views.
Thanks for having us. Okay, bye-bye.
Of course. Take care.
Hey, Chip. I have a.
Yeah.
Did we skip Brooklyn?
No, Brooklyn's been here for a while, but I think so. The Hawk, was that Hawk the person that was just here? Or was that somebody else? Their picture has changed.
It's me. Good morning, guys.
Are you?
Yeah.
You new or you were here?
It's new. I'm new. Just to share my point of view is that this whole conflict, why there is a group of people that actually support Israel, irregardless what kind of information they receive, is purely have to do with this Islamic phobia. Even my own elder sister, who is a devoted Christian and well educated, she simply just blind her ears, her eyes, and not believing in what is being said in the mainstream media. I'm not even talking about TikTok because it's not even in TikTok. When she came back last year end, we spoke about this, and she totally believed that the H actually unalived 40 babies during October 7. And when I asked her, do you believe what you see, the number of casualties since the October 7 conflicts, about 20 over thousand at that time, about 30,000, and she said, no, I don't believe that. So the main point is this Islamic phobia that is been, I would say, engraved into some of the people's mind has totally blinded them, irregardless what they see and what they hear, which is really sad.
It's been indoctrinated into the Zionist churches, is what happened. They subverted the churches into believing that Israel is supposed to exist as a state, and that's not true. It's not supposed to exist as a nation. It's supposed to exist after the Messiah comes and leads them back into the land. That's what.
Correct. I even challenge her. I say in the so-called in their belief, again, the Jewish belief, the traditional Jewish belief, is the second coming of God. That's when Israel is allowed to have a second nation building. When they were driven out by the Romans. God, that is the instruction from God. If you are a Christian, if you do believe in that, can look at the Bible. They were driven out from the promised land.
No, that's not true. They were exiled by the Assyrians one time, but those people were annihilated. They no longer exist. The Romans, they never exiled anybody. They never drove anybody out. It was too costly.
Oh my goodness. You're basically debunking history, right?
No, I didn't debunk it. Shlomo Sands, he's He's a professor at, well, he was a professor at the University of Tel Aviv, wrote the book, The Invention of the Jewish People. So he's the one that debunked it and said that
So
the
wait,
Roman.
freedom. You want to claim that no Jews existed in the land since the Persians, since the Babylonians, the first temple?
No, as far as Jews, no. Hebrews, yes.
Yes.
Yiddish,
Oh,
no.
okay. Yiddish. Yiddish. The
Yiddish,
definition of Yiddish
no.
is
Yiddish,
European
no.
Jews.
Right,
Jews is why are Jews
right.
called? Do you know?
Converts to
Let me.
Judaism did not live in the land in the time of Judea or Samaria or even the name of Jacob, which is
So let me ask
called
you.
David. So
So let me ask you. So a region called Judea
actually,
didn't
Israel was
exist.
called Jacob.
So basically, you claim that the region was not called Judea 2,000 years ago.
I didn't say that. See, you're trying to twist the words. Judea was a tribe.
No, no. I'm asking. Do you believe that the region was called Judea 2,000 years ago?
No,
Okay. So how about
Judea
actually
was a tribe. It wasn't called Judea. Judea was a tribe. Judea was one of the 12 tribes of Israel.
Yeah, but how about the Roman writers? Many Romans actually mention the region as Judea, like the dates of Judea. They praise the dates, the fruit dates. The dates that come from Judea. Why do they call it Judea?
Because that was the region. That was the region right there around Jerusalem where the Judean tribe had their place. That's all.
But we know that. But we know
But
that Jews
Judah's the
lived
name of
not
the
just
tribe.
again. Yes, you're right about it. It's based on the Judah was one of the 12 tribes, and basically Jews named themselves after Judea. Yeah, you're right about that. After Jews, after Judah. But my question is, we know that Jews didn't just live in Judea; they lived in the Galilee as well. You know about the Galilee, right? But Jesus,
It's Jalil. It's not the Galilee. It's Jalil. And if you were native to the land, you would know how to say it.
Jalil is a later Arabic,
No.
term based on the
In
original Galil
Aramaic,
in Hebrew.
it's called Jalil.
No, in Aramaic it's called Galila. Galila, not.
Hold on one sec. We don't want to get into these long debates over the whole. That is for another place. I can't stand those. Also, if you're going to eat, that's which is fine. I'm about to do it too. Just try to do it in between your talks if you can, not during your talk. It's a lot harder to hear people when they're eating. Okay, Hawk, did you have a chance to say what you wanted to say? Because I think we want to go back to Brooklyn since Brooklyn has a chance to talk for a while. Brooklyn, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to answer Kristen's, her question about what's taught to the students, because I definitely was curious myself to know. And there has been several different interviews with professors that basically say that the children in Israel, students in Israel, only learn about Islam until the 17th century, and they are taught little to no history about themselves. They're demonized within their own education system. So the rhetoric of Palestinians teaching their children hate, that's definitely not true according to the professor. I'll put her name again, but her name is Naret Piled Elahan. If I'm saying her name wrong, I'm sorry, but yeah, she basically just says that children in the curriculum aren't taught anything about the Nakba. They're not taught anything about the past. So that just, goes to show that this is deep rooted besides the religion part. Because I know that earlier they were discussing about religion and how that's taught back in their time. But if we look at like now, 1948, 1949 and on, it's always been told to Jewish children that they have the right to return and the right to a Jewish homeland. So there really isn't any identity for Palestinians. And then there was another professor that got arrested on November 9th. They arrested him over a Facebook post. So when we talk about democracy and, Israel having a democracy, why are they arresting Israeli professors? Why are they anyone that questions or exposes anything about Israel and the practices that they have either are arrested or they're silenced or they're censored. So it's just a no-brainer. It's just very obvious that they don't want to be exposed about what they're doing, and Unfortunately, this G-side had to occur. Not it had to occur. It occurred. It's occurring by the choice of Israel. So I also wanted to touch on what Mark was saying. Like, you're saying that it's a two-state solution and that both sides need peace, but from what I'm seeing, only the Israeli side is just forcing Palestinians out of their homes. You gotta really like imagine your own neighborhood. There's hostages. Would your leaders and your representatives bomb the whole entire neighborhoods and unalive children and get them out and unalive them in hospitals? Like, you really gotta just, it's kind of like common sense. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm just saying, like, you gotta like look at your own area and try to see it from that perspective if you can't see it from like a Palestinian perspective. All I'm seeing is the calling of the annihilation of Palestinians. I'm just seeing more of one side wanting them to be wiped out. I mean, there's so many simultaneous events happening, like the red cows that they are trying to get so that they can take over the Al-Aqsa Mosque. There's other points that I wanted to bring up, but because of people talking like for a long period of time, I kind of, lost my train of thought. But the point at the end of the day is that anyone that, again, goes back to the denial of genocide occurring, it just shows that they have the blinders on. And Mark, the only reason why you don't see starving children or the things that you're saying that's not happening is because you're not exposing yourself to it. So maybe you should research and dig deeper, because that's what the rest of us have been doing. Big shout out to Chip and to everyone that's been really doing their research, because I think people want to see the truth and see it for what it is, not what they want it to be. So I think, it's important for you to look at it that way. I think that a lot of people in Israel are wanting to view it the way they want to see it, not how it actually is. So as much as someone says, well, did you hear what they did to this Palestinian child? Did you see this detainee, or did you see what happened? It's kind of like, oh, I don't believe that. I don't think that happened. Like, even with the skunk thing, like, you just don't, like, wow, I just doubt it. But if someone showed you the videos, would you then believe it, or would you then still say, no, that can't be? Like, it's a lot of people living in this sort of delusion because they are it's like an ego. It's like I truly feel that once people that support Israel break that ideology and put a big mirror in front of them, it's kind of like, oh my God, like, everything that I believed in is gone. It's like kind of finding out that Santa Claus isn't real, So there's a lot that needs to be done. And at this point, I just really feel like Israel has destroyed the whole entire Gaza Strip. So it's kind of like you guys talk about Zionism as it being just a Jewish home state, but it's being represented in a horrible, evil, satanic way. It's being misrepresented if that's what it's just about, having a Jewish home state. And at the end of the day, there was a tragic event that happened to Jews during the Holocaust, but there was healing that needed to happen. And that healing doesn't happen by just saying, all right, well, we're going to give this Jewish home state now Israel and forget Palestinians. Because when you look at the partition plan, Arabs had really no say-so in that. Everything was being done under the discussion of Herzl and all these other people like the United Nations. So they never had a say in it. So it's always been oppression. And then you did talk about ancient Hebrew DNA. So you basically prove that Palestinians already have been existing there for decades. So that doesn't give them the right to unalive their own people. Then if they're cousins and related, why would you want to annihilate and unalive them? So it's just, again, the classification, the 10 stages of genocide. I encourage everyone to just Google it, and you'll see the 10 stages of genocide and how it is an actual genocide. But in order for you to know what's going on, you should connect with people from Gaza and the journalists and see it for yourself. I'm not going to just go off of what he said, she said. I want to see it for myself. And I think that's what everyone has been doing, seeing the videos, making themselves aware, and finally seeing it for what it is and not what they want it to be. So I just wanted to say that.
Thanks. By the way, for those in the audience who are curious, and it's hard to know everything that's going on. There's probably stuff that I have no clue about. But if you type in David Ben-Gurion, who was the first prime minister of Israel, and you type in quotes, David Ben-Gurion quotes about Palestine, one of the first ones you'll find out, it says something like this: "We came into their land to take their land. Why wouldn't they resist? We're the ones taking their land, even though we want it for ourselves, and God gave it to us, or something like that. You'll read that. In other words, there's multiple acknowledgments that this is not about religion. This is not about anything but trying to gain land for a people to occupy and then expand upon. That's the thing people find most objectionable. It's not so much that it's for Jewish people to be safe, it's who is harmed in the process of trying to achieve that.
I'd like to hear what Mark has to say in response to Brooklyn, if that's possible.
Yeah, certainly. Mark, you want to say something?
Yes. Thanks for Brooklyn. Thanks, Brooklyn, for your response. You have some good points there. Yes, I've seen. By the way, I've seen footage from Gaza. I have. I can't say I've seen everything, but I've seen. The problem is, I wouldn't say the problem. I mentioned before, it's a vicious cycle on both sides, and I think Israel has a problem with PR, meaning they don't show everything. It's only recently that we have the abilities. We have the technology that that footage from a war is being exposed on to the masses. If you go back in the 90s, 2000s, if we could only go back and have footage from the 80s, the 90s, and 2000s of many Israelis unalive by the Palestinians. You had the bombs, the SS bombs all over, almost on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. You have to understand that Israelis have suffered decades and decades and decades from T attacks. There's a buildup of, we have a buildup on both sides, I would say, of animosity and extreme hatred towards each other. That's a fact. And yes, after October 7, what happened after October 7, it's basically people, is the Israelis, I say the government and the Israelis felt that this is the final point. That basically we cannot go on from here. We're not continue that way, being attacked by a specific group called
Well,
Palestinians.
Mark, with all due respect, I mean, listen, I know it wouldn't be right for me to just say all Palestinians in the T attacks are the victims. There is no out victiming each other. Each side has their traumas and stories. However, I do see that Palestinians have been the ones that have been oppressed, and it goes back before even before Israel was created, when Britain was colonizing Palestine. So it's like a deep-rooted history of oppression and colonization.
Yeah, but
So then we have,
the oppression is a result of the T activity, basically. The oppression is only if
Britain didn't just say, "Oh, let me colonize Palestine because of tea activity." If you look into the 1800s, the plan to colonize Palestine was in the works way before even the Holocaust. But if we could take that aside, like aside from that, you did mention about like leaders and wanting peace, but Yitzhak Rabin, he was
Rabin, yeah.
killed.
Yitzhak
Yeah,
Rabin.
he was
Yitzhak Rabin, yeah.
one of the Israeli leaders that was trying to lead the country towards peace, and they assassinated him. So it just kind of once again looks like Israel doesn't want to let go of the wheel and wants to take control of every little thing and censor every little thing, and it's just one-sided. It doesn't seem like there's any type of equality. And that's what
Yeah,
I'm
but you have to remember,
frustrated.
Yitzhak Rabin was unalive by a single radical extremist. It doesn't represent the general Israeli
No, I
population.
know that.
Like
I
why you call
understand
them
that.
T attack, you don't call them retaliation attacks, because they were
I'll tell you why.
result,
I'll tell you
because
what.
they were
You know
result.
what?
Let me finish. They were result always, and if you hear all the resistance group, when they do an attack, they say in retaliation of. Okay, so what caused this is a reaction. It's not an action.
You may call it a reaction. Yes,
It
it is
is
a
a
vicious
reaction,
cycle.
but you're confining people to us like you have to be here and that's it, and then you're gonna say that it's a T attack. That could easily just be a narrative, like all of the other Hasbara narratives that are being thrown into our faces and shoved down our throats to have a fixed mindset of what Palestinians are when they aren't. So
But
I
you have
mean,
to remember the confining is a result of the tea activity. You
Mark,
see,
what you said before was actually disingenuous because every time you say, "Oh, these are events of the T attack," these are events of the T attack. Why are the T attacks happening? The T
yes,
attacks are happening because we're being abused. So what?
obviously,
It's not. So don't say it's a T attack. It's a resistance.
again,
Okay, it's a
it-
resistance to the. It's a resistance to the oppression. If we're not being oppressed, we would have no need to resist, would we?
and Mark, you know, in the Holocaust, they were resisting too. There was resistance groups in the Warsaw Ghetto, and people didn't just stroll into the concentration camp. They also resisted. So you have to
yes,
keep that in mind that this is the similar. It's again, it's not to compare who's
you can't
better or
compare.
worse. It's just the fact that it's happening. And right now, the facts are what's happening is that this United Nations resolution was passed, but it's non-binding. So it basically, and they're pretty booming. They're booming up Rafah right now, and it's still unaliving people. So you know it's still happening. So where is Israel drawing the line? Like, all right, well, we need to stop. We need to try to. They don't want that because their only objective is H. But it doesn't seem that way when they're pretty much attacking defenseless civilians, children that are walking, trying to get flour, aid. You know, it's all recorded on video.
Yeah,
So
Brooklyn. When it comes to war, especially in the urban war, it's extremely complicated. You have to understand it's kind of walking in the streets, and any age member could pop up from anywhere, from any hole, and explode himself. It's
Mark,
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 may I ask you a question, Mark? May I ask you a
yeah.
question?
Go ahead.
Do you know when Hamas was so-called the H group? H group was actually organized. When did the H group actually happen?
1980s, I
In
think
what
so.
year?
1980s, 88.
1987. So prior to 1987, is all this attack been organized or so-called weaponized? You keep saying they are T. Prior to
Right.
1987, even with the setup of Hamas, of H in 1987, are they a military group with plenty of weapons to use?
No, but at that point, I'm not just it's not wasn't just age. I mean, you have other T groups, smaller T groups like the Jihad, another one. It wasn't just age.
yeah, but
At
Mark,
at that point.
you're trying to push your narrative without, we understand that and we see that, but the thing is, you have to be a little bit more creative because you keep saying, well, the terror attacks, the terror attacks, the terror attacks. Stop the occupation, stop the apartheid, stop the abuse, stop, you know, the repression.
Palestinians just need to stop being oppressed, controlled, and told what they can and cannot do.
Exactly. I guess the
That's
only
it.
the only solution is a two-state solution. There's no power of each other. I mean, it's total separation,
There's a
total
better
two.
solution,
I
Mark.
just have a question for Mark, and then you guys
It's
can
better
comment.
solution is Russia, where you guys came from.
Now, come on,
Yeah.
don't go there.
My question to you is who's going to rebuild Gaza since Israel is the one that boomed it all and destroyed it all, flattened it all? Are they going to pay the money for all the damage that they did?
In my opinion, Israel should pay to rebuild it. Yes, I don't. I
That's
don't.
reasonable. I'm glad because they did do the damage.
Yes,
You
because
know,
yeah, they did the damage. They should be responsible to rebuild the place. Yep, I would agree on that.
Hey, Mark.
aware of Daniela Weiss that constantly says it's all of Gaza and all of Gaza's ours and we want to build beachfront properties. And are you
No,
aware of
no,
the
that's not.
synagogues hosting these events, these sales events, selling
That's
Palestinian land?
come on. These are just jokes. I mean, don't take
Jokes?
it's propaganda. It's propaganda. It doesn't
Yes.
exist.
I
It's
mean,
not.
It's
It's
not
propaganda. Come on.
propaganda. It's not propaganda. I went to one here in Irvine, California. So it's not
Come on.
propaganda.
Come
It's
on.
definitely not
It's not.
propaganda, Mark. There's a sale that went on in New Jersey 2 weeks ago on the weekend.
New Jersey and one in Phoenix, Arizona.
That was
A
selling
sale for what?
in North Gaza.
Sale for land
Oh,
in the West Bank and Gaza.
who's selling? Who's selling it?
The Chabads, the right
Chabad
wing group.
cannot. Yeah, but Chabad doesn't have the edibility. They don't have the
You guys made
authority.
songs about
Well, they're
These
in
are
power
kids.
now.
they're in power where in Gaza?
Yeah, they're in power in Israel.
No,
You
Chabad
got
is a
Rabin, you got Stromovich, you got Amy Weiss, you got
Chabad is a
Netanyahu.
religious Hasidic group. They have
Well,
actually they don't associate themselves with any politics. And
But
let me see. Netanyahu was a very, very devout student of Kahana.
Khan is not Chabad. Khan is extremist, different extremist group. It's not Chabad.
but
That's
if
that's Kach.
why my question to you is why would they have why would it be propaganda if they're trying to make us all believe that Israel has the right to defend themselves, they're the victims, they're the ones that do no wrong, so why would they make that as a propaganda? Wouldn't that worsen their image, which it is already worsened?
You mean propaganda? I'm telling you, first of all, doesn't make it. You can't
Uh,
sell land that
Here's the thing.
unless the government is selling it. You can't. How would Chabad, how would any entity sell land that they don't own?
I mean, this is
Israel does. Israel does in a synagogues here. You can bet only if you're an Ashkenazi Jew, you can go and bet on these lands that are still occupied by Palestinian people that
Let me
live
tell you something.
on it.
I'm an Ashkenazi Jew. I am
Yeah,
well aware of what's going on. I can tell you it's all lies. It
well
doesn't happen.
then you guys should do something to stop these lies because it's not helping your cause. Because
destroying your
Okay.
image. It's
these
destroying
lies
the image
these
of
lies are
Israel.
spread
The question who's
by
to.
Zionists.
I don't think so. I don't. I think
No,
these
they
lies are
are. They
spread
are.
by
They are.
Palestinians.
Mark, I wanted to express a little feeling for you as a Muslim, not as a human. Okay, as a Muslim. Do you know if I was sitting in your place and you were sitting in my place, and Chip tells me that there is a Muslim group that is going around spraying dirty water on a synagogue or on a place of worship or where the Jews live, what would be my reaction? I would go out of my way. I would blow myself up to defend these people because no matter what it is, it's not right.
It's absolutely.
And if you try to justify it, that makes
I
it
didn't justify.
worse.
I said I don't believe it. I didn't justify it.
No,
But
there's
Might be
videos all
Palestinian
over. Here you go. You try.
propaganda.
You still
By
Mark.
saying you don't
If
believe
you
it,
ask me,
I
if you
say,
ask me,
Federico, if I see
freedom,
the footage, Federico, I'll tell you clearly.
look it up, man.
If I see the footage and it's
Yeah,
accurate, I would debunk it. I would.
you would
No, I
debunk
would
it,
not
huh?
debunk
I
it.
would, I would
I would
make you come
actually
back and
condemn it. I
apologize to
would
the
condemn
Yeah.
people.
it. I would condemn it
But
actually.
Mark, if you wanna see it, it's very easy, very simple to see it. While we're sitting here, you had like an hour almost to go check that fact if that's correct or not. By you not checking out
Yeah.
if that's right or no, it means your mind is set. You're here
Okay,
just
let
to
me.
say,
You know what?
yeah.
Let
It's
me
very
check. Let me
simple.
see if I can find anything here. Let's see.
Yes.
While you're checking it,
Ma,
Mark, what are your thoughts about the Al-Aqsa Mosque being destroyed and the Temple Mount being rebuilt with the cows, the red cows that
Again, I
continue
can
to
tell you
walk?
clearly as a a a Jew that knows what's going on. I can tell you it's all a lie. You have a small group.
They have a website
Uh,
and all. They have a
Mark, I
website.
think you should set a step back and look at the society you're living in because I would do the same thing. You know, when the state of ISIS came out, what I did is I took a step back and I looked at their actions, and I said these are not Muslims. They do not belong in the same religion that I belong to. So
let,
I mean,
let me
actually,
be very clear. Jews
What I
are
want,
restricted.
what I want to
They
ask Mark.
cannot build a temple themselves. They're not allowed to build a temple under. It's impossible to build a temple until the coming of Messiah. So there isn't a single Jew in Israel, a single religious Jew that has any intentions of building the temple before the coming of Messiah. So the red heifer is basically a preparation. Let's say once Messiah comes, the red heifer should be available to purify Jews in order to be able to go on the mountain, on the Temple Mount. But as a Jew, Israelis, no one has any intention of touching Al-Aqsa at the moment until the coming of Messiah. That's all I can say.
Mark, I want to ask you a question in general. So
Yeah.
some things have been raised tonight. Some claims have been raised, and your first reaction has been not. I should check that out, or I'll look into it. Your reaction has been that doesn't happen. It's propaganda. You immediately dismiss things without giving it any consideration. Why do you think that is?
yeah, good question, man.
To be honest, because I've seen a lot of propaganda coming from the Palestinian side until I actually to prove it, actually prove that the video is accurate and the footage is accurate, I have a hard time believing it. That's all. If it's extreme, it's
Have
an
you watched
extreme.
have you watched Anna Baltzer's documentary Life in Occupied Palestine?
Which one is that?
It's called Life in Occupied Palestine by Jewish American woman Anna Baltzer,
I've
Baltz.
heard about it. I didn't watch it yet. No, I've heard about it.
Okay, I mean, I'd be curious to get your thoughts if you think it's rank propaganda or if you think it's somebody's legitimate experience, because Anna, who I've met, I think that also that before he left, I think one of the other guests had met too, seems to me like a very straightforward, honest human being with no axe in the fight, nobody to try to take sides with, who went to live in Ramallah for 5 months and just came back and told people what she learned. That was it. So in that documentary, you can check it out. Now, you may think it's all made up or something, but I encourage anybody who thinks that people are just slinging silliness or making things up.
I believe Palestinians are suffering. I do believe.
Well,
I do believe.
It's not just Palestinians suffering. And the difference I mean is this: if some Palestinians suffer because Israel has to maintain its security at its border, okay. If checkpoints are arduous to get in and out of Israel or whatever the case may be, okay. It's the things over and above that basic security that I have the biggest problem with. And in the documentary, if you watch it and you actually listen, you'll see what I'm talking about. And that's what I take the biggest issue with. I'm for Israel securing itself. I don't want them to be attacked, ever. It's just all the other stuff they do makes it 10 times worse. And it does create a response, because if it's not going to go back and forth unless you do something egregious to make it go back and forth.
My question is also you have sometimes isolated incidents, of some, rotten apples, I would call it. IDF soldiers have.
This is widespread, day to day, month to month, year to year, different administration to different administration, standard practice.
Okay, but I would have a big problem with standard practice. If standard practice could be proven, a wrong standard practice could be proven, that I would definitely, be very against it. But
well, just check it out and see what you think. I'd be curious if you come back.
Sometimes what happens. Sometimes you have an isolated incident that's being blown out of proportion, basically, claiming that this is basically what's happening on a daily basis.
If it were that, Mark, I would not hang my hat on it. I would say, you know what, it was isolated, so it's not indicative. It's anecdotal. This is not anecdotal. This is representative of a standard, ongoing, consistent practice for decades.
Mark, well, may I speak next? Mark, you're saying that it's been blown out of proportion. Go and check on UN report itself. If you're telling me that is propaganda, then what can you say about yourself? Second thing I want to actually tell you, just now you're talking about Israel is not doing the proper publicity, in telling the world how bad the P have been doing to the I, okay? Right. Come on, man. Who is controlling the world mainstream media? Come on. Who has the money? Who has the power? The P? Oh, come on.
To be honest, I'll tell you what it comes from. It comes from a certain kind of pride. They don't want to show how, things are tough in Israel. And things are, they care more about the tourists than, the facts of, things. It gives them a bad image, basically. Even being attacked, it gives them a bad image, on what's happening.
Mark, have you seen the pictures of the IOF soldiers parading naked men around? But worse than that, taking photos with the toys of unalived Palestinian children, or wearing women's lingerie or sniffing them. Have you seen those photos? Because there's plenty of those, as well as an IOF soldier posting a whole background of lingerie on his dating profile. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen some of it. First of all, the undressed men. The reason why they're undressed, by the way, because to make sure that you don't have any. Basically, when they capture a whole group of people, they tell them to undress.
But if you're moral, right, that's one thing to do that. But then when you make videos and make fun of it and mock it and just that's, you're not showing your morality. You're showing.
As a military veteran who was in a combat theater who captured 5,600 soldiers, I can speak to this very clearly. Standard practice is not to undress captives. The standard practice is to search captives and to make sure they go into a secure area. And once they're in a secure area with guarded by soldiers, you do not keep them undressed in cold weather. That's something the
But what
Israelis choose to do because they humiliate and immiserate.
the problem is, some of them have this SS bees on themselves.
No, they
You can't
don't.
search.
Because listen, Mark, listen, think of this for a second, okay? You bring in 50 people, okay? You isolate the group, guarded at 30 feet away. You bring one at a time out. You check them physically by disrobing them. They don't have anything on them. You then move them to a secure area and you put their clothes back on and do it again and again until it's done. And now you have an enclosed area with nobody who has anything on them because you've checked. You don't pile people into lines for 6, 10, 12, 15, 20 hours, undress them, have them freezing in the cold with their hands behind their back with their clothes off. That's
Correct.
not military procedure. I've been in the military. I was an officer. I had to lead these things. So it's an Israeli practice, again, to immiserate and to embarrass and to humiliate others. It's what is, unfortunately, it's done all too often. I would rather say glowing things about the IDF's practices. I would love to commend them for their behavior. They just have to start doing commendable things, and I'm on top of it. I'll get right on it.
I would like to hear his thoughts about the women and the lingerie and the toys, the children's toys after they unalive children and pose with their toys, mock videos of them in the schools that they took to shredded, shredded to bits. What do you think about that?
Yes, again, these are I would say these are isolated occurrences, and you're dealing with 18, 19-year-old kids
All right.
basically. Don't get.
So, Mark, do you believe that the IOF is one of the most advanced military in the world?
Yes, I would say so.
You believe that,
Yep.
especially in the technology sector?
Yep.
Okay. So, saying that, you're telling me that that the military has equipment that can scan a building and know exactly how many people in it, how many children, how many adults, where they're standing, what part of the building they're on. And for them neglecting to use these equipment makes it a war crime.
You can use these equipments, I think, on a more if you're dealing with one target, But if you're dealing with many targets, I think it's impossible. It takes too much time, basically, I would
So
say.
you say they get intelligence, they have somebody in that building. So what they do is they drop it on that building, and is the building gone, it's okay, collateral damage, which is
Typically,
which
that's not the case. Usually they would tell the civilians to evacuate before
then
attacking the building.
the individual will run away with them.
And in that
So
case, sometimes they would unalive a whole family of specific
then okay,
age.
so why they can do it in Lebanon, in Beirut, when they unalived the Hamas leader, where one missile penetrated 3 stories building and did not explode until it got to the room where this guy is sitting, and why they couldn't do something like that in Gaza, let's say.
You have to look at each. I'm not an expert. I can tell you.
What I'm trying to do here. Listen, I'm trying to get your sincerity out. All you have to do, we all know right from wrong. We all know white from black. So all you have to say, this is wrong. Yes, they could have done that. And it's very simple. And I'm telling you, if you want Israel to stay and you wanna live along with all these people in peace, and you need to look at that stuff.
Accountability.
Why and during the HCOS in do you know Albania? Have you ever heard of the country Albania?
Yes.
Albania is in Eastern Europe, near
Yep.
Poland. Do you know how many Muslims live in Albania?
No idea.
About 90% of the countries are Muslim. And do you know during the HCOS how many of these Albanians got unalived or was fighting against the German and hiding out Jews in their own homes? Have you ever heard the story of the Albanian
I have
helping
not heard.
Jews?
I have
I
not.
think you should look into it, because a lot of the Zionists, and I recommend you very, very much to refrain yourself from Zionism for a little bit and look into it, because you are a victim. You, as a Jew, as an Ashkenazi Jew, you are a victim of the Zionist idea. And if you cannot
Yes.
recognize that, then you are what do you what how can I reframe it? You are a victim that knows that you're a victim and you're accepting being a victim. Anybody. I am a Muslim because I looked in Islam and I showed every part and aspect of Islam, and it convinced me to be a Muslim. I live by the Islamic rules. I do everything that I am required to do as a human, and I believe that the people in the world are two kinds. One is your brother in religion, and the other is your brother in humanity. You can worship the stone. I don't care. You're a human. You have the right to do anything. I'm not God. When I go in front of God, the only question I would be asked is about myself. So I recommend you. I really recommend you because I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is something that makes me sometimes don't want to say, but I will say it. When I scroll through TikTok and I see pictures of IDF soldiers that got unalived in their teens, in their young age, that died, that got unalived for nothing, that got unalived because they were played by the Zionist entity. I feel bad for these kids, believe it or not.
Me too. Exactly. Me too. I look at them as, although although the stuff they're doing is horrible, I still look past that and I'm
They
thinking,
don't know better.
this was
They
once
don't
a
know.
kid. This was once a
Yeah.
young kid.
They
You
were
know?
played.
Yeah.
This is how we look at them. I look at them that they were played, and I feel sorry for them because I in my daily living where I live, there is a huge community of Jewish, and I see them, and I know their kids, and I know their mom, and I know their grandpa, and I know every single one of them.
Does
And it
Mark,
does.
Mark, Mark, do you know Dave Smith, who Dave Smith is, the American comedian?
Yes.
Have you ever listened to Dave Smith's podcast episode with Joe Rogan where he talks about Israel?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I strongly, strongly suggest anybody who is open to Dave Smith, who I think is a very fascinating guy. I like Dave. But just listen to what he has to say. He grew up in a very Zionist Jewish household, much like Anna Balter did. And again, just by no fault of your own or anybody else's, people don't know what they don't know until they figure out what that is, myself included. I'm equally critical of the United States for all the things it does that are the same, what I believe to be atrocities and inappropriate behavior, as I'm critical of Israel for doing vis-a-vis Palestinians. The only difference is the U.S. does it to everybody, not just Palestinians.
Well say, man. Well say, man.
So I try to be consistent in the way I criticize, because it wouldn't be fair for me to protect my country of its war crimes while I'm trying to point out what Israel does. It's like that's two-sided. That's hypocritical. But again, everybody's got to go through their journey. It's unsettling when you start to hear things that contradict the very core beliefs that you have, and I don't want to make you too uncomfortable. Are you doing okay?
I'm doing perfect. Perfectly
Okay.
fine. I understand.
Mark,
I've,
may
I've,
I
I
ask you
mean,
a
I've been
question,
around.
Mark? Real fast, Mark.
Yeah.
Where do you get your source of information?
From
I'm just curious.
where we all got it from, Hawk. We all got this information. We the same information that he inherited. We had a binocular that could see both sides. He had only one side of the binocular.
Yeah,
We all know.
that's why I'm curious. You know
Yeah,
where he's getting all his sources. You know.
I can tell you, TV, church, parents, synagogue, people that live around
News
them,
channels. I mean, all
news
over.
channels. That's how everybody got. Then, we like I said, we're lucky now to have the social media, where when it could put me and Mark at the same. You see, with Mark you can talk. You
But you have
have,
to believe. Let me tell
yeah,
you something. You have to be extremely careful when it comes to social media. There's a lot of misinformation that you have to.
absolutely, absolutely. I wouldn't trust anyone. If you tell me an information that catches my ear and I know that I have not seen, I will definitely 100%. The minute I stop talking to you, I will look into it, because if my own brother does something wrong towards
Hi.
anybody,
Sorry,
I will
I'm
You can snooze.
I will definitely stand against my brother.
Frederico, you can't even trust news sources. The New York Times wrote a lot about grape, and they were caught that they were selling those stories to raise money. Like a lot of those fabricated stories from
That's
credible
something
news sources.
you
Yeah,
and I we know.
excuse me, guys. I actually brought a guy who is from China, and he does not speak English well. He's on the number 7 on the Mac, and I would like to translate his idea to you guys and see if you guys can talk to him. Okay. 对话并说
Well,
开麦吧。
hold on real quick. Just let's make sure everybody else is finished. You kind of jumped in there. Who was finishing their thought? Just want to make sure we already finished. If you want to finish.
In Brooklyn.
Just
Go ahead,
saying
Brooklyn.
that, you know, you
Finish.
talk about news sources, but there's news sources that we would say credible, like the New York Times, and people think, for example, Fox 5 is an actual news source, but they're a bunch of opinionated people that go on Fox, so you can't even really trust. Even CBS made up a fake propaganda of H group and dressed up as H group, so you know it's very hard. But when you're seeing the real blood, the real unaliving of children, the real buildings being crushed and people under the rubble, you can't fabricate that and fake that. So it kind of is what it is. But yeah, I just wanted to finish with that.
But do we always get the full context of things? Do we always see the full picture of things? Do we always the problem that I have is we see snippets and footage and we don't see the full picture basically. What happened before, what happened after?
It's been like 6 months, Mark.
And
Like we've been putting the full picture together for so
It's
long.
not just that. No, it's not just that. No, I've been following this conflict for almost 35 years, Mark. I learned about it in 1989. I think that's enough of a pattern to understand behavior and putting puzzle pieces together for a long time and seeing similarities of actions, one thing being said, another being done. You know, I've probably read 12 books. I've probably watched thousands of hours of speeches and debates and podcasts and tried to listen to every side. I went to the pro-Israel march in D.C. I read Alan Dershowitz's books. I really tried. I read all Benny Morris's books. I really try to understand this from all points of view. And I wouldn't lie to you about anything I say. I never say anything knowingly false. I may get stuff wrong, but I'm always willing to correct myself when I do. But I swear to you on everything that is real in the world, every word I've shared with you is 100% factual.
I'm not trying to. I'm trying to. I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. I'm just trying to say a general statement there that when it comes to social media and when it comes to news in general, I mean, there's a big problem we have today, especially when it comes to AI and technology, etc. I mean, we could do anything today with footages, etc. I mean, it's a tough situation, I would say.
Well, there was no AI in 1982 when Israel invaded Lebanon for no particular reason and started mass bombing people. And the U.S. president had to call Menachem Begin and said, quit it or no money. So that wasn't AI driven. That's what's called a phone call. So again, there's plenty of history and plenty of examples. Nobody's perfect. I'm not saying that, but it's the disproportionate brutality and unnecessarily suffering inflicted upon Palestinians that I have the biggest issue with. I'm not against Israel's existence. Others are. But I am against its disproportionate use of force and unnecessary brutality. I think that's fair and that could be anybody, not just Israel. So I think if the more you learn and the more you open yourself up to learning, the more your mind will shift because others who have done that same path have gone through the same transition. I know it's not easy because it contradicts a lot of what you probably feel you believe right now, and that's understandable.
Let me ask you, as a U.S. veteran, do you see some similar patterns, in the U.S. military and Israeli and the IDF?
No, well, put it this way, not in the current era that I served in, but in Vietnam, yes. The U.S. soldiers in Vietnam who were frustrated that they couldn't find the enemy and who would duck into tunnels, they had tunnels there too, would go into villages and massacre people out of frustration, not knowing who the enemy was. They claimed they weren't sure, so they just massacred the whole thing and moved on. And that happened, unfortunately, thousands of times. And one particular person got held accountable for it, a guy named the lieutenant. It's called the My Lai Massacre. So anyway, again, it's not pervasive. Not every IDF soldier is bad, of course not. And not every commander is bad. But there's enough of it that goes on in enough widespread fashion that it is endemic to the system. It's not these one-off things that happen as far as anomalous behavior.
Host, may I say something? I will go down and let other have a chance.
And then we're going to let Mike Duff and friends come in. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, full respect to the host. I will get down. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thanks, Huck.
Bye.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
Hi, Chip. So
Thank you.
you guys just yeah. So one of my friends who only speak Chinese, who does not speak English well, was on the Mac now. So, and
Okay.
he's on the number 6. And
Yeah.
if you
Go
can
ahead.
let him talk. OK，东亚病
老
夫，
杨，你想说什么？
老杨说吧。
我想问他，他们支持的是巴勒斯坦，还是哈马斯？
Which one do you support?
Or
Palestine or Hamas? That's what his words.
Neither. What
都
I
不是，
support,
都不是。
what to clarify, what I support is in the face of oppression with no potential political resolution, I support the right of an oppressed group to defend themselves with whatever means they decide to use.
他们不支持任何，他们不是支持任何一方，他们只支持一个被压迫者，用任何手段去反抗压迫他们的人。
哈马斯和以色列都是这种人。
Both Hamas and Israel are the kind of category you described. They are using the all necessary options to fight against their oppressor. That's what his words. What do you think about?
Well, in clarity, though, the H group has the Palestinian people have never formally occupied and oppressed Israel. It's never happened.
巴勒斯坦人从来没有占领或侵略或占领以色列，或者是全部的占领以色列，但以色列基本上占领了巴勒斯坦。
对，以色列侵占了巴勒斯坦人民的土地，哈马斯绑架了巴勒斯坦人民。
Yes, the Israel occupied the Palestinian territory and Hamas kidnapped the Palestinian people.
Hamas kidnapped Palestinian people?
Like they basically hold the entire Palestinian population as a hostage. That's what's his idea.
No, that's not true. That's an interpretation that people from the Israeli side typically will say. They will blame the circumstances of the generic population on the political aspirations or decisions of the smaller subset of militants. But that's not accurate. That's an assessment. Here's what I want to ask your friend. I don't know how old your friend is, but does he know the history of China?
Okay, I'll translate everything.
Just ask him this: Does he know that the Japanese occupied and brutalized Chinese for a long period of time? Does he know that?
I believe he knows. It's
Okay.
老杨，
Ask him. Would it be appropriate for the Chinese to do that, or should they sit back and accept their fate?
是这样的啊，首先他刚才讲了很多东西啊。第一呢，他是想问一下子，作为一个中国人，如果在日本人侵占中国的时候，我们能不能用任何手段，任何可以用到的手段去反抗日本人的侵略，还是就接受所谓的自己的命运？他用的一个词叫 accept the fate， 接受所谓自己的命运。
我听懂了。我来告诉他。第一，日本侵略中国的时候，中国人非常痛苦，但是中国人没有向日本发动过恐怖袭击，没有针对过他们的无辜的平民，懂不懂？我们是很痛苦也很煎熬，但我们用我们自己的意志力一直在抵抗，我们没有发动过恐怖袭击。
Yeah, he was saying. 第二点啊，等我一下。第二点就是他说的是，你听到的很多东西都是犹太人的自己这个以色列的，就是对对巴勒斯坦的一个描述，不是真正的事实。好，我现在翻译你的话。He said, during the Japanese occupations, Chinese people were suffering badly. However, we did not use terrorists attack the Japanese population. We did not use undiscriminately attack all the Japanese people. However, Hamas did that to Israelis and Israeli population. That's what he said. What's your response?
Under the circumstances during the history of China and Japan, the Chinese people did not have the opportunity or the available means to attack Chinese civilians. They just didn't have it. Japanese civilians. It was simply a military occupation. However, with the geographic proximity of what happened, because Japan's an island off the coast, China's mainland. So the Japanese were on Chinese mainland oppressing the Chinese people after it invaded and occupied China. And they were brutal. More brutal than any people I've ever seen. But the point is, resistance as a mental thought process is universal in the minds of people, regardless of the tactics with which they resist.
Okay, so So 这样的老杨是这样的，就是说他说的是，首先他提了2件事，第一个从地理上来讲，那个日本跟中国隔着一个海的中国人一般很难攻击到用恐怖手段去攻击日本的本土。第二点呢，就是说所有的反抗意识都是普世性的。当你的民族受到压迫，你的人民受到压迫的时候，你有能力、有权利去做任何的去反抗，是这样子的。好了，纽约部长，你马上翻译他的老杨的中文吧，哈。
首先呢，日
Real
本
quick,
和中国
sorry,
虽然
sorry. I forgot to say one more thing, and that is if the Palestinian people had the ability to arm themselves on an equivalent footing with the Israelis, they would not use acts of unconventional attacks like terrorism. They would fight man to man, person to person.
Okay, sure. So, 这个老杨，如果巴勒斯坦拥有像以色列人一样的装备的话，他们就你不需要用恐怖，不需要用这种游击战的方式或者恐怖攻击的方式来去攻打以色列，他们完全跟以色列面对面的较量。
OK，
不是啊，
那
那就变成巴勒斯坦跟以色列绑在一起啊。
等一下啊！那么就让这个美国人和全美国人向基地组织、向阿富汗人民集体道歉。
So he said, let all the Americans apologize to Al Qaeda's and all these members. 他是这么说对吧，老麦克？
Yes, let me elaborate on his idea. What he means is if Palestinians can use all the necessary force to attack Israel because of the oppression, so does the Afghanistan people, so does the Middle Eastern people can also use all the all kinds of force to resistance their oppressor, which is United States. That's why what Al Qaeda did, like 9/11, is supposed to be justified based on your logic. That's what he asked.
Can't hear you, Chip. Can't.
So to be logically consistent, I would say the answer to that is yes. However, that's assuming that the acts were perpetrated by those groups, which I don't believe they were.
Well, can you say that again? I
said to be consistent, the answer to that is yes. Groups that are marginalized by others have the right to resist with the means they have available. And if they had the means to fight a, quote, fair fight, they would. Now, let me give you an example from history in my country, just to tell him this. There were things called the colonists. I would not be speaking to you right now as an American. I'd be a British citizen if this didn't happen. When the American patriots did not want to be under British occupation, they used unconventional tactics at the time, which was ducking behind trees and shooting British convoys and going into British homes where they'd taken them from the colonists and unaliving everything that moved to terrorize the British. The British called the American patriots terrorists.
Okay.
But they didn't have enough people and muskets to fight them fair.
Yeah, can you stop right there? Because I can only remember.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's easy to say that when you're on the side of the
某种意义上来说，基地组织是对美国的反抗，包括那些恐攻是正确的，根据他的逻辑是正确的。而且他想跟你提一个历史上的事情，就是当美国当年独立战争的时候，当美国不想被英国殖民统治的时候，他们也用了很多所谓的恐怖袭击来对抗英国的殖民统治，因为他们根本在正规的战场上没有办法跟英国的有同等力量的去较量，他们只能用这些游击战或者所谓的那个袭击来针对英国的殖民军官，而英国人把这些人也叫做恐怖分子。你接着说吧。
所以他们是支持恐怖主义的，对吗？
He think you guys are supporting terrorists.
Chip, can I take it from you?
No, I'm not done yet. So, okay, so just so your friend understands, the people who use that word to describe the smaller group behaving the way it does is highly selective. So the people that have more arms and are more in charge use that language to describe somebody with less capability because it suits their narrative. Let me give you an example. On that day, there were 1,167 human beings that died.
Okay.
Of the 1,167 human beings that died that identify as Israeli, 341 were soldiers. So in that regard, that portion of the attack had nothing to do with the T word. It was strictly combat. Okay. Now, of the remaining 830 people we're not clear on how many were unalived either intentionally or unintentionally by the Israeli military response. But I'm guessing it was somewhere between 200 and 300 is my guess.
Yeah. I guess can you stop right there? I mean, I can
So
only remember.
that leaves a remainder of about maybe 600, 700, 800, whatever the number is, that were attacked as civilians, which I condemn as your person seems to be doing, because I think that should be off limits because that's a war crime. But it wasn't entirely the use of the T word as your friend suggests.
Okay. Yeah, can you stop right there? Because I can only remember certain amount of what you said, so I can translate. OK， 老杨是这样的啊，就是说，首先把这些抵抗者描绘成恐怖分子，是这些强者，一般一个拥有很强大武装的国家，为了证明他们自己行动的正义性，会把这些反抗者作为所谓的恐怖分子，是这样的。而且他要向你提出个事实，就是当年10月17号的那个阿克萨洪水行动的时候，将近三分之一的就是受那个被杀掉的人是军人，现役军人，剩下的虽然是平民，但是他们也不能证明说这些人是故意的屠杀，可能就是误伤，因为他们都聚在一起呢，是这个情况的啊。
他们说的这个理论和巴勒斯坦的现状也可以套用在巴勒斯坦上面，他这完全就是双标的标准。中国政府也把新疆人关到集中营，对不对？这也是一种强制抹黑的一种手段吗？
Chip, can I take it from here for just a couple of questions?
Okay.
Let's get his response. Let's get his response first, then maybe we'll talk about
he think you guys are double standards about that, though. Basically, what he did, what he said. He think you guys are double standard. What
does he understand the difference between militant in terms of combatant? Does he understand the word combatant versus non-combatant?
我想问你一下，你知道战斗部队和非战斗就战斗人员和非战斗人员的区别吗？
知道。
Yes, he does know.
那你问问他，知道巴勒斯坦人和哈马斯的区别吗？他们知不知道哈马斯是藏在平民之中的？
He again said, he said again Hamas used Palestinian people as a human shield to resist Israel.
That's not true. Listen, here's the thing. Hold on. Let me finish the thought. Okay, this is really important to understand. So your friend is repeating the narratives that are set forth by the Israeli government. What I'm sharing with you is independent analysis that is not colored by what the Israeli government wants people to believe. There's no independent verification that the H group, Hamas, has ever used Palestinian civilians as human shields. That is an Israeli claim that is not backed up by any independent research.
Okay, so 这是的，他说的你刚才得到这些信息，或者是哈马斯用巴勒斯坦人当人盾的这个现实，是以色列对他们的一个抹黑或者是信息战。其实事实上，很多独立的调查，不是以色列支持的调查，或者是美国支持，很多独立的调查显示哈马斯并没有这么做。
当时的美国政府以反恐名义去打击阿富汗的时候，死的那么多的平民之中，也是美国政府的宣传和抹黑吗？你问问他。
Okay, that's when the United States invade Afghanistan. Is that also true that the United States government portrayed Afghanistan army or so-called Taliban or so-called Afghanistan resistance as a terrorist? Is that the logic you want to tell us?
I'm not sure what he's making the
okay. So what he's meaning what he means you are trying to say, what he said is kind of like unlogical. Let me try to get all these pieces together. So basically, what he think that since what you just said, their the Hamas resistance was justified. Was justified because Israelis are occupiers. Is that also the standard also can be used?
Chip, I think we're being played here. We are.
Hold on a sec. We'll finish the thought. Maybe we are. Let's see. We'll do one more little back and forth, and then we'll move on. Go ahead,
okay.
Mike. What were you saying?
So what he just said, I think he's trying to repeat his opinion. So if the Hamas was using Palestinian people as a human shield was justified, does that also means Palestinians, oh sorry, but Afghanistan
No,
is
no, no. No, that's those two
I
can't be
know,
completely.
I know what you said. I know what I know what you said, but I just try to interpret
I
what
heard
he.
what you said. I understand what
Mm,
you said before. So let me respond. He's using illogical connections. I'm saying that they do not use their own citizens as human shields. There have been 3 different investigations into this between 2011 and 2017. Okay, I'll tell them the organizations: B'Tselem, which is an Israeli human rights group, Amnesty International, and Human Rights Watch. Those 3 groups have each done independent investigations to determine whether the Israeli claim of
Okay.
Hamas using civilians as human shields was a widespread practice
Okay. Can you
such
tell
that
me? Yeah. Can you
let me
tell me
finish.
all the three
Hold on,
magazines
let me
that
finish. Hold on. Such that that was what caused people to die in combat. And they found in every case that there was no evidence to support those claims. That's it. So he's
Okay.
making a connection that isn't there.
Okay. So can you tell me what are 3 investigation name of these 3 magazine or 3?
I'll say it again. It's Human Rights Watch, HRW,
Okay.
Human Rights Watch,
Okay.
B'Tselem,
Okay.
B'Tselem, which is an Israeli human rights group, and
Okay.
Amnesty International. All 3 groups said that based on their investigations and reports, there was no evidence to back up the claim by the Israelis that there was widespread use of Palestinian civilians as human shields, which led to civilian deaths.
OK，东亚那个老杨，现在我给你讲一下子啊。首先他们刚才说你把这个你是希望你讲的这个东西已经是可能逻辑上有点混乱了。他们再重申了一下他们的一个观点，跟你讲的一个信息就是有3个非常权威的独立调查机构，一个是人权观察，一个是国际特赦，另外一个他那个名字我没听说过，他是一个以色列自己的一个人权组织，都调查清楚的就是哈马斯没有用这些巴勒斯坦老百姓去当人盾。你所听到的信息是以色列通过他们的手段在发起的舆论战，让你认为你哈马斯在用他们的老百姓做人盾。
老麦克，我插一句话，你帮我问他们，哈马斯手里有枪的时候是哈马斯，哈马斯把枪放下走入人群的时候，请问他身上有任何标记能够证明他是平民吗？还是哈马斯？
Okay, so what he was trying to say, what another guy was trying to say, when the Palestinian people start when the Hamas to have the rifle on their hands in their hands, you can tell they're Hamas. However, if they just throw away their rifle, if they just not holding not with their weapons, how can you tell if they are Hamas or not? I mean, how can you differentiate Palestinian civilian or Hamas? So.
Yeah, your friend, unfortunately your friend, your colleague, or whoever this is repeating the same old justifications that Israel makes to murder civilians as they do. Let me ask you this: how many 3-year-old infants are easily identifiable as non-rifle wielding Hamas members? Ask him that.
是这样的啊，就是说，所有就是怎样的啊？就是说，
在用
他说你的这个，你所听到的很多东西都是以色列自己对你们的以色列的对你们的宣传。他想问你个问题，你们难道看不见那些
他想问你个问题，
那些3岁小孩的这些，难道看不清楚他们是哈马斯或者平民吗？那些孩子难道不能看到？
我用军队的方式，军人的方式，我告诉他们，今天如果应该这么说好了，我如果讲太针对，我又被封。对呀。你说3岁小孩，如果3岁小孩能够被好，然后我换一句话讲，如果今天他放的这个3岁小朋友过了，对，当然大家都会放他们过。我们这场战争继续，我们把所有的小朋友、老人都推开的时候，以色列对哈马斯这项肃清是解决好了，是把他们以哈马斯全部都杀掉的。 这些小朋友跟这些老人以及这些平民，会不会教导着以色列就是将屠杀你的父子辈？
你还不能这样讲。
让仇恨更
你确定我要翻？你确定你要我翻译这段吗？天宇，
这段
等一下，
你确定你要我翻译给你他们听吗？
Wait, guys. How you
因为
doing?
我怕我会被封。
You sure you want me to translate what you just said?
Mike Dyke.
Hold on.
I want you to ask your friends a question, okay? And like.
当然屠杀没有，我没有说要屠杀，我说把小朋友都推开。
Okay. Tell them not to talk while I'm talking, so we can understand each other. Yeah. All right. Let me ask them that question. All three of your friends. One day you are playing in the backyard of your house. Okay. You see your father running, your mother running. What happened? Somebody gave my land away. What do you mean somebody gave my land away? Explain that to them.
Okay. So first of all, I want to interpret what he just said. Okay. So he's a veteran.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. This is gonna tell you. It's gonna take.
是这样的，他说啊，我的天哪，他说的是can you repeat what you said again? I'm kind of lost the train of thought.
他说就是有一天，你能不能想象有一天
Let him translate. I'm lost my train of thought.
对他问你这个问题 ，so you're asking them now, like one day for one day you're done with.
Chip, am I okay to talk?
Yeah, well, real quick, I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Yeah.
So here's what I would like to do first. So whoever can translate what the other gentleman said a moment ago, just try to give a quick summary of that, and then Federico wanted to ask a question that can go back to him.
Yeah,
I'm able to as well. So 对啊，他说他有一天他的土地被拿走了，你们能想象这是什么感受吗？
你问问看他，中华民国台湾跟中共是不是在美国的介入下调停？那我们是不是丧失我们大部分国土？有没有人为我们想过？相同条件比引述，你应该懂我的意思。
你想表达什么？
Hold on, we need English.
他的意思是说
let me translate.
巴勒斯坦的土地被拿走了。
Hold on, we need some English. I need to hear something.
Okay, so I'm not gonna.
No. 你让他说完。Hang on, 老麦 let him finish. Let him finish. Because I'm asking what's his point. I'm about to translate.
Hold on, you guys had about a 30-second back and forth, and none of it came back to us. So that's what I'm trying to ask for. What was being talked about, or something?
Okay, so what he was just said. Why you guys cannot work out the peace deal just like Taiwan and China? During the Chinese Civil War, the Republic of China, which is current government of Taiwan, lost the majority of the territory in mainland, but they still accept the fact that they lost all this territory and have a peace deal with mainland China. Why the Palestinian people cannot accept their fate?
Does he know what an apple is? Don't ask him. I'm just asking you. Do you think he knows what an apple is?
No, what do you just say?
I'm asking you if you think that he knows what an apple is, the fruit.
I don't know. I have no idea though.
Okay, well, do you think he might know what an orange is? There's an apple and an orange. Okay, so tell him he's comparing apples to oranges, and I've kind of had enough of his line of thinking, unfortunately.
他觉得你讲的这两件事情完全不搭嘎，天雨路滑。这个他觉得你讲的这是完全是两回事。
没有，他们都认为以色列在抢他们的土地。
那是啊，你这样讲，我真的有时候你真不能用这个来概括。来，
老杨你讲。
那啥，你听一下啊，就是我们回归巴勒斯坦和哈马斯的问题。第一，哈马斯是恐怖分子，你可以维护你国家的主权。
You guys can hear that? T Hamas T. Okay, you guys done?
So guys, listen, I'm sorry. This has been so chaotic. I mean, I thank you for trying to do it. But first of all, I don't know who your friend is. I have no idea why you think his point of view is so important to the conversation. Secondly, every time we bring up a point, he shifts. This is a very typical Zionist practice. You bring up a counter argument, and then they just don't even address it. They move on to the next point. So in other words, when you come up with a substantive way to address their point, they leave the point to go to another one. This person jumped to Taiwan and China. They couldn't be more different. The historical relationships between the parties
and the dynamics that resulted in their political settlement have nothing to do with what's happening in Israel Palestine. Nothing. Zero zilch. Apples and oranges. Federico, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is new tactics. All lives should know about it. And they bring somebody that from outside the live that they want to understand. They go bring their friends. They fill up the panel, and we were talking, having a great conversation. We were talking to good people. We allow them to come in and
I tried.
disrupt. Yeah, these are. I think this is a new tactics of the Zios to just disrupt functional, productive life.
Well, it's coming to a close anyway because I've been on since about 5:30 p.m. So we got to close it down. So, but anyway, well, I want to say thanks for everybody being here. Did you want to make any final comments, either Magic or Federico?
I just wanted to say that, on X is like the biggest, the most used platform in my opinion for spreading all types of news, and I just feel like the Hasbara accounts pay other accounts. I've seen Israel in Espanol. I've seen other accounts like spreading propaganda from Israel, the same narratives that we were listening to just now, but translated in other languages. So I'm not surprised.
Probably what could have been.
In all their conversation, the only thing that we personally, myself, the only thing I could hear or understand from all the buckling and muckling is T and Hamas. T, they would sound that T to be strong, like everybody hears it. And then when they mention Hamas, they mention it 3-4 times just to make it seems like it's another tactics of spreading, brainwashing, directing themselves to your deep brain. Like one thing. This is I always saw it when the war started in Afghanistan. I was sitting down on a couch at work, and I was watching the news, and this is something that never goes away from my mind. If you notice the flag cover of the colors of the flag of Afghanistan, the two stripes, the red and the black, I believe, right? And I was watching Fox News, watching live the invasion of Afghanistan, and I'm looking at that screen. Yeah, the anchor is talking, and behind him I could see the Palestinian flag. And thinking about it and thinking about never even the Afghani flag was looking to me as a Palestinian flag, because the way they laid it out on TV, that is something that you don't think about, but it gets printed in your brain. And if any of you can go back and look up Fox News while the coverage on the war in Afghanistan, you will see that 100%, and it never went away from my mind. And so that is the Palestinian cause, with all the action, and every time the chance they have to suppress it somewhere, they will keep doing it no matter what the cost is.
Well, the good news is, like we're saying, the awareness is spreading and people are waking up. So even people like Mark potentially are going to see some different things, which is good. People are asking when I'm doing this next. Tomorrow night, I'll be going 7 p.m. Eastern time, which is my normal schedule, until about 9 p.m. And then I do Saturdays normally from 12 noon until 3 or 4 p.m. Once in a while, I'll jump in like today when I have time, and we'll just do it when we can. So I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you for the panelists and everybody who asked good questions, and people who made comments. Thank you so much, and moderators who helped out. It's all appreciated.
I just wanted to say, just keep your eyes on Rafah, keep your eyes on the North, keep your eyes on Palestine, because although this UN resolution was passed, it doesn't mean that they're going to follow it. So please follow closely to what's going on, and don't stop talking to your representatives and demanding for a permanent ceasefire, because they did this resolution, I feel, to make people just kind of like put less pressure. So we still need to keep the pressure.
Yeah, it's political posturing is all it is, unfortunately. All right, everybody, I will see you tomorrow night. Thanks for everybody for being here. I appreciate every one of you. Have a great night. Thank you.